For more audiobook, visit my Patreon page. Chapter 15, Ch15 Aftermath of a Civil War. What came after the Civil War was a vacuum, plain and simple. One I had done my best to absolutely capitalize on, just like Zikram Bale had done. It wasn't every day that you had almost every important lord gathered after all. And someone who could coincidentally input subtle programs in their heads which would either let them act as unknowing agents or subtle supporters after all. Just in time for a power boost which would allow that certain someone to gain 100% effectiveness on ultimate classes too. Zikram could focus on getting his band of traditional fools together, but it won't really matter when I have most of them in my palm. And I am waiting for them to realize the small trap in my wording when I set my conditions for joining the anti-Satan faction in exchange for a lordship. My exact words was to gain official rights for the territories I had occupied and settled to create a safe place for the weak, hurt, rejected and betrayed. Under my rule and protection. That last bit is rather important since it is my rule and protection. Meaning they cannot interfere. You'd think devils would be careful with wording when signing deals with someone. But on the flip side, they can also try to say they won't help in case of enemy attacks either. Hell, they might have even tried to instigate attacks on my territories if I wasn't located far away from the Fallen and any other inhabitants of the underworld's other strata. But that's also what diplomatic and economic ties to other houses are for, which I just so happen to have secured by convincing many of them. I wonder how that could have happened. During the immediate fallout of the Civil War, there were some houses which weren't exactly happy to lose the benefits they had during the rule of the Satans. Some were trying to take advantage of the chaos for their own profit, others were trying to curry favor with the leading houses of anti-Satan faction, and then we had people who remained strictly passive. But after some time, Zikram realized that the devil system of governance needed strong central figures to direct the underworld under their protection so they can still continue as a faction of the biblical pantheon. As a result, he announced his desire to crown Surzek's Gremory, Ajuka Astaroth, Seraphal Citri and Falbium Glaciolabilas as Satans. Something which caused a great amount of waves in all sides, anti-Satans not being sure about keeping the positions they had just fought to overthrow, Satan supporters not wanting usurpers, and the neutrals doubting the candidates. As a response, however, Zikram announced restrictions would be placed on the positions to stop history from repeating itself. The major ones were regarding the Satans no longer be formally related to their houses as heirs or otherwise to remain neutral in matters of the underworld, that they would only be allowed one spouse to curtail abuses of authority and potential influences on Satans, and that each would hold authority on specific affairs of the underworld. He also announced that Surzek, who now held the surname Lucifer, would be in charge of internal affairs. His natural charisma, power, pedigree, influence and character made him fit for the role. The man was hesitant, but appealing to his kind and responsible nature had worked wonders apparently. Ajuka also helped convince him, but in the end his father was the one who really succeeded as he made his son's relationship and intended marriage accepted. That last move had mixed responses, but overall the Satan faction liked that someone from their side was marrying a new Satan and the anti-Satans officially got two powerhouses. Someone also leaked their love story which has been sweeping the underworld, which caused no end of embarrassments for the two. I personally think it was Ajuka so the common people would see this as a true romance and support it, forcing down the dissenters. Ajuka himself was the one who helped Zikram come up with all this, and he was now holding the surname Beelzebub and would head the research department. This was a no-brainer as he is acknowledged as the most intelligent devil in the underworld. Ajuka himself announced a potential solution to our large decline in population as well, which excited many people. A project he had expanded to hasten its progress and I had managed to gain access to it thanks to that. I had actually sent information we had obtained during a raid on the Nibiros and Nabrias houses before they had disappeared in the hopes of helping. This just so happened to contain data and information regarding the Malbranches and their connection to a certain type of crystal found in Agar's territory. I wanted to speed up the man's progress on the evil pieces, giving me more time to learn how to modify them for my own ends. Turns out it had the unexpected benefit of improving Ajuka's impression of me and opening a dialogue once he found out I wasn't lacking in the brains department. Falbium, meanwhile, had no problem holding the name Asmodeus and was decided to lead military affairs, which he only realized later that it would probably mean more work than him staying heir or becoming head of House Glaciolabilas. Although everyone could agree that his tactical acumen was impressive, his general attitude could be improved. He was still holding a grudge for being tricked into it, but at least as long as the uneasy truce was on, he only had to maintain defenses and take care of beast tides in general. I made him like me more when I offered him a way to give his subordinates more of his work without them knowing. Modern military concepts for the win. And lastly, Seraphol, who was visiting because she didn't really want to be a Satan at this point and wanted to get away from her dad's nagging. She had apparently yelled at him about staying at Litha's place for a few days since he's nice to me. Which followed by a reported wail and then loud struggling in the Citri castle. I just don't get why I have to do it. And why is Dad so into? It's not like he has any other kids to be his heir. And I thought I was doing a good job. I study a lot, do all the work he gives me, I go out to get to know people and they seem to like me. So why is he trying to make me leave? A really conflicted and mildly hurt Seraphol explained as once again sat on my lap, even after I had moved from my desk to the sofa. She had claimed that it makes her feel warm and that it was calming. My time with her has told me that she is actually aware of the relationship between sexes, but doesn't truly understand them because she has never felt any form of love other than the familial kind from and for others. It might actually explain why she was attached to her sister to such a degree during canon, since she probably felt a larger than usual amount of love for Sona and it was spilling over to near romantic in nature due to not having a proper understand of real romantic love and confusing the two. Meanwhile, I've grown more fond of her as time passed and we've gotten to know each other more, so I tend to be willing to help her or pamper. Well, I certainly don't believe your father is trying to get rid of you. He cares for and loves you far too much for that. I calmly answered the emotional girl as I soothingly patted her head. I just think he wants his daughter to achieve the best she can and there aren't many things above the position of Satan for the majority of devils. So don't think of it in a bad way, think of it as him wanting to spread your wings and fly as high as you can, so the whole world can see his daughter shine even compared to the best. You really think that? She asked as she looked up with little tears of frustration in her blue eyes. I do. I reassured her, your father cares a lot after all. Plus I'm sure that your mother would intervene if he was being unreasonable from what I've heard. Hee hee. Yeah, Mom can be pretty scary sometimes. The relieved girl replied with a giggle. Then there you have it. I say to her as I stand up and put her on her feet. Now come on. Let's get you something that'll make you feel warm inside from Leora and relax a bit. Tomorrow you can go back and have a proper talk with your father to fix things. That sounds good. She replied with an incredible soft and warm smile I couldn't see, but I could tell she was looking at her my back in a bit of a daze. Sarah. You coming? I asked as she snapped out of it. Yes. Let's go. She replied as she decided to grab my whole arm and lead us to the kitchen. The place she was the most familiar with in my castle. Short change to Seraphol's head. I don't need the food though. I'm already feeling warm inside. I thought as I held my friend's incredibly well-muscled arm. I never noticed how muscular he really was. I thought a bit in a daze as I did my best to remember the way to the kitchen. I wonder if that warm feeling was the one Mom talked about when tells me about her and Dad. I wondered as I hummed the tune, feeling really happy that I came to talk to Lith about my problems. Back to after-war recap. A few days after her visit and tearful reunion with her father, Seraphol was announced as the final Satan, claiming the name Leviathan and becoming the person in charge of domestic affairs. They thought her endearing and hardworking nature would help when working with other factions, which I do agree with. Out of the four it would have been either her or Surzex, but sending your strongest combatant into other pantheons doesn't send a great message. I thought it was going to be tough work since our race's relationship with other pantheons is strenuous at times, while it's just a powder keg within our own. I'll do my best to at least minimize the chances of the Great War restarting from the devil's side. It's the least I can do for my favorite Satan. There was also this weird couple of messages from the new Leviathan and House Citri. It started with Sarah looking for a place to live once she was officially not supposed to be a part of House Citri anymore, so she thought of me in my place. Wasn't sure how to say I didn't really live in the castle she had visited. But before I could answer, I received what I could only decipher as a death threat written in blood against any idea of living with an ice pixie. The thing was only half legible. And the last one was very polite and cordial letter excusing a wrongly sent letter, a punished servant, and an invitation for visiting and tea from Lady Citri. Something I had forgotten about doing and thought it would be as good a time as any to do so, resulting in an official visit being scheduled for the next week. I would talk with Sarah about helping her find a place to live at the time. Anyway, during this chaotic time period, I revealed the location of House Azeroth's location officially to begin the trades I had organized during this time, causing many voices to rise against my occupation of lands belonging to defunct pillar houses, which was easily smacked down by my deal with the anti-Satan faction. Traditionally minded houses couldn't take the fact that a hybrid like myself was actually a lord, but I showed no inclination for political power and had been completely focusing on my lands since the war. Not even using the fact that it was also publicly known that I was the one who took down Bidliad Beelzebub and was a powerful Satan class myself. What they really didn't like, however, was the massive influx of settlers and refugees coming to my lands, alongside remnants from either the old Satan or Lucifer 6 armies and their families. Too bad they found out that they couldn't do anything, since while officially I didn't involve myself politically, unofficially I had profitable ties to over a dozen houses and had a good relationship with all the new Satans. Plus Zikram Baal actually thought it was a good idea to have someone properly taking care of the great number of refugees which had great chances of forming new slums in most other territories while they would become productive under me. That meant while most of the underworld was trying to settle and regain normalcy, my territory was going full steam ahead as we used stockpiled resources for this very moment to help construct towns and villages in already designated areas, using this opportunity to have the new recruits to the army properly bond with the veterans as my legions worked in shifts to help build these new settlements. A workout, bonding exercise, military exercise, and a way to save money. God bless my little heart. And also suck it, God, cause your system can't do shit to me. The results spoke for themselves as we were seeing rapid progress in our efforts. I even went out personally to help shape the land, prepare barriers, building some larger buildings, and speed up the process of creating all the needed infrastructure like more advanced sewers, roads, and custom teleportation circles using my space. This allowed me to ingratiate myself with my new people and practice with my evolved energy in a different way than usual. By the time my scheduled visit to Sarah's house came around, the numbers of new arrivals since the end of the Civil War itself, which had now been over 3 months ago, tripled my civilian population to over 750,000 and my military doubled to 100,000 as Horath assimilated those who had technically been enemy troops not too long ago, but you can't fault a soldier for who his commander was. But these were just the numbers for now, and they were expected to grow for another 2 months as the situation around the underworld stabilized properly. It was a very good thing that I had prepared exceptionally well for the payoff which would come at the end of the Civil War for me. I knew that none of the Satans would be allowed to continue as heirs or govern their own territory after they ascended to the positions, so I made myself the strongest available pillar to cling to for those who lost theirs. I became someone who could defeat the old Satans and was acknowledged for my power, and even though I was a hybrid, that didn't matter to those who simply wanted safety and opportunity to make a living. And then I proved that I could be trusted to secure the livelihoods of any who came to me, improving the word on me even more once they saw my capital, cities, and citadel, which formed a cycle of positive responses. This was one of the biggest steps for my future rise. The nobles following traditional ideals who will gather under Zikram Baal fear that I would use this meteoric rise of mine to take their own power from them, but that wasn't the plan. I would simply become so attractive as a governing lord that the people will willingly come to me without ever touching them, except if some needed little pushes. Of course I had plans to personally visit the new towns, villages, and cities which would be built as things progressed to inspect them and ensure that no unpleasant sorts were mixed. Probably recruit some people to help me keep an eye on things. But I could not get complacent. And once things settle down a bit, I will be freeing the fertility of couples at random to make them create roots and have their offsprings be born under House Azeroth. Further helping develop my population as I also help increase our race's numbers. Of course no one would actually know about it unless they pay attention to everyone who will immigrate to my lands compared to the population count and recorded births, which they won't be able to do unless they plant spies to look for this stuff in every part of my territory. Something I doubt anyone would do, except maybe a Juka who might install scanners if he got curious for some reason. But now was the time to act like a proper lord as I visited House Citri. I decided to keep my visit rather simple as I only brought FIA with me and didn't make a whole show of things like many nobles would do. I will if I have to for something like real social gatherings, where one must show of their wealth, power, and importance via clothing, partner and arrival, but for a visit to friend's house no. I approached the Citri castle through a portal, which understandably made the guards stationed at the entrance nervous and prepare for battle. But then they seemed to recognize my face as some turned pale, other just nervous, some excited and a few mildly antagonistic. That last one confused me until I heard whispers about someone stealing their angel, which was ironic for devils to say. Good day. "This is Lord Azeroth here on the invitation of Lady Citri," FIA said in my stead as she handed the most elaborately dressed guard our invitation. After the man I assumed was the guard captain was done checking the invitation, he gestured to his men to send someone ahead to no doubt notify someone of our arrival, before turning back to us. "It is an honor to meet you, sir. Please follow me," he said as he guided us through the gate and towards the white stone castle. The Citri castle gave of an air of organization, cleanliness, and nobility over it being built for true defense or to showcase wealth, while the gardens surrounding the castle displayed their territory's closeness to nature. A lovely place in its own right. We arrived at the main doors bearing the Citri crest, being greeted by a middle-aged man with short graying hair neatly combed back and wearing a butler's uniform. "House Citri welcomes you and your servant Lord Azeroth. My name is Aiton, head butler of House Citri. The lady and young lady will be meeting you in a moment, and I was assigned to bring you to our lounge to pass the time, or maybe the library, since the young lady has mentioned the Lord has an appreciation for knowledge," Aiton said as he greeted us with perfect etiquette. Being permitted to browse the Citri library while waiting would be wonder Aiton. I understand that, although scheduled, my arrival is fairly sudden and a woman cannot permit herself looking sloppy in any way, I replied as he politely smiled and gestured for us to follow as he guided us to the library. Although not nearly as large as the one I had obtained during the war, it was still one of the largest collections on health and healing. So once there I decided to pick a book regarding application of demonic power to heal and read while FIA dutiful waited behind me. I would ask her to sit or join me, but when she is on duty she will not let herself slip up. She only relaxes during the evenings when I officially retire. It actually took half an hour before Aiton came to get us and showed us the wonderful garden in the back where Seraphal and her mother Lady Citri waited for us at the prepared table. This being my first meeting with the lady, I could say that I understood where Sona got her stricter appearance and Seraphal got more of her looks, as she appeared quite youthful but disciplined. She had carefully styled black hair in an elegant updo with small braids, had a modest body with flawless skin, violet eyes with a beauty mark under her right one, and was wearing an exquisite violet dress with flowing blue embroidery and only a small amount of jewelry. Meanwhile Seraphal gave me quite a surprise, as her hair, instead of her preferred twin tails, was flowing behind her and a braid visible in the middle. The bigger surprise was that she was wearing an elegant light blue dress which went with wonderfully her eyes, and was acting incredibly shy as her face was red and she kept taking quick looks before immediately looking away. To think that both ladies of House Citri would be such beauties. It is an honor to be able to appreciate them thusly. Should I say that the Lady Citri's beauty was clearly enhanced in her daughter, Lady Leviathan, instead? I said as I purposefully made a mistake to compliment them a second time. That caused Seraphal's face to turn even redder as I kissed her hand, while Lady Citri chuckled in amusement at her behavior. My, such a charmer this up-and-coming Lord Azeroth is. And a looker too. Don't you agree, Seraphal? Lady Citri replied as she decided to tease her uncharacteristically shy daughter. Yes. I mean he is. Mom, don't tease me. The poor girl pouted as she nervously answered unintentionally. Chuckle I couldn't help myself, dear. Lady Citri replied, shall we? We all sat down as Seraphal did her best to not look into my eyes the entire time, much to mine and her mother's amusement. So Lord Azeroth, Seraphal has told us so much about you and your apparently wonderful city of Azure. But I would like to know more about yourself. Would you please tell me your story? Lady Citri started off as she was rather curious about this young man who came out of nowhere, rapidly rising to the top and somehow swaying her daughter, whom she was worried about whether she would experience her own love. Please call me Lady Citri. I am a guest here after all, and you are the mother of my dear friend. I requested of her. Of course, dear. Do call me Cirilla as well. She responded as we forewent titles. It would be my pleasure, Cirilla. I replied before moving forward. My story is a rather unbelievable at times. I don't remember my parents. I actually woke up one day in the remains of a beast tied near Gremory Lands years ago with nothing to my name except my clothes and my name. As a result, I did my best to survive after finding shelter, but I also felt a deep desire to train and improve myself while I did my best to live. Thus I discovered a talent for fighting with my body, and later that I could effortlessly use space magic to fight and evade. I grew stronger every day, but I felt the need to challenge other devils to understand my own strength better, which led me to tracking down some bandits in the area. Coincidentally, this was when I first encountered FIA here, rescuing her from her abductors, but later finding out she had no place to go, I decided to take her in and protect her. Time passed as I grew and found myself rescuing 3 more girls who have now become my head chef, finance minister, and Heltana the Hell Huntress herself. Once I reached a level I could not increase in my home anymore, I traveled the underworld, fighting, learning, meeting others and growing as a person as I saw the day-to-day struggles of many. I made friends, comrades, and enemies too as I traveled, eventually reaching Lusafat itself. That is where I learnt about the true face of the so-called Satans and decided to change things. I also participated in the Colosseum to further test myself under a disguise. So during this time I gathered those I met and the oppressed, slowly we went and created the foundations of Azure itself. And as I found more like-minded individuals from across the underworld, my city grew until we were thousands, with more coming by the day using my abilities so no one would find out and trample on our sanctuary. By the time of the massacre of Lusafat, we had settled vast amounts of land and created a true place for ourselves. It was then that I officially declared myself Lith Azeroth, founder and head of House Azeroth. Later I would hear about an attack by the Satans on Phoenix which was close to us, so I decided to reveal the power we had built to tell everyone that we were here and not to be messed with as we struck back against the ones who had hurt so many. The rest you already know. The 2 ladies were stunned to hear of the official summary of my rise to fame. My word. You certainly have done well for yourself. The impressed Cirilla said once she digested everything. Wow. A star-struck Seraphal dreamily said before she snapped out of it, but Lith, I'm curious about something. Yes, Sarah. I replied. You said you were a gladiator in disguise, but I've never heard of someone fighting with space magic like you. She asked, feeling like it was interesting that her friend had been an actual gladiator. That's because I didn't fight like I did against Bideliad in the arena. I fought with my body as the Forsaken One. I answered as that left Sarah gobsmacked and Cirilla even had both her eyebrows rise in surprise. No way. That was you. She proclaimed as she stood up. I simply pulled out my iconic featureless mask and used my space to quickly don my gladiator equipment as Seraphal became very excited. That's so awesome. You were the champion. And using only your body too. They said you challenged all devils and looked down on nobles for their weakness. The near sugar-rushed Sarah said as she looked at every angle of my disguised self. How was your fight against the ex-champion? What about that dragon you punched? And ooh. I just realized that the big blue guy that was with you before was your last opponent and one of the only ones you've ever praised. It would seem like she was quite the fan. Chuckle those fights were interesting for a while, but at a certain point it became hard to find someone who could actually take a hit. And yes, Lamar did come with me in after that last fight. The others who've impressed me as well. The first is actually my guard captain now and the other is the general of the 1st Legion. I answered her as she squealed in excitement, with Cirilla watching our animated conversation with a fond smile. I also ignored the fact that I could feel what appeared to be Lord Citri fighting off servants in an attempt to seemingly jump through a window to join us. Or more likely stop us. Certainly an exciting life you've had so far. Cirilla calmly said as she brought our attention back to her, making Seraphal sheepishly sit back down in the process. But what do you plan to do now? It might sound naive or foolish, but I want to give a place for the weak, betrayed and oppressed to be able to follow their dreams and live good lives. So I will do my best to ensure the safety of my people, while giving them a way to achieve their dreams. I also wish to better my lands and improve the way we live. I answered idealistically. At my core, I really want to make the world a better place for all and walk to a brighter future, but I already learned that I need power in all its forms and at the highest level to ensure I can do it for at least some people. Some might agree that it is naive, but I believe we can only reach as far as we do by trying to reach as far as we dream. She replied strongly. Reach for the stars and even if you fail you can take the moon. I paraphrased. Exactly. She said as we took a pause to enjoy the refreshments that had been brought during my story. But I would like to ask something else about you, Lith. Which is? I asked as I put down my glass. I have heard that you must marry a pureblood devil as a condition for you to remain a lord due to your hybrid status. She said, which I nodded in confirmation. Then what about Seraphal? Asterisk sputter spatter spurt splatter. Cough. Cough, asterisk. MOM. A horrified Sarah yelled out as soon as she finished her remarkable spit take. What? You are clearly fond of him and he of you. You can no longer inherit House Citri anyway, and Lithir needs to marry a pureblood. Sounds perfect to me. Cyrilla rationalized as Sarah gradually went through her reasons, which were true but still extremely embarrassing, and then came the last blow. Plus I want grandbabies to spoil while your father and I try to make a new heir. And there she went. Seraphol officially reached her limit and overheated, banging her head on the table. Oh dear. Cyrilla mildly exclaimed. I don't think many children would enjoy hearing about their parents being active. I lightly commented as I thought through her offer. It was incredibly attractive and I can't say I would regret being with Seraphol. I won't even mind if she still ends being a siscon and magical girl. I'm the type of guy who supports his girl to the best of his ability, except if I believe she would get hurt. And if this means taking care of Sona and appearing on her future show, I will do it for her. As I thought about it, Seraphol came about as she attempted to calm down, but try as she might, she couldn't help wonder what the answer would be. I can honestly say that Seraphol is one of, if not the kindest and most lovable woman I have ever met. She brightens up a room with her presence, and her personality lets most people relax and feel a little lighter. She is also very intelligent, empathetic, dedicated and hard-working. I could tell simply by how some of the guards cared for her and how far she has reached in terms of strength by capitalizing on the Citri clan trait. And all of this in an at times beautiful and at times adorable package. So I think anyone who married her would be one of the luckiest people in this world. I passionately answered after thinking about how I feel about the girl. We had only known each other for less than a year, but I felt like I clicked with her so much more than the two women I had loved in my past life. It felt right spending time with her, and everything she did seemed lovable in my eyes. Oh my. Cyrilla softly exclaimed as she noticed that her daughter was actually crying at the moment. It's okay, dear. It's okay. Why am I crying? Seraphol asked as she just realized her tears. I feel so warm and happy, but why am I crying? Because you care that much about his words and they touched you only where the ones you loved can. It's perfectly normal to be happy and touched when a person you love says things like that to you. Gently explained Lady Citri to her daughter. I decided to follow my gut and actually stand to gently hug the confused girl, making her cry more as I slowly shifted her to be on my lap as I took her seat, resulting to her clinging to me while I used the ultimate technique of head pats to calm her down. Lady Citri just watched with a soft but satisfied smile as Seraphol slowly calmed her racing emotions while basically claiming my chest for herself. So Seraphol, you've heard what Lith thinks about you. What do you think about him? She tenderly coaxed. Well, Lith is really nice and he always knows how to make me feel happy and warm, even if he teases me sometimes. I also admire him for building a place like Azeroth. It's like one big city of hopes and dreams and passion. After hearing his past, I felt like I want to be part of that story too. And I think he also very handsome, and his muscles make me feel safe. His lap is comfortable and makes me feel super warm inside too. She shyly answered as she avoided looking at anything but me chest. That's so precious. Lady Citri cooed before turning to a bush which happened to contain the husband she had ordered to keep away, but at least he didn't ruin the moment with his overprotectiveness. Isn't that right, Lord Husband? No sooner Lord Citri revealed himself looking messy from having to get through the servants and then hide in a bush to eavesdrop. That surprised only Seraphol since she had been on an emotional roller coaster for a while now. Dad? A super shy Sarah asked, a bit surprised by his appearance since he always liked being neat. Hello, Seraphol. Sorry for eavesdropping. He awkwardly said as he tried to straighten out his outfit. So what do you think about it now? Cyrilla asked him as she had a look of success on her face. Asterisk defeated sigh asterisk I guess you were right. The man answered as his shoulders sagged. Of course I was. The triumphant wife replied. Mom. Dad. What's going on? Seraphol asked as she seemed to forget most of her shyness due to their oddness. Well, dear, I actually invited Lith over today to confirm a few things after hearing so much about him from my social groups and you. I wanted to see for myself what kind of man he is. Her mother answered. Okay, but why did you talk about marriage and made us say those things? Seraphol asked as still felt shy and embarrassed about that, and also happy. Because I thought that we should have you two be engaged. Cirilla honestly answered, which made her husband slump even more. En engaged. Seraphal stuttered. I would like that if Sarah's okay with it, was my immediate reply. Huh. The girl responded in a shocked, happy, surprised mix. Wonderful. So what do you say, honey? An excited Cirilla asked as she stared intently at her daughter after getting so far. I. She nervously stammered. Sarah. I softly called, which made her stiffen before looking up at me with very vulnerable blue eyes. You don't need to worry too much. We can take our time to get to know each other better and let our relationship grow if that's okay. If not, I will still be your friend. Looking down in thought for a while, she then turned to her mother with a determined look on her face. I want to do it, she declared, which made my heart race at the thought of her actually wanting to be with me. I guess it took her mother making her confront her real feelings for this to happen. I'm pretty sure I would have waited a long time, since I believed letting her discover her own feelings would have been a good way. I thought as I hugged the girl in my lap tightly. Great. We can formalize everything later. But for now let's leave these two to talk alone for a while. Lady Citri declared as she stood up and grabbed her husband using some water she created. He couldn't even meaningfully protest since his head was submerged. Well, I hope that's not how you end up dealing with me in the future, I joked, which made her giggle a bit at the thought. If anything, I would freeze you instead, she replied. Chuckle *, not sure which is worst. I guess it depends on if people are still aware once frozen, I amusedly responded as we began to have some small talk. This was different from any other time we had talked due to our relationship changing so suddenly, but soon enough Seraphal realized that things were pretty much the same as before. The only difference being that they would now be doing some displays of affection, addressed each other differently, and would be becoming more intimate with each other in general. Overall, I hadn't regretted coming to visit Castle Citri one bit. The outing we had later in the day was certainly fun as well. So many cries of despair once they saw me with Seraphal. Chapter 16, Ch16 Progress in the Underworld. The surprise announcement of my engagement to Seraphal threw many people for a loop. I actually admired Lady Citri for her move. It was never said, but what exactly did people think devils would be trying when they are mainly patriarchal and an extremely powerful pure-blooded noble who is gaining a lot of influence happens to be a beautiful single woman? They'll try to marry her so they can either try to have, control, or show off the lady like the complete morons they are. Also they can become more powerful, instead of actually training or doing something more difficult than harassing a woman and her family. Honestly wondering what goes on in their heads when they think they can somehow tame such a powerful woman against her will. The only reason she didn't just make an example of those people, like I would, is because her parents straight rejected or disposed of the offers, and she's just too nice. But in one move, Lady Citri not only satisfied her and her daughter's desires of finding someone who actually cares for and is cared by Seraphal, they also secured an alliance with a second Satan class and created a lot of economic possibilities with a rapidly rising and developing territory, but she also used me as the perfect fiancé that no one could do anything against, effectively shutting down any way of someone trying to stop it. No one was stupid enough to publicly do anything against someone who beat down an old Satan and had a now famous military force behind him, while also having numerous ties to other powerful houses and the current Satans. It also helped that I was officially politically neutral and was known for focusing on my territory and pure trading right now. Meanwhile, the other Satans were actually quite happy about the betrothal, after initial shocks anyway. Surzex openly congratulated her and thought it was worthy of celebration, which ended up being a get-together between the 6 Satan classes currently in the new leadership: Surzex, Graphia, Ajuka, Falbium, Seraphal, and myself. I took it upon myself to use the chance to give them a tour of my capital since they had been curious from Sarah's stories, and I thought the food and drinks were the best here anyway. Turns out Graphia was already beginning to work as a maid for House Gremory, even as her own engagement was being settled, mainly helping Surzex with his own work. She was surprisingly cheerful, all things considered. The animated and intimate atmosphere amongst peers who treated her well and the fact that we were also celebrating her own engagement to the men she's loved for a long time also helped. And also the booze. Don't forget the very strong booze. Ajuka was being teased relentlessly by my own fiancé, as he had apparently told her she would never find a husband when they were younger due to her father or something, and then said even he would marry before an obnoxious girl like her would. Now he was kind of in denial over us actually doing this. Thinking over his options as he debated focusing on his beloved hobby or getting a wife so he can shut up Seraphol. Meanwhile Falbium took the opportunity to get blackout drunk as quickly as possible to avoid Seraphol's teasing, letting him happily sleep. I can't believe no one is crowding us, Surzex commented as he worked on his ale and looked around the pub. That's because my fiancé is that great. He's always taking time to go around the city and everyone got used to just being able to talk to us. It's great when those uncles and aunties give free food too. Seraphol bragged. She responded as she puffed her chest out. Boing. Her small frame makes those look bigger. Hee hee. Do you like what you see? She teased as the alcohol she had drunk affected her, making her squeeze her two mounds together with her arms. That I do, I declared shamelessly as I pulled her to my lap, making her break out in a happy/excited squeal and giggle, but they're mine and I'll enjoy those in private later. That got her to blush massively as Surzex and Ajuka did a double spit take over the blatant words. Graphia was actually drunk enough to approve. Why can't you say things like that, Zeki? I want to feel wanted too. A Graphia, I now declared as completely plastered said. Asterisk cough cough cough, asterisk, but I get smacked when I try to flirt with you. The poor man complained as you could already see who wore the pants in the relationship. Because you don't do it right. Be more manly. She complained as she downed another ale, and get some muscles. Just look at those. Hey. These are mine. Seraphol possessively announced as she grabbed one of my exposed arms. That little bit made the two most powerful devils, probably in history, look at their bodies and doubt themselves. Yes, yes. They're all yours, Sarah. Graphia was just admiring the aesthetics. I said to the girl. Then that's all right. FIA, come feel how hard and soft they are. It feels great. Seraphol suddenly said with a 180 now that no one was trying to steal me in her mind. Surzex decided that drowning his sorrows and enjoying the straight-up wondrous food none of them had expected from a simple place like they were in with his best friend was the way to go, while I was being borderline molested by the two drunk women. The rest of the night ended up with myself talking with Surzex and Ajuka about the latter's project and what we could do to control the predictably foolish behavior devils will have when it has been completed, and about our two future weddings. We weren't exactly all there, but some human civilizations had their decision-makers look at proposals sober and then drunk before deciding if it was a good idea. So it couldn't hurt to reverse the order. Meanwhile Seraphol and Graphia were enjoying some girl talk as the two had gotten engaged and were dealing with the changes this brought to a relationship. They also used some magic to doodle on Falbium's head as payback for passing out so soon. I think everyone had a good night as Ajuka carried Falbium out by default due to Graphia taking Surzex to her guest room, which I and Seraphol encouraged. I could already hear her trying to hide her embarrassment the next day by being strict. Finally, Seraphol was dragging me to my room to snuggle with, which was much better than I remember. I just felt almost content when I had her in my arms in bed, with her showing a cute little smile while she slept. But yeah, it was nice making friends and getting closer with people I would be working with for the next few hundred years. Even if I'm not a Satan, I was going to marry one, and I told them that as long as they were working towards the betterment of the underworld and our race, then I'd support them in more subtle ways. The next morning came to be an entertaining one as Graphia did her best to either make everyone forget how she acted, once she remembered, and trying to knock a memory out of Surzek's head which had apparently given him nosebleed. I secretly received a thanks from the man as he held some ice provided by Seraphol on his bumps. Drove home that this was technically an anime verse with that sequence of events. But fun things aside, the underworld was finally stabilizing properly. Zekrom had gathered most traditionalists under his banner and directed them to get everything up and running properly again. While the new Satans were doing their best to properly organize their own departments as they worked. Surzex technically had the easiest time to get things going, but he also had the least control over his part due to Zekrom holding a firm rein on many houses, while Surzex had to gather support at a slower pace. Graphia was proving to be quite invaluable to him as she helped balance his more laid-back and kind nature with her discipline and strictness. Falbium was being himself for the most part, mainly making sure the underworld had a united army to fight the other factions and pantheons if needed, while ignoring pretty much everything he could in favor of sleep. Ajuka on the other hand had near total control over his research department, ignoring everything as he completely focused on his current project. Said project was making good progress too, especially with the resources and hints I was sending his way, while he was sharing more about everything so I could help better. Too bad I couldn't be there personally. And Seraphal was facing the steepest climb due to having to handle foreign affairs. She had to carefully screen her personnel and at the same time try to maintain the uneasy peace the current Cold War between us, the Angels and the Fallens had created. I was helping her by sending some talented people I had already screened and had educated, something which she appreciated enough to give me her first kiss on the cheek, but it was still the first time she had initiated such contact to anyone outside her family, plus she looked adorable being all shy afterward. This actually started a groove for the underworld as everything seemed to blend together due to our race having a different view on time. I mean, technically I don't think any devil has really died of old age yet. We have people like Zekrom Bale who's a first-generation devil and he still looks middle-aged at worst. With time came progress. Surzex and Graphia had officially wed. It was quite an auspicious day as the majority of the underworld celebrated the union of two powerful devils. It was both a surprise and not when they seemed to hold the wedding in near Catholic style, but without anything remotely close to God. The couple had even asked for my people to cater the event, which I approved as it gave a chance to gain a new type of fame and advertise our cuisine to help bring in tourists. Nonetheless, Graphia was radiant that day as she walked down the aisle towards her soon-to-be husband with sciaticus due to her father's passing. It was a surprise that I was invited as a groomsman alongside Seraphal's invitation as a bridesmaid, but I did understand that Surzex just didn't have many true friends who weren't just there for his power or influence. Ajuka was the best man of course and Falbium actually stayed awake the whole time. The ceremony went without a hitch, and the two resumed their lives afterward with almost no changes. Graphia was very dedicated to her job as a maid, which somehow led to her becoming rather close to my own FIA, and several new reasons to smack Surzex. I wonder when the Harrison was invented and when she will discover them. Regardless of their personal lives, Sarah and I decided to wait before holding our wedding, much to her mother's bemoaning and to her father's happiness. As much as we cared for one another, Seraphal was still too new to proper intimate relationships between men and women, so we were slowly exploring everything together. She was thankful that I wasn't pushing her and that I let her figure things out, with some light pointers from time to time. I will say that after our first make-out session, she was rather hooked. The look on her usual innocent face when it happens almost makes me lose control at times. Outside of my personal life, I was making solid progress in 4 main areas, mastering my evolved energy and enhanced capabilities of space, using my space to constantly train my body and reaching the point of Satan class and full Grandmaster in skills, my studies of all the knowledge I had acquired, and learning proper demonic magic. The first made me certain I was the 3rd strongest devil currently in the underworld. During the last few years I had managed to elevate my abilities to great heights, learning to safely access, create and use alternate dimensions, gaining further access into time's relation to space, and managing to form a massive domain which engulfed my lands. Due to my progress I even managed to create a much more durable HAH to further my training. I moved my cabin to my new place and even expanded the space inside while we were in a sealed space, which was rather impressive. The new HAH was sturdier by far on the inside and outside, had pretty much the same training equipment, but the major difference was a time dilation ability I had managed to properly make work by making the space inside the container its own dimension I created. As for my domain, it allowed me absolute authority over space within it. So unless you surpassed me in space manipulation, which I doubt anyone other than Ophis or Great Red could at this point, so suck it George you cowardly little shit, or if one possessed enough power to either destroy or overturn my control, you were out of luck. Although it should be noted that the smaller I make my domain, the stronger it becomes, and I can actually make it much larger than only my lands but choose not to. As of now it serves to monitor anything and allowing me to be near omniscient/omnipresent within it. My time learning dimensional manipulation has allowed me to gain usage of some dimensions to improve my options while fighting, such as dimensions related to elements or even ones containing sources which can empower me to a certain extent. I am being extremely cautious in all my dealings with other dimensions as I take an ungodly amount of preventative measures when I engage them. I am much further along my ability to create dimensions though, being able to create idyllic lands and sometimes entire cities from my past life. I used this in conjunction to an ability which basically allows me to copy and paste space to help speed up settling immigrants. As for time, well even once freed it was much slower than space. As of now I couldn't use any sort of abilities which didn't require some form of spatial manipulation to also work. As of now I can decelerate and accelerate the flow of time within my domain, but these abilities are much easier to resist, and gain minor clairvoyant abilities within it as well, which I would always take with a lot of salt. I've also learned how to basically be Orihime and reject injuries, but this is by reversing that part's time and cannot be used for training since it erases any pain or damages alongside any progress. I was kinda looking forward to further mastering this ability to shock House Phoenix by basically recovering like them but without the fire. My physical training was much more straightforward. I had reached the point where I could soundly defeat any of the sparing golems on any setting, which had prompted an interesting message about there being nothing to teach anymore and that it was time to push beyond the limits of your path. That had involved long contemplation about my own complete fighting style, something which if I was being honest about was too compartmentalized, making me focus on integrating my skills, space, and now Tuki together properly to form my own unique fighting style. My body itself has also reached the point where I could have taken on Bideliad with pure brute strength now, placing it within the lower ranking of Satan class, but Satan class nonetheless. As for my studies, they were going at a completely insane pace for anyone other than me. Not only did I free my talent regarding learning, reading, studying and comprehension while in the library, I also prioritized magic relating to the mind in order to create a spell to further boost my retention and reading speed. The combination resulted in absolutely monstrous progress in the fields of the mind and soul, while it was still prodigious in other fields. It could no longer be said that I was lacking in any areas as a combatant as my arsenal of magic grew by the day. It also helped that my days were a lot longer than most people's as I used my time to fit my duties, training, and studying into my days, while also making sure to have plenty of time for my lovely lady. The immense amount of knowledge I was learning also allowed me to understand more about Ajuka's project and offer much more assistance. I was slowly piecing together the evil pieces as we progressed and I almost became a second project head due to how involved I was in this. It was too important and I had some people in this century I wanted in my peerage. That's why I was so excited that after years of effort on Ajuka's side of things, the first evil pieces were officially created in the underworld. Dawning the beginning of a truly new era for devils. Underscore 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 underscore. Extra author notes. So this chapter is shorter than usual because I had a long day and had to travel, which tired me out even more. Now, the relationship between Lith and Seraphal is a long-term one since both are long-lived and want to make things work properly. Lith because he's had failed relationships and really wants things to work out, and Seraphal because everything they do as a couple is a first, so she's figuring out what she wants and likes. I also hastened the creation of the evil pieces to give the MC time to really get to know them. Plus very early 16th century, which is when there matches what is known about the date of creation for them. The oldest known reincarnated devil in the series is Zeodicus's bishop, Heinrich Cornelius Agrippa, who historically lived during the first half of the 16th century, having died February 18, 1535, so a bit over 2 decades early. After all, the help Ajuka got is reasonable. Chapter 17, ch. 17 New Era. The creation of the evil pieces was, in my opinion, one of the most important events in devil history. It is right behind the creation of our race and the fall of the original Satans and God. The Great War was important, but honestly stupid. It was slightly inevitable, however, when 2 spiteful beings got cast down to the underworld and managed to create an innately powerful race filled with unique abilities, a lack of proper moral compass and little to no life experience to understand the consequences of their actions. The evil pieces, on the other hand, were bringing a sort of cultural revolution as a new social class would develop which brought in new ideals and ideas at the same time. It also allowed to fix some of the mistakes the old generations had made. Of course, the creation of the raiding games will have to wait quite a while. We need people to have peerages to pit them against one another, but that will be for later. Right now the announcement of the evil pieces has been met with cheers and jeers like always, with the former being nobles who wish to move forward, recover and hopefully be able to bring strong allies into the fold, while the latter said it was an insult to devils to make humans their equals and were being pains in the ass for the new Satans like always. A lot of the opposition died down, however, when Surzex and Ajuka added conditions to even obtaining evil pieces. The major points were that only devils with sufficient social status and high-class demonic power can even receive them. The crystals needed to make the pieces are limited after all, and they need the owner or king of the peerage to have sufficient demonic power to actually reincarnate others into devils. The information released to the public stated there are a total of 15 pieces one can handle with various effects and abilities depending on the pieces used on a reincarnated individual. The pieces are based on chess, with 1 queen, 2 rooks, 2 bishops, 2 knights, 8 pawns chess pawn, and the king being the peerage ruler. Each piece basically functioned as a minor sacred gear or malbranche. They allowed for the transformation of a willing or recently dead into a devil, while giving specific boosts to the recipient depending on the piece. The simplest pieces were those of the knight, rook and bishop. The knight boosts the recipient's speed and agility, the rook augmented strength and durability, and the bishop gifts greater demonic power and the ability to assist in casting magic. The most balanced and powerful piece was the queen, which gave the advantages of the knight, rook and bishop. And while the pawn gives the fewest benefits, it allows the king to permit a promotion so that they may use the abilities of the other pieces. It is the most adaptive piece if one knows how to train and use it. They were also told about the restrictions when it came to reincarnating someone, since the pieces calculate current strength, talents and skills, as well as the reincarnator's potential, and compares it to the king in order to dictate if reincarnation is possible and how many pieces it will cost. The nobles were reassured that the pieces had a built-in measure to keep peerage members in line, which was that the king was necessary to keep the demonic power in them stable, and leaving a peerage would essentially corrupt the reincarnated devil. That last part was unfortunately necessary for them to work, which annoyed me since it basically made peerage members akin to slaves in the minds of the less compassionate nobility. The fact that they were based off the malbranche and their near-miraculous ability to resurrect came at a cost after all. Ajuka and myself decided to not mention the existence of the king piece already existing, and that the ritual to bind the king of the peerage was a substitute. We both knew how devils were by nature, and simply giving out a power boost such as this would only lead to chaos, death, and war. But as a show of support for the evil pieces, our 4 Satans each received their own set, revealing the possibility of mutation pieces which allow devils to reincarnate much stronger beings than normal pieces. But they were informed about it technically being an error they had decided to keep due to it bringing a bit more excitement. It was also revealed that the strength of the king affected the chances of mutation pieces appearing. The proof was that while Falbium only had 5 mutation pieces, Seraphal had 6, Ajuka had 8 and Surzex had 10, which included his queen piece. I had the same as Ajuka, but I was already working on cheating the system to convert them all into mutation pieces. I had seen the process enough times and already had ideas on how to do so. There was also a public demonstration with Graphia becoming the first peerage member and queen of the underworld. She had refused to receive the pieces in favor of helping her husband and saying that, as a maid of the Gremmery, she did not have the social standing to receive them. I think she might get off on her technically being a lowly maid, but overall I would call the release of the evil pieces a success. Zekrom kept the reins tight on this one, since even if he personally didn't agree with other races becoming devils, the situation regarding our population has become too dire to do nothing and needed a solution. He just made sure no one would stop others from accepting and supported those who refused to get any. But the recent events of the underworld had caught the attention of others, especially after this last move, which could be a major game changer within the 3 factions of the biblical pantheon. Underworld, Grigori Headquarters. Grigori, as the organization of fallen angels, had made its place in the underworld by settling previously uninhabited region for their uses after the orgy of the 5th heaven which caused most of them to fall. Organized by the current Governor-General no less. They were actually the first ones to retreat from the Great War after the death of God and the original Satans, now focusing their efforts on sacred gears and their wielders. This is mostly due to their leader, Azazel, being a researcher at heart and a sacred gear fanatic, when not being a pervert anyway. He decided that it was important to monitor sacred gear users and make sure they aren't being abused or abusing their powers to make an already tense situation worse. Thus Grigori began to recruit and train those they could, while also eliminating threats. But today the cadre were meeting for different reasons. We had the Governor-General Azazel, a tall man appearing to be in his 20s with an average build, black hair, golden bangs and black goatee. He was a maroon scholar's robe for the meeting. And although perverted and way too much of a research nerd at times, his keen insight and intelligence has led Grigori through many difficult times. Azazel's close aide and friend Shemhazai, a handsome man in his 20s, with silver-white hair and purple eyes. His outfit consists of a purple beret hat, purple trench coat over a black vest, white pants and black boots. He is usually the one keeping Azazel in line. One of the military leaders of Grigori, Barakwil. A middle-aged, gruff-looking man with black hair, matching beard and a muscular body. The lightning of God himself before falling. Strict and tough, while undyingly loyal, a true man of action. Not a masochist yet. Kokobil, the most aggressive member and also a military leader. He had the appearance of a man with long black hair and red eyes, and unlike other fallen angels, Kokobil has pointy ears. He has currently been on a century-long house arrest to prevent him from igniting another war and for disobeying orders near the end of the last one. And finally Satnal, one of the head researchers of Grigori. A tall man dressed in the usual fallen angel battlesuit, with brown hair, silver eyes, and masculine facial features. He is quite similar in his passion for research to Azazel, but focuses more on Longinus. Welcome to all present cadres. I know gathering like this doesn't happen often, but I am thankful we can still have these get-togethers. Azazel casually greeted as he opened up the meeting. Spare us your theatrics and just get to the point, Azazel. Tell me, are we going to finally do what we should have and eradicate those devils? How about the angels? Kokobil impatiently asked as even 100 years later he still greatly desires war. Of course not, Kokobil. We will not commit to any more offensives. The stern Barakwil responded as he crossed his muscles arms. Gore. Just you wait, Barakwil. We will have another war. Mark my words. The long-haired fallen replied with a glare. Not any time soon if I can help it. Azazel shot back seriously before immediately reverting to his usual behavior. I can't have a war distract me from all my lovely research. And it makes it impossible to meet all those rather liberal maidens appearing in Italia lately. **** We gathered today because one of the new Satans, Ajuka Astaroth or Ajuka Beelzebub now, developed what he called evil pieces. A deadpanning Shemhazai began as he just ignored Azazel's behavior. According to our spies and informants, the evil pieces would allow high-class and above noble devils to reincarnate other races into devils, forming either a group of friends, comrades, subordinates, slaves, or even harems depending on the devil who forms it. Oh. This Ajuka found a way to make a long-lasting harem. I wonder if he's a comrade. Azazel openly said as the men around him just sighed at their leader and friend. It's not like they didn't know his personality after so long, and he was the one who made the orgy in the fifth heaven happen, which made a lot of them fall. I doubt it. From what we've heard, Ajuka is purely research-focused. But this part is something which will concern you. The reincarnated devils have to follow their king or they might lose control of the demonic power the pieces introduce into them. The mechanics weren't fully explained, but just this could lead to a lot of problems. Damn. No forever harem for me just yet then. But from what I see here, this means they could recruit sacred gear users too. Azazel said as he went over all the relevant information. Thoughts, Satnal? The evil pieces seem to be mildly related to sacred gears themselves with their effects on the body, soul, and energy of the receiver. The reported benefits of each piece do further strengthen the link. The fellow sacred gear fanatic replied. I'd love to get a few pieces at least to run some tests. The Governor-General said as he nodded with his friend's assessment. Difficult for now, but we can keep an eye out for the expected increase in devil activity in the human world. Shemhazai responded as he too thought it was important to know more about these evil pieces. Bah. As long as the war restarts I don't care, but what about these new Satans of theirs? Kokobil said, you wouldn't let us take advantage of that civil war they had, which was stupid, but what do we know about their new leaders? It's rather complicated from what we've gathered. Shemhazai responded as he went through all the data they had. Here we go. Surzek's Gremory, now Lucifer, is said to be the strongest member of the new Satans. He displayed an unknown form described as destruction-given form, and was capable of completely erasing a Satan-class opponent in it. Surzek is in charge of domestic affairs, but hasn't gathered enough influence to go against Zikram Baal, who formed his own political faction after the war. He is also newly married to Graphia Lucifuge, another powerful Satan class in her own right and who has become his queen. She has been reported to be working as a maid in House Gremory for some reason. Ajuka Astaroth, now Beelzebub as mentioned earlier, is known as Surzek's rival and longtime friend. He is also said to be the smartest devil in the underworld, and I believe he has proven it with his latest reveal. He revealed a strange ability to manipulate the attacks of even someone of the late Sufame Leviathan's caliber with ease when she was using Serpent of the End. He now leads the research department. Next is the only female member, Seraphal Citri, now Leviathan. She is probably one of the most powerful ice magic users alive, shown to be able to take on Graphia Lucifuge in a 10-day battle and take care of the former Satan Asmodeus during the duel. She is now in charge of foreign affairs and might contact us at one point. She is said to be fairly childish but also incredibly capable. It was announced that she has been engaged to a new house founder known as Azeroth. We don't know much about him except that he's definitely Satan class and is capable of using space magic to an extreme degree, being capable of bringing armies through portals. He is also the one who defeated Bidliad Beelzebub. He seems to be solely focused on his own territory, however. And lastly we have Falbium Glaciolabelas, now Asmodeus. He is hailed as a military genius and demonstrated an extremely durable defensive magic which can also generate massive blasts. He is also known for his great laziness and now being in charge of their military. Impressed whistle 6 Satan class devils risen as the old falls. Now that is impressive. Azazel responded. Indeed. I am jealous of the devils for the new generation for being able to improve so much. Few of ours have shown any sort of promise. Barakweel added as the main instructor for their armed forces. *TCH*, let me show those brats and knock them down a few pegs. Kokobeel said as he wanted to use any opportunity to fight again. No. We remain neutral. The evaluation of their characters says they are very unlikely to pursue war against others, especially when they are rebuilding. I agree with that. So for now we keep the course. Azazel sternly decreed to most cadres acceptance. But they weren't the only ones thinking about devils. Heaven, sixth heaven. In the highest available level of heaven, the 4 great seraphs gathered to discuss the events happening in the underworld. The leader of the seraphs was the only archangel of heaven, Michael. Michael has the appearance of a handsome but slightly effeminate man with long blonde hair and green eyes. He is usually seen wearing a red robe with a gold cross on the front of his white alb. He has golden shoulder plates with a white sash and a golden halo set above his head. The second present was Uriel, known as the Flame of God. He is a dashing man with short red hair and a lean muscled body covered by a pure white toga. He serves as a military leader, but his pure heart makes him more competitive than aggressive. Third was Raphael, known as one of the best healers in existence. He is one of the most open-hearted angels behind his sister, welcoming all sick and injured at his door when possible. He is the smallest among the seraphs, with tidy white hair, near white skin and reddish eyes. And lastly was Gabriel, titled the most beautiful of heaven and the strongest woman belonging to it. She is an extremely beautiful woman with curly blonde hair and a voluptuous figure, usually seen wearing a simple pure white dress. Due to her being sheltered by the other seraphs and angels, however, she is rather naive and clueless regarding certain matters, even though she is the kindest and most compassionate member of the seraphs. "Why have you called us today, brother?" questioned Uriel earnestly. "Has something gone wrong with Father's system?" "No, brother Uriel, beside a few small glitches a few years ago where Alpheka Tyrant seemed to disappear from the system for a bit, nothing has been wrong with the system, thankfully." Michael gently replied to his younger brother, "I have called this meeting to discuss the possibility of some devils becoming more active in the human world." "That isn't good, but why the sudden increase?" Uriel questioned as he knew what he would ask the church to do. He hoped they wouldn't be as overzealous as they seemed to be at times. Their acts in heavens and their father's name sometimes brought Uriel to tears. It seems one of the new Satans discovered a method to help create more devils by reincarnating humans and possibly others using something called evil pieces. Michael explained. "That sound ominous, brother?" Raphael commented a bit unsurely. "But isn't it great that they can finally start recovering from the war? I hope we can find a way too." A happy Gabriel said as she truly believed that this was a good thing. It can be good or bad. Having the power to do something doesn't mean one will do it after all. Raphael responded carefully. "Oh. Like when you told me I shouldn't always bath in the stream of the garden." The innocent seraph followed up with. "In a way." Was Raphael's best response. He worried angels accidentally seeing her nude form might make a second Azazel. I am simply worried about the humans. Devils can go a bit too far when they desire something after all. Michael admitted, but the new Satans who introduced the evil pieces seem better than their predecessors, even if the path they had to take to reach their positions was a difficult one. People appreciate power more if they struggled to achieve it. Uriel responded seriously. I hope I could meet them one day. When this conflict between us is over. We all come from the same Father after all. Gabriel said, much to the like-mindedness of the seraphs. I pray for that day as well, Gabriel. Michael softly said as he looked up at the seventh heaven their Father used to inhabit. But for now I will talk to the church so they can keep an eye out. We could also inform the other pantheons to avoid anyone getting mad. Uriel suggested since the three factions really couldn't handle war with another pantheon right now. I will do as you suggest, brother. Michael said with a nod, meanwhile please make sure none of the angels go out to do something reckless. Perhaps organizing an outing to the garden would help. Yay. I love the garden. An excited Gabriel said as she immediately flew away to gather her friends for the outing. I will make sure nothing untoward happens, brother, worry not. Just take care of things here. Raphael said to his clearly worried big brother. Thank you, Raphael. It would calm my heart. As the remaining seraphs each went to take care of things. Underworld, House Azeroth. And there. Finally finished mutating all my pieces. Now with this and my demonic power concealer, I should be able to go and try to recruit my initial peerage members without any trouble from the church. I declared as I finished my 2 projects. The 15th to 16th century saw the church at pretty much its peak power, with Martin Luther's condemnation slowly creating cracks starting 1517. So gonna have to be careful, but not being part of God's system anymore is great for possibly recruiting in Europe. It will be guaranteed I will encounter church forces as I travel. Italy and Greece are some of the most Catholic countries at the moment, and even the lands under the Norse pantheon have been taken by the cross-wearers. So not hurting or flinching at anything holy will be nice. I should have an easier time in Japan when I go visit. The Catholics won't even have first contact with Japan for another couple of decades, and they won't even have any kind of solid foothold for over half a century. And that's only for the one city they were allowed to build, which would later be the atomically destroyed. Darling. Your lovely bride-to-be is home. The very recognizable excited voice of Sarah Fall announced as she came through the door to our little cabin. And yes, I means that cabin, in the HAH. And yes, she has been getting much more used to our relationship. After our engagement she, and I'm not saying I didn't, wanted to live together, and I honestly didn't feel like lying about where I really lived since I could now create more places like this, so I just showed her. She found it actually better than a big mansion or castle since it felt closer and warmer to be together in the cabin. Love this girl. And how is my beloved bride-to-be this fine day? I asked as we greeted each other in the only she seemed to know, flying tackle hugs. Good. But I have a favor to ask. She said as she was still being hugged/held and looked into my eyes with some seriousness and hope. As long as I can do it I will. I replied lovingly. Well, tomorrow is my first time going out and I need to meet the Shinto pantheon. And I was kinda hoping you could be there. She hesitatingly asked as she poked her own fingers. Of course I would be there for you, love. I assured her as I give her a little kiss. But it seems that just set her off. You're the best. She declared as she began tongue wrestling with me as I backed up to the couch and started a heated makeout session. I guess Japan will be first then. I wonder if I can really recruit him. I thought before fully enjoying my perky and energetic little fiancé. Chapter 18, CH18 Trip to Sunrise Land PT1. I was hoping to achieve a few things during this early trip to Japan if possible. My 2 Japanese peerage candidates weren't going to be born for a few decades anyway, but I still had a potential recruit for my lands. If he passed my assessment, then he would be reincarnated under FIA due to his purely supportive function. He is too specialized to join under me, and his role would be to just continue as he is, but only for me. Plus it'll be a good test for my self-made evil pieces. When the day arrived for the trip I was quite looking forward to it. Sarah and I even took the trouble of dressing according in proper Japanese apparel, which meant kimonos. FIA meanwhile would be staying in her maid outfit. I chose a mainly dark purple kimono with black haori and hakama, with my house crest embroidered in silver a bit above my shoulder blades. My plum-colored hair was put in a tight high ponytail instead of its usual loose one. And Sarah was absolutely breathtaking when she appeared wearing a pale blue kimono which faded into white as it got closer to the sleeves, decorated with small snowflakes and held together with a white obi. Her long black hair flowed down her back with a blue ribbon holding it together near the end. "How do I look?" she asked bashfully. "Like my own snow fairy coming to steal my heart," I warmly answered. "Hee hee, then it was worth going through all the trouble," she happily responded with a happy smile. "If you're a good boy then I might even dress in these kimonos more often. It is a nice change of pace from the usual fashion down here. But I'm not sure it really does anything for me though," I said to her as she began giving me a once-over. "Maybe without that coat, but with it you just look like you're trying to look older," Sarah Fall reviewed. "True, but it's supposed to be for formal events and I think meeting the highest authorities in the Shinto pantheon counts," I said with an amused smile at my lady love. "At least I get to try a lot of these kinds of outfits when visiting different pantheons. And now you can too," she said with a beaming smile which might mean I have to do a lot of shopping or cloth ordering in the future. "I at least look forward to seeing you in them. Now shall we?" I responded as I held out my hand to Sarah. She took it as we intertwined fingers and I opened a portal to the entrance to Takamahagara, which is currently a great torii near the peak of Mt. Fuji. FIA silently followed closely as we all walked through to meet our guide to today's meeting. It appeared to be one of the Shinchi, or divine servants. She was a young black-haired woman, who seemed to have her eyes closed, had a pair of white-tipped black fox ears and tail. "It is an honor to meet you Leviathan-sama and Azeroth-sama. This one is named Mitazaiki and is a servant of the great goddess Amaterasu. I shall be your guide for the duration of your visit." She introduced herself with perfect etiquette as she even bowed to us. "It is a pleasure to meet you Mitazaiki," Sarah Fall replied calmly as she put her more childish nature aside. "For this, we have brought tokens of appreciation for this opening of dialogue and we were wondering when and where it would be appropriate to gift them. I am sure my lady will be delighted. The gifts can be presented at the Great Gate. We mean no offense, but everything must be checked for the safety of Takamahagara," she politely answered. "That is more than all right. My betrothed will hand everything over once appropriate," Sarah understandingly responded. We were then led through the Great Torii and finally introduced to Takamahagara itself. It was quite a sight to be sure to see what is essentially an incredibly majestic castle city built on the very clouds themselves. It had wide streets filled with some shops run either by other divine servants or bored gods, retired servants or divine soldiers, or those with some familial relation to any of the former. The people walking around were all rather careless, but this is what happens when there hasn't been any interpantheonic wars in a long time. And overall the place looked like what a perfect Japanese city would, which might actually be something Shinto believers helped shape alongside their gods unknowingly. As we passed the gate I gave the gifts to their security and we simply moved on as guests of Amaterasu. The people we passed were very curious to see both myself and Sarah due to her European features and my exotic skin color. Nothing openly hostile, which was good. I wondered if that would change once the Europeans start messing with Japan and when the Americans basically threaten the country into trading with them. We walked through the city and noticed some rather wondrous sights as we crossed peaceful gardens with blooming sakura trees, calm ponds which golden carps inhabited, and I'm sure I saw a few eastern dragons in as well, golden temples dedicated to the parents of the current leaders, a great bamboo forest and bountiful rice fields. I am pretty sure there were a few divine horses and oxen too. The castle itself seemed to be radiating light and warmth once we neared it, giving the feeling as if it was the sun of this realm. It was at the same time grand, modest, ostentatious and secular, making one wonder how such opposing concepts could truly blend together, but this time they created the picture of a divine palace. Mitazaiki led us to the main chamber where our meeting with the big three of the Shinto pantheon was to be held. It happened to be what was the throne room of Takamahagara, where the Shinto gods showed their power and status. And in it we finally saw the chief goddess of the pantheon, Amaterasu herself seated highest with a golden sun built behind her, her twin brother Tsukuyomi with a silver moon and Susanoo with a lightning bolt. Amaterasu was an absolutely beautiful Japanese woman with delicate but regal features, shining black hair tied in low ponytail with a golden ribbon, golden eyes reminiscent of her divinity and bountiful, almost mother-like body covered by a white and red shrine maiden outfit. She currently exuded a queenly aura of superiority and authority as we walked in. Clearly all psychological bolstering, but rather effective nonetheless when it comes to those weaker of mind or will. Her twin possessed many of the same looks, but had a much colder presence with harsher features, paler skin, and silver eyes. His light frame was covered in a silver-embossed black kimono and had a much more subdued presence than his sister. Meanwhile Susanoo appeared just as wild as the rumors said. He had wild storm gray hair going down his shirtless back, storm-themed tattoos covering his right arm, only had a pair of black pants on, sat like he either couldn't be giving less of a shit or like an irritated child, and even brought a war club which rested beside his right hand. Announcing the delegation from the Devils, my lady. Lady Seraphal Leviathan and her betrothed Lord Lith Azeroth. Maida Zyke clearly said as she bowed to the three deities. Thank you Mito, that'll be all for now. Amaterasu calmly ordered her as the servant bowed once again and exited. Eh? So this is what one of the new Satans looks like. A little girl. Susanoo rudely said as he openly sneered. It is an honor to be here, Amaterasu-sama. Seraphal and I have very much been looking forward to meeting you and your brother. I said with a calm smile as I completely ignored the divine brat. Best way to deal with attention seekers like him is to ignore him really. I mean the hair, tattoos, outfit or lack thereof and the blatant weapon at a diplomatic meeting scream of a child wanting attention. It also didn't really match up with all the information I had on the god and thought it was suspicious. Lith is right. I've always admired you for being one of the only women in the supernatural world in a true leadership position, Amaterasu-sama. I truly hope we can forge proper diplomatic bonds between our people and maybe become friends. A sincere Seraphal followed up with as she followed my lead of ignoring Susanoo's comment like what it was, beneath her. She has dealt with people of this character hundreds of times during devil gatherings, with this time it being an overpowered one, but similar nonetheless. It would also show exactly where the Shinto gods stood if they continued to let Susanoo actually mock and harass diplomatic envoys like this, reducing their reputation amongst all other pantheons since even if devils have a rather poor reputation, we are a new faction which fought to not go to war. But if it was like I thought, then I would be stopping things soon. Did you weaklings just ignore me? A rapidly maddening storm god yelled as we continued to stare right into Amaterasu's eyes. If she didn't stop him and things actually turned violent, I would portal us out of here. None of them had anywhere close to my authority regarding space, and their little pocket dimension is made to keep others out a lot more than in. Enough, Susanoo. Either stand down and be quiet or I will punish you severely for your completely improper behavior. I let you attend in that unacceptable form, but now you even speak before I and insult my guest. Amaterasu authoritatively spoke as her eyes glowed brighter. But Sister Dash, the wild god tried to say. But nothing. You not only disgrace yourself but now us as well. She sharply interrupted before turning to us. I apologize for his behavior. Takamahagara welcomes you Lady Leviathan and you Lord Azeroth. It's okay, I've heard much worse coming from other so-called nobles before. Seraphal said with a soft smile as I did a mental note to figure out which lives I was going to be ruining later. No apologies for an act needed, Amaterasu-sama. Such things are necessary to protect your interests and project strength and authority to visitors. I smoothly replied with an elegant bow. Thank you for, She began saying before freezing because she assumed we would both simply accept her apologies and move on without thinking too much. But I want this to not take days and getting through all the nonsensical show out of the way would allow for a much more honest relationship. Whatever do you mean, Lord Azeroth? Amaterasu asked as her queenly aura flickered for a moment there. Well, this is an act, right? Because even though I have heard of Susanoo-sama's past endeavors, all recent information suggests that although wild, he cares for you far too much to make trouble like this without provocation. And you, my lady, are known as rather kind and very diligent, with you preferring more modest behavior and honesty, even if you are very much capable of leading your people and being strict if needed. I answered with a bit of a mischievous smile. Oh. And what do people whisper in the night about this Tsukumi, Lord Azeroth? The moon god asked out of curiosity and wearing an amused smile. You, my lord, are both enticingly calm and bring fear to many. The most patient and most unrelenting. You are said to be the most intelligent of you three siblings. And I'm assuming you were the one to convince them to put on this play in order to pressure my lovely Sarah. I answered as our eyes met and we recognized each other as informed and mildly scheming individuals. Every faction needs one willing to take such a role to continue thriving after all, and Tsukumi was the one for the Shinto pantheon while Susanoo was a military leader and Amaterasu was in charge of most foreign and domestic policies using the counsel of her brothers. Chuckle indeed I am. You surprise me, Lord Azeroth. I will make sure to have that not happen again. He said as a serious light flashed through his silver eyes. But it would seem there is no more need to act since it has been revealed. This was really an act. A surprised Seraphol asked as she looked around the room. Just take this as a lesson, love. You can't just focus on the Pantheon's ways, you have make sure you know each figure you will be speaking to very well in order to not be fooled. Because being tricked usually means you missed some information and that could be bad for the underworld. I gently explained as she earnestly nodded in understanding. I'll make sure to do that. Thank you, honey. She enthusiastically said with a kiss on the cheek. She didn't take my actions negatively since she had actually brought me as backup for something like this in the first place. After spending years together she knew how thorough and attentive I was. Yuwawawa. A red-faced Amaterasu suddenly cried out as she hid her face behind her hands, but left a space to look though. Bwahaha. Guess I can stop being a complete barbarian then. Sorry about that, girlie. Honestly, I'd try to court you if you didn't have a man. Best diplomats we've had since the Greeks sent Aphrodite and Athena, I tell you. The suddenly boisterous Susanoo said as he slapped his own thigh in amusement over his brother's little plot being seen through. Brother. Amaterasu called out with embarrassment. Lady Athena does make for rather pleasant conversations. But it was unfortunate Lady Aphrodite had to be added to the list of banned Greek deities alongside Zeus, Ares, Apollon until he returns our instruments, Heracles, Hera and Poseidon. Commented Tsukumi, hinting at some rather interesting /horrible/stupid stories involving the Greek pantheon visiting. Now those are tales I would rather enjoy hearing. I said to that, which kinda returned their attention back to us. Indeed. Maybe next time over tea, the moon god said with a nod. I will bring the snacks then. I replied as the two of us committed to meeting privately another time. It was always interesting talking to intelligent people who could keep up with higher-level conversations. Can I come? Seraphol asked with big eyes. This one will be for the men, but I'm sure you could invite Amaterasu-sama for tea and get to know each other. I suggested, which made her eyes light up. Can we? She immediately asked with a hopeful expression at the goddess who was surprised at the sudden invitation. I would love to, Lady Leviathan. The sun goddess replied a bit shyly. Yay. We can have so much fun getting to know each other. The suddenly very energetic Seraphol said as she appeared before a stunned Amaterasu and took her hands. We can talk about our families, our friends, magic, what you like to do, and it's going to be great. Yeah, Seraphol doesn't have many female friends and Graphia is difficult to get to hang out when she hasn't gotten plastered. Which is an even more difficult thing to achieve. I would love that. The almost overwhelmed goddess replied with a smile on her face at the energetic Seraphol. I am sure we can arrange things on our own ends, but I do believe we should return to the original goal of this meeting, sister. The moon god politely said as he too wanted his sister to have some more real friends, while also making sure he would thoroughly investigate both halves of the visiting couple. Indeed. I agreed, Sarah. I will be leaving you to it since the hard part is already done anyway. I know you can do it. Yes. I've got this. She declared confidently. I know. But while this is happening, may I visit your lands below, Amaterasu-sama? I asked the trio. I have been curious about such a different culture than the European one we adopted in the underworld, and experiencing something is almost always better than reading about it. Of course. I will assign Mito to you as a guide and sign that you are my guest. Amaterasu replied amiably. Thank you for your hospitality and I hope the rest of the meeting goes well for everyone. I responded as I bowed and exited the room. I had come to support her and I've done just that by lowering the difficulty of her first meeting dramatically. The rest would depend on her abilities and I trust her to do great. I just wanted to help my lovely future magical girl before I let her do her thing. After leaving Takamahagara with my escort, I spread my senses over the island nation in search of my target. Unexpectedly I felt 3 points of interest. I decided to focus the 2 most pressing ones, with the most urgent currently being 2 sisters about to be separated by life and death. Region of Kyoto, unknown fox with 2 tails and brownish gold fur POV. Have to get Yasaka out of here. Those people are just going insane. We helped protect these lands for centuries, so why do they want to kill all of us? Haven't we been nice and helpful? I thought as I desperately ran carrying my little sister. I ran thought the forested mountain to find a place to hide, at least for her. But despair hit me again once I heard those humans from the so-called 5 Principali clans shouting. They couldn't just stop at taking away their family but also had to kill us. Even Yasaka, who's still young. I didn't know what to do, but I used senjutsu to sense where the humans were, only to find out that they had already surrounded the entire mountain. Losing hope to at least let Yasaka escape, I suddenly felt a possibility as I discovered cave with a river running through the mountain itself. I immediately ran for the cave, hearing our pursuers getting closer and closer. By the time I reached it, I knew I couldn't go with my dear baby sister and would need to stay back to make sure they wouldn't be able to catch up to her once she was going down the river. I am so sorry for leaving you alone, Yasa. Just know that your Tamamo Onisama loves you a lot and that she hopes you'll be able to live a happy life. I emotionally said to the sister I had put to sleep before escaping. I was about to make something to carry her downstream when I suddenly wasn't in the cave anymore. Yasaka and I suddenly found ourselves in front of an odd house made of wood, with different stars above our heads and seemingly elevated from the ground. I urgently used senjutsu to find out where we were and possibly who brought us here, but to my surprise I felt a huge structure below us filled with so many things I couldn't even identify. Even the small house was a mystery due to being larger on the inside than it should be. So what do you think about my home, little fox? A smooth and pleasant voice asked from behind me, but the fact that he managed to be behind me at all while using senjutsu terrified me. But I couldn't run and leave Yasaka, so I did my best to stand my ground and hopefully scare this abductor away using some of the fox fire I knew how to use. Chuckle my apologies, little fox. I did not mean to scare you so much. The man said as he suddenly appeared out of nowhere. He was the largest man I had ever seen, wearing an expensive-looking purple kimono and black haori and hakama covering his large frame. He had the oddest skin color I had ever seen, hair resembling plums and eyes which almost sucked me in as their almost glowing green color seemed to overshadow precious stones. What do you want, human? I growled out as I refocused. Well, I'm not really human, only half, and I felt 2 girls in need and decided to help. It's almost become a habit at this point. You 2 are actually something like the 24th time I've done this. The large man replied, which gave me some hope since those damn clans would never allow anything taint them. Prove it. I demanded even though I knew he didn't have to. He was able to bring both myself and Yasaka without me even realizing and escape my senses. I would love to convince you, comfort you for your losses, feed you a nice meal and allow you 2 to rest in peace, but I have to go help another who caught my attention. In the meantime, please don't damage anything, I'll only be gone for a short time, and this is a separate dimension so no one will be able to hurt you here. The man quickly said as he vanished like he was an illusion. But illusions don't leave footprints in grass. Who is he? I thought before checking to see if anything was wrong with Yasaka. Usuji clan territory, unknown teen POV. Kill the demon. Just like her witch mother. Those supposed monks yelled as they kept coming. I couldn't even feel the rage anymore. I just wanted to be with Mom again. Maybe if I let them kill me too I can be with her again. I hope so. I hope the gods aren't too mad about all these monks I killed in exchange for Mom's life. They just wouldn't stop coming and still don't. And for what? Because I'm some sort of dangerous demon. They attacked us. They hunted Mom and me everywhere we went just because of my cursed father. Even when all those people threw stones at me for looking different, I listened to Mom about not giving in to their fear and hate, so I don't become as bad as them. Because of that, Mom had to give up everything and live a life like she was nothing to take care of me, and I had to cover myself completely every day of my life. But when those people killed Mom by throwing rocks at her while she was protecting me, I snapped. I don't even remember how, but I woke up surrounded in their bodies. Then all these monks attacked and I just kept fighting so I could escape with Mom's body. She didn't deserve what I knew they were going to do with the supposed witch's body. Just die, you monster. Another self-righteous monk who probably never had to live half as harshly as Mother and I had yelled. He barely registered as I used the only good thing about that cursed father of mine, his powers. With one burst of black lightning he died. Well, aren't you interesting? A male voice said from right beside me, with the least amount of negativity I've ever felt when someone talked to me. Doesn't mean he didn't surprise me, but then I realized that I couldn't hear any more shouts or movements from the hundreds of monks. I looked around in shock as they all seemed frozen, but I could see their eyes moving around rapidly as if they were horrified. I can't kill them due to being a guest in these lands, but I'm sure Amaterasu-sama won't mind me doing this to help the poor girl, right, Mito? The male voice said, which me look in its direction. I reacted instinctively before and didn't identify it as a threat since he didn't feel bad to her senses, but being able to get so close alarmed her. Indeed, Azeroth-sama. I am certain Amaterasu-sama would do even worse for the actions these people have taken against child which had been innocent. A woman's voice responded this time as I finally saw who spoke, but the mention the sun goddess mom told me about like that scared me. The man was very tall, with a large body, fine clothes, an odd color of hair, eyes so green the forests would be jealous, but the thing that struck me the most was his skin. Are you my dad? I asked the man whose skin was like mine in a mix of hope, sadness, anger, and other feelings I couldn't even understand right now. Azeroth-sama. The fancy-looking servant asked accusingly. Sorry child, but no. I have only had relations with a few women before becoming engaged and none have come from or have been to this land before. I'm also certain none of them have gotten pregnant either. The man the woman called Azeroth-sama answered, which made me lose almost any sort of hope I held of not being alone or being saved. Then why are you here? I asked the man without any emotions. To offer you a home if you want it. He answered seriously as he looked at me directly in the eyes. No one could do that without showing any disgust except Mom. I thought as I looked for the fear, anger, disgust or malice I was used to seeing in everyone's eyes, but he didn't have any, just empathy. Why would you want a monster like me? I asked the man in self-derision. Even if we had nearly the same skin, when my damn dad's powers activated I grew a black horn on the left side of my head, some of my teeth got sharper, me nails became claws, my hair glowed white as small bursts of lightning went through it, my left eye starts glowing white too and I can use 2 different colors of lightning. I also get a lot stronger and faster than any human, and it always feels like I know what they're going to do and can react to it. I was a monster. I might not have as many physical changes as you, but some people have called me a monster as well. In fact, my people might be the most hated in the human world. He responded in a casual way. Don't lie to me. I yelled out as my emotions suddenly exploded over this man giving me hope and then taking it by basically mocking me. I'll prove it then. He just said seriously. Azeroth-sama please wadash. She didn't get the chance to finish as wings that looked there but not spread behind him and then I could see it. Everything started to look like it was twisting and turning, the ground broke apart, the trees seemed to dance, and then everything seemed to be upside down, then back to normal, all those monks suddenly disappeared and then it all stopped. I started gasping for air as a pressure I didn't even realize was there stopped, looking at the men who sounded like the great gods Mom had told me about looked at me with a smile. So do you believe I'm a monster now? He asked. I could only nod dumbly at as I was trying to get what just happened. Azeroth-sama. Please tell me what was done to the monks. The female servant with now very open eyes urgently asked. Hypnotized them into thinking they had killed the girl and that they were going to make camp to celebrate for the night before retrieving the corpses of their comrades. They have forgotten everything relating to the supernatural as is procedure. He answered as some of what he said made me think of the power he had. The power that I could have used to help Mom if I had it. I will ask the clans to make sure. We cannot have the humans assume a new deity appeared or things might get complicated. The servant seriously said as Azeroth-sama simply gestures her to go ahead. It was then that I made up my mind and approached him, which made Azeroth-sama raise an eyebrow at me. Please make me strong like you. I desperately asked the men who seemed like a god walking on earth now. I cannot make you strong like me. He answered, which made me desperately think about ways to convince him, but I can help you become your strongest self and give you a place to call home. Why can't you teach me to be like you? I asked a bit disappointed. I knew it was selfish and unrealistic, but I wanted to be able to do what he did. To control things by just being there. Because the ability I showed is unique to my bloodline and I'm the first and only member with it. He answered, which made sense. I've never seen anyone do what I can either. Then how can I be strong like you? I sadly questioned as he approached me. How about I make you a deal? He said as I lifted my head when I noticed he was close to me and wanted to look in his eyes. What deal? I cautiously asked. I'll train you. And for what I can't train I will find trainers for. And if you reach a level I deem acceptable or if you show enough talent and potential for me to invest in, I will offer you a place amongst the personal team I will be building. To enter this team you will have to join my race and become a devil, which will allow me to strengthen and teach you much more, while also giving some bonuses. In exchange you will become one of my own and join House Azeroth. You will join my family. Whether you become part of my team or not. He seriously said to me. He patiently waited for my decision as I thought about what he said. I didn't know what a devil was, but people already call me a demon so it can't be worst. He said I would be stronger if I became one too. I thought as I really couldn't even see any other options in the first place. It was either follow Azeroth-sama, become stronger and hopefully don't waste the life Mom spent hers helping, or just try to continue living like I did with Mom at best and be hunted down until I die at worst. I'll do it. I answered him, but I want to make a grave for Mom. Easily done. He replied with a satisfied smile on his face. I will need a name for a grave, and yours so I don't keep calling you girl or something like Little Oni. Mom said her name Haruna and my name is Mana Tatsumiya, Azeroth-sama. I answered as politely as I could to the lord I would be under from now on. Mom always said to be respectful to lords. So it'll be Haruna Tatsumiya then. And you can just call me Lith, Mana-chan. Azeroth-sama responded as he made Mom's corpse disappear somewhere like he did with the monks. Yes, Lith-sama. I replied with made his smile a bit strained for some reason. I'll work on that later. But for now I have a pair of sisters to talk to. Rescued them right before you. He said as he gestured to come closer, which I did. The entire world then shifted and that was when I would always say I truly began living. Underscore 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 underscore. Extra author notes. About the Shinto pantheon. Everything I just wrote is original due to them not even having descriptions in the wiki. Had to do some research to even get general vibes for them. Amaterasu is a bit of a mix between Gabriel due to having overprotective if slightly naughty brothers, a big sister type, shrine maiden, and when needed a samurai girl type. She is the most powerful of the three but also the most naive. Tsukuyomi is basically the strategist and spy master of the Shinto pantheon due to his rather extreme legends. He is also capable of being cruel and thorough, while appearing calm and serene. Susanoo is basically MCU Thor, but not as stupid, actually takes care of his family and is wilder. Near Siscon 2. Next is the two Fox sisters. Everyone knows and basically lusts over Yasaka, but nothing is known about her past, so I'm making shit up about the principal clans being the dicks they are and pushing even the yokais who protected humans out of their territories. They'll get punished later for that by the gods. Someone then suggested to me Tamamonome and this is what I decided to run with. Yasaka's elder sister who had sacrificed herself in the original timeline, but is now gonna basically pull a Kuroka. Seraphal's peerage since I thought they would go well together. Neither will be part of Litha's peerage and that's final. Reasons given will be because Yasaka will want to return and lead the yokais, even if it means rejecting Lith since yokais would not follow her if she became a devil. Doesn't mean other stuff can't happen, but I'll see when I get there. And lastly is Mana Tatsumiya from Negima. When I was looking for inspiration on OCs and peerage members, I stumbled on this badass little half-demon and thought she would be great as at least an agent for Lith. She's actually gone through quite a few modifications since I originally planned to have her in, but now here's what I have. She is half yokai now. Her father was a black Oni and her powers were inspired by some depictions with lighting abilities while the aesthetic changes are a mix of her original half-demon form and Oni features. She will be a gun specialist and will receive a sacred gear I've already chosen. She will be a pawn in his peerage. It just won't be immediate since Lith himself doesn't really know if she fits his standards, just that she does have very high potential. Beyond that, I'm leaning for more of a sister-like relationship over lover. Chapter 19, CH19 Trip to Sunrise Land PT2. Mana Tatsumiya was a gem in the rough. She was a young adolescent girl, approximately 12 to 13, but the life she must have lived made it a bit difficult to truly tell. Her yokai heritage helped keep most of the effects of her poor lifestyle, even by feudal Japanese standards, at bay, but her mother's body told me enough. Significant lack of body fat or muscles, nails chewed almost completely to try and stave off hunger, minimal bleeding from head wound from malnutrition. Dirt-covered body, matted hair, improperly healed wounds, completely tattered clothing, and no sign of any currency or supplies. All this from someone who should be from a rather strong Shinto magic practitioner. From all the information I've gathered on Japan, the Tatsumiya Shrine is a prominent gathering of Shinto users right below the current 5 principal clans and led by the Tatsumiya clan, only lacking due to not having any sacred beasts. My guess is a black Oni took interest in Mana's mother and either seduced or more likely raped her. He was either killed or left afterward, and her mother chose to keep the innocent child. Unfortunately, these kinds of clans always act the same way, kill anything that doesn't correspond to their laws, and Mana was much more than just breaking their laws too, she was a stain on their honor and reputation. They almost certainly ordered her death, and depending on her mother's standing, either having to kill her own child to remain part of the clan or dying with it. Honestly, these clans act like they want to not have any actual powerhouses. Now as for Mana herself, she inherited classic Japanese straight black hair but was matted due to her lifestyle. She had a similar skin tone as me but lighter, hence why she asked if I was her father, hazel eyes and calm aristocratic features visible through her travel-worn face. I decided a nice warm bath and meal would do wonders for the girl and brought her to my handy portable home, where the 2 foxes I had left behind stayed when I went to get Mana. "Looks like our second little fox is awake," I casually said to the 2 as I startled them. The elder sister with 2 tails looked at me with cautious expression while smaller golden one was behind her sister looking at me with a mix of caution and curiosity. "You have sacred foxes, Lith-sama?" the surprised Mana asked as stood a bit behind me looking at foxes. "Honestly, I rescued them moments before going to get you. I felt both of your struggles and hurried, so I don't really know them," I replied as I scratched my cheek awkwardly. "Lith-sama, did you just rescue heavenly foxes by coincidence?" the young girl asked in a deadpan manner. "Yeah. I was actually planning on checking for a few recruit candidates for my territory, but then I felt what was happening to you 3 and decided to help out and see if I can recruit any of you if you had potential," I honestly answered. "Azeroth-sama, please do not take people from any established forces. Amaterasu-sama would not be pleased," Mitazaiki said, which made the 3 girls finally notice the much smaller and less impactful lady. Mana just looked at her, then me seeing no negative reaction on my end, just kept quiet. The 2 foxes on the other hand were incredibly tense. "Tamamo of the Kitsune tribe greets the divine messenger," the golden brown one declared as she bowed. "Yasaka of the Kitsune tribe greets the divine messenger," the golden one said as she followed her sister's example. Mitazaiki simply looked at them, then at me seriously. "Azeroth-sama, why did you take the daughters of the leader of the capital yokai?" she coldly questioned. "I didn't take them, I rescued them." The elder one was going to sacrifice herself to give her sister a chance to escape with her life. I replied seriously to the divine servant. That made her eyes open and then turn to the sisters. "Is Azeroth-sama speaking the truth, daughters of Kuruma?" she questioned with dead seriousness. Mostly because someone actively trying to kill members of the Kyubi line, a line blessed by her lady, was a grave offense. "Yes, Messenger-sama." The 5 clans somehow learnt that the great gods would be unable to interfere for a few days and declared that they would sweep any yokai from the capital, including Ota-sama. Tamamo sadly answered as her ears and tails drooped. "This must be reported to my lady immediately." "Azeroth-sama, I am afraid I must return to Takamahagara immediately," Mitazaiki urgently said to me. "And I assume this means my tour has to be cut short." "Very well. I will ask my head servant Fia and my chef Leora to look after these 3. They need rest, to relax, and some food," I replied as I opened 2 portals. One was where Seraphal was talking to the 3 siblings, which surprised the gods, but Fia understood and excused herself to enter. She had been taking care of her future mistress while I was gone. The second was in my castle's kitchen where Leora was simply trying new recipes, which she abandoned when she noticed my portal. It would seem your habit has made you pick up more strays, master. I understand my duty. FIA seriously said after giving the 3 dirty girls/foxes a quick look. Thank you, FIA. The 2 foxes are important yokai and the girl is a potential peerage member. I simply told her so she would know how to treat them. Understood. She simply responded as she asked the 3 girls to follow her. Mana gave me a quick look of nervousness and worry. Do not worry, Mana. FIA has been with me the longest out of all my people, I trust her completely. She's going to get you cleaned up and taken care of. I softly told the girl as I unconsciously patted her head like I do with Seraphal. She was a little dazed, but nodded and followed FIA nonetheless. I then gave a quick look towards Leora, to which she simply nodded and walked towards the kitchen to ready their meals. As a chef she already knew exactly what each of those girls needed, especially Mana. Shall we, Miss Midazaiki? I then said to the stunned divine servant as I closed the portal to my castle and walked into the Takamahagara throne room, with her quickly following. It would seem that we must better our security. Tsukumi commented as he understood the consequences of me being able to make a portal into their throne room. Please do not be too alarmed, Tsukumi-sama, I could only achieve this because I made sure to be able to reach my beloved wherever she might be. Even the dimensional gap. I replied seriously, but I doubt that will assuage their worries. At most it will tell them some sort of condition is needed for me to break into their divine realm. I don't, since I've been here now and know how this particular dimension feels like, but they don't need to know that. Plus there's been a bit of a situation Midazaiki said needed to be urgently reported. I added, which made them look at her with a silent question. Yes, my lady. It seems the 5 principal clans used the knowledge of this meeting to target all yokais in the capital, including the Kitsuns and Kyubi. She gravely reported to the trio. Oh boy, as soon as those words left her mouth I could tell why chief gods were so respected. The anger Amaterasu felt instantly caused the room to become absurdly hot and bright as her divinity of the sun flooded the room and Takamahagara as a whole. Sister. Calm yourself. Your aura is going to hurt our guests and your new friend. Tsukumi said as he coaxed the goddess, just let me deal with this and I will make sure to punish them severely for this transgression. Their heads, get me the heads of those responsible for attacking my chosen guardians. She declared in cold fury, to which Tsukumi grimly nods at before teleporting out. I would be furious over this too. It would be the equivalent of some guards deciding to kill Horith somehow so they can control the military. Stupid, short-sighted, and would be met with me killing every single person responsible. Can you tell me what happened, honey? Seraphal asked, since she was going to have to deal with the gods who had been upset by something. One quick explanation later and she was in deep thought. Hey. Susanoo called out, Mito said to us that you rescued 2 of them, right? Indeed, Susanoo-sama. They should be eating some delicious food at moment. I answered as I calculated the difference in time flows between here and the HAH. It depends on the setting I left it at, but it can turn 1H into 24H right now. It's just not recommended for those who either can't revitalize their bodies properly or reverse the long-term effects of staying in an accelerated time flow. Can you bring them out when they're done? I'm sure it'll help Ainui calm down. The storm god asked seriously, since a mad sun goddess was a dangerous thing. I'm sure they would be honored to see Amaterasu-sama if one goes by the reaction they had when meeting Midazaiki. I responded, which gave me a nod from the god. Meanwhile, Seraphal carefully approached her new friend and started talking with her gently, demonstrating that women are needed to deal with women sometimes, especially when they're emotional and have no significant other. It took a few minutes, but I received a signal from FIA stating that the girls were ready and apparently the 2 foxes had recovered enough to be in human form. I opened the portal to find 3 young beauties of different flavors, all dressed in shrine maiden uniforms. Tamamo looked like a beautiful, energetic and upbeat girl, with pink hair tied in twin tails with a blue ribbon, and her fox ears and tails in plain view. She was the eldest of the 3 girls at around 16 years old and chose the shrine maiden outfit because that is a traditional outfit for her family due to inhabiting shrines themselves. Yasaka was a lovely golden flower which was only started to bloom at 11 to 12, with a much more reserved and calm aura than her sister. She had her golden blonde hair in a ponytail, her similarly colored fox ears and tails out, also wearing a shrine maiden outfit. And Mana had undergone quite a transformation, as the travel-worn girl had been totally cleaned and properly dressed. Her straight black hair now smooth and silky thanks to the wonders of future hair products and hair care potions, while her skin looked smooth and unblemished, nicely contrasting with the shrine maiden outfit she had chosen because she had a faint memory of her mother wearing one before and wanted to do so as well. She looked quite cute, as she couldn't deal with her embarrassment over wanting to look good for a new lord, and the fact that she had actually been shocked over the change herself. FIA is very thorough in her reports and telepathy magic is great. Don't you three clean up well? I commented to help lessen the tension in their bodies over being told they were going to be in front of the most renowned and powerful goddess in Japan. Mana, can you come here please? This is more for the two little foxes. The dark-skinned girl shyly did so as she hid behind me and grabbed my sleeve subconsciously. It was too cute. Almost glomped her right then and there. And Seraphal seemed to agree, as the young girl trying to keep an emotionless face acted so cute. I think Sarah is rubbing off on me. Wonder if I'll pamper Sona too in the future, because it sounded fun to join Sarah. Thoughts for later. Who's the other kid? She kinda looks like yours. Susanoo asked as he noticed an unexpected guest. That also got Seraphal's attention as her eyes zoomed in on Mana and myself in judgment. This is Mana Susanoo-sama. I rescued her about the same time as the two over there. I'm guessing her mother was from Tatsumiya Shrine and a black Oni managed to, you know. I explained to him and he could immediately guess what would happen next, since he is one of the leading gods. And based on his grimace, he surely knew what I had rescued the girl from. And Seraphal accepted the explanation. Sorry about everything, girlie. The storm god said as he crouched to her eye level, which initially made her flinch a bit, but she looked him in the yes, as I noticed was her way of judging others. Thank you, Susanoo-sama. She respectfully said as she noticed I was doing so and decided to follow her lord's lead. Look, I know this won't make up for it, but since you've got some black Oni in you and they're the yokai who are closest to me, I'll give you a little blessing and I can look to see if I can find your Oda-san if you want. The god awkwardly said, as one could plainly tell he wasn't exactly used to handling younger beings. Mana looks up at me, which I simply give her a soft smile and small gesture to tell her it was her decision. Thank you very much, Susanoo-sama, but I would rather stay with Lith-sama than my father. She replied as she did her best to not show her dislike for her father. Both the god and myself already understood far more than enough with her response. Well, that's alright, girlie. But I'll still give you a blessing. You've got quite the spark in you already, and I'm sure this guy here won't let you waste it. The storm god said as he ruffled Mana's hair, releasing small sparks which entered her body, as tried her best to not let her newly coiffed hair get messed up. Ha. Hope you become quite the little warrior, girlie. And with that the storm god left us to rejoin the girls who had been talking to the Fox sisters. This was unexpected, but it will help you a lot when you're doing things linked with Susanoo-sama himself. I told her as she seriously nodded in understanding. Unknown to me, however, this event further cemented her will to follow, since in less than a day she had experienced more luxury than in her entire life, met the most powerful gods her mother had told her about, and received a blessing from Susanoo himself. I decided that it was time to approach the rest of the group to know what was going to happen to the fox girls I had rescued. So what's the deal so far? I quietly asked Sarah. Amachan wants to compensate the girls for their losses and help them go back to their home, but the older sister doesn't believe it'll be safe even after those 5 clans get punished. They've been trying to figure out a good way to do things, but it's hard since the elder sister apparently can't become the clan head for some reasons and the younger one needs to be trained to lead. She explained as I got the gist of things. I am sorry, Amaterasu-sama, but it is simply not safe for us even with your protection. You cannot interfere directly too much or might get in trouble, while the clans would most likely try to hunt us down and the other yokais might kill us to usurp our position or try to use us. Tamamo said to the goddess with a hopeless voice. And it is true that the gods can no longer interfere directly with the human world. That's why they've been able to avoid interpantheonic wars for so long. They've only kept human agents or some other means to stay up to date with the earth while staying in their domains. But I can't just let you two be. A sad and frustrated Amaterasu said to them. I may have a solution, Amaterasu-sama, if you can show some trust in us or at least in a binding contract. I said to them as the 3 turned to look at me with curiosity for the most part. Oh. And what is your solution to this dilemma, Lord Azeroth? The sun goddess seriously asked, as this was a matter of importance to her. Simple: if they cannot safely live in your lands while they grow strong enough to reclaim what is theirs, then why not do so in mine? I answered diplomatically. They cannot grow stronger as yokai in the underworld. The natural energy there is far too negative. Amaterasu immediately replied protectively. I can guarantee they can safely and efficiently grow stronger, at least under my care, because I can create the perfect training environment for them. I countered confidently. How? She asked with narrowed eyes. Please do not resist, Amaterasu-sama. I shall demonstrate. I replied as I enveloped everyone present and teleported us. We ended in one of the first perfected pocket dimensions I had created. It was an idyllic place filled with bountiful forest and meadows, natural beauty, and peace. It was also the place with the purest natural energy I knew existed, due to it amassing without any negative influences in an accelerated time. I created this place 5 years ago, but it's been 500 in the pocket dimension. It was more of a proof of concept, really. To properly learn senjutsu in the future, and for those I knew would use it, I created dozens of progressively more tainted environments filled with nature energy. They only contain plant life, however, since I cannot truly create sentient life. I showed them every one, as everyone besides Seraphol, who had a prideful look, were simply blown away or impressed. As we finished the tour, Amaterasu looked at me with a steely look. What is this deal then, Lord Azeroth? She asked. It's simple. The two girls will enter a temporary familiar contract with myself and Seraphol as an excuse to bring them to the underworld should anyone find out. Once there, they will reside in my territory, due to Seraphol not having her own and mine being basically an independent state for the last decade thanks to my actions during the war. We will do everything we can to ensure the girls grow safe and strong, while trainers for senjutsu and yujitsu would be provided by you and secretly brought by me. You shall be entitled to request their presence at any time to guarantee their safety. And if we do not comply or a tragedy has occurred, I shall personally fulfill what you deem appropriate as compensation. In exchange, we will draft 2 deals, one for House Azeroth and the other for the Devil faction as a whole. These will be for various trade and permission to request those under your protection to join Devil peerages if done properly. I broadly explained as I received a look from Sarah when I said I would take care of the penalties, but I looked back at her until I won our silent conversation and moved on. You wish to take Kyubi yukais as familiars? She questioned a bit angrily. As a way to explain why such powerful yokai are in the underworld if discovered, yes. It will also help the girls tremendously due to both of us being much stronger and the familiar bond giving them many benefits. But if it helps, we can also add that neither of us will use the familiar bond for anything beside emergencies. I calmly replied, which seemed to help cool down the goddess. I would never hurt such cute girls in need, Ama-chan. Seraphol righteously declared. All right. Then this will be a test for the devils to decide if we shall deepen our ties in the future. Amaterasu declared. What followed was the creation of the magically and divinely binding magical contract we had discussed after working through more details. It's nice to know if things really went very bad somehow, I could still use my Longinus to get out of it. Not telling anyone, but nice for me. And then we made the official contract the high-ranking devils would know about, and which would help cement Seraphol's position even further now that her first diplomatic mission ended with success. Afterward I managed to continue my tour of Japan, but with Mana this time, as I showed the girl the wonders of her homeland, which she had never been able to see. It was nice to see her eyes light up in wonder even if her face remained almost impassive. It served to make us a bit closer as well. I ended the tour by visiting one Senji Muramasa. He impressed me when I finally understood that he had the ability to subconsciously use the natural energy in the world during the crafting of his blades, which due to it being tainted by negativity, led to his swords being known as cursed later. I managed to appeal to his spirit as a blacksmith when making a deal with him to become a devil under FIA. I would get him opportunities to learn how to smith in the supernatural world and provide him with the best materials I could in exchange for his ever-improving crafts. He would also agree to teach some students in my lands. By the end of the day he was reincarnated, changing the old man he had been to an honest and straightforward-looking youth with short black hair and blazing red eyes mixed with gold. He was also well-muscled due to his life as a smith. Black-haired Muramasa from Fate. With this I finished my trip to Japan and set up a very comfortable position for myself in the future as long as I keep building up my connections and reputations with the Shinto gods and the future leader of half the yokais in the country. I also received a potential peerage member who looks more promising as time passes. Seraphal on her end got a good deal for devils and was fast at work befriending the upbeat Tamamo once the two broke the ice. She had even managed to touch the ears and tails of both sisters already, much to my jealousy. So after saying goodbye to the god trio, we made our way back home to enjoy ourselves a bit, while also introducing the girls to everyone. The two foxes were cautious at first due to this being their first time in a new place filled with strangers from another pantheon, but they gradually warmed up to everyone. Mana was much more reserved, preferring to stay as close as possible to me at all times. Only trusting Leora and Fia so far, but she at least took a shine to Heltana once I told her about the huntress. Overall, a nice trip to Sunrise Land. Underscore 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 underscore. Extra author notes. About the Fox sisters. As of now Tamamo is on track to join Seraphal's peerage later. She will have weaker foxfire and yokai abilities than Yasaka due to her innate curse-oriented energy, but they will make up for it and then some. I just think her and Sarah mix well together. Yasaka will be the leader of the yokais like canon, but a good deal stronger. Kinda want to see her pimp slap those fucking hero morons. There is currently a high chance of Kuna becoming Litha's child, so there is that. And yes, their dad's name was Kuruma because I can. As for Muramasa, he does have the Shiro face, but that's it. He is a bit of a mix between historical, fate and a supernatural version of him at the moment. And for those people wanking for Yamato, he will make one, but it won't be Litha's main weapon. He will make a more appropriate one later as he branches out from pure sword making. Chapter 20, Ch 20 Catching a Polymath. My time after the trip to Japan was a good one as I carefully examined the current state of all three girls before beginning their training. Yasaka was the most straightforward one for now. She would be training in a traditional manner for the Kyubi, but with some add-ons due to myself and Amaterasu. The big change here was that before leaving, Amaterasu decided to bless the girl after learning that Susanoo blessed Mana, feeling like it would help the young fox and as a way to personally give recompense for her suffering, boosting her abilities in fire and light magic, as well as senjutsu. While from me she gained a better talent in space magic and a reported increased retention and learning speed. As a result she would be freed in senjutsu, yujitsu, light and fire magic. Once she's reached a high enough level with the last two, she will begin physical training in both human and fox form and mastering her fox fire. Tamamo was very different from her sister due to one fundamental thing, being born with curse-aligned energy. This rendered her unable to use senjutsu without falling into madness and heavily influenced her fox fire, as well as affecting her fox appearance. This rendered her ineligible for the position of leader, but she never held that against her sister or parents. But where they saw a curse, I saw great potential. When going through the initial tests, I noted that her yujitsu when debuffing others it is particularly powerful, allowing for the effects to be almost 3 times more effective. Something I would help her develop until she could outdo Vritra himself. Going further by planing of mixing her fox fire and curse energy to basically mock him by having a fox outdo a dragon in fire breathing. And thanks to Tsukuyomi not wanting to be the only one who didn't bless anyone and Seraphal's link to her, Tamamo also gained a significant boost in ice, water, darkness, and yujitsu. Her training would focus on those 4 things heavily, with intense energy manipulation and usage training so that she might even reach the point where she can create her own magic style out of her curse energy after getting a proper feel for it. She will go through physical and fox fire training after her shadow and ice magic reach a high enough standard as well. It was kind of interesting to see the two sisters develop in complete opposite direction as they would become the sun and moon foxes. My dear Mana on the other hand, had to go through some physical and psychological rehabilitation before actually starting her training. It didn't take nearly as long as it should have due to her yokai half, but it did allow us to take things a bit slower with her and let her get used to this completely alien world she basically found herself in. On a side note, I actually decided to build a traditional Japanese-style city as a kind of tourist attraction, cultural education center, to offer a different type of living beside the European model and so that people I could recruit from the country can live more comfortably. Now back to Mana. Much to my surprise, she ended up being a complete prodigy with the firearms in the ranged training floor. There's something about her natural reflexes, intuition, physical abilities, and mentality that just click together when she fights with them. So adding firearm training, she would currently be training in Senjutsu and Yujitsu with Tamamo and Yusaka, while focusing on lightning magic as her fourth. Later joining the two others in mastering their bodies and yokai forms. Outside training, the three girls have been getting used to my city and land quite well after the culture shock was done. They found the place to be full of life and excitement, and without their status getting in the way, the two Fox girls managed to have a lot of fun exploring everything Azure could offer. Mana, on the hand, much to my dismay, decided to go spend her free time either with me or at the Citadel to learn more about being soldiers, war, and combat from the veterans. And even when she didn't do that, she got Hiltana to ask for either practical or theoretical lessons. I wanted to let her do as she desired, but I also wanted the girl to be able to enjoy life more and find interests outside of battle. Thankfully, that's where my lovely fiancée shone. She was able to get the girls together and have fun doing more normal womanly things, enjoying taking the three teenage girls under her wing like a big sister. Grafia even helped them sometimes when Sir's ex came to visit, meaning relax away from all the bullshit since my place is the best, teaching them various bits of magic or social behavior. Then my future mother-in-law visited and just adored them, frequently coming to have tea or just talk to them. I'm quite grateful for them since I know I am an exception and people can't train like I did, needing a proper balance in their lives. I've also been receiving reports of a certain rejuvenated blacksmith running around town like a maniac as he questions many of the smiths in the city regarding their works, which hasn't been seen as rude due to the friendly but competitive nature I implemented into the city. I basically made every group of creator want to form the same kind of friendly rivalry all the cooks have forged. So in the future I would hopefully see the best smith, inventor, alchemist, potion maker, tailor, jeweler, architect, woodworker, or any manner of creator be born from my people. I have high hopes for Muramasa to rise to be the best blacksmith. And as my affairs were settling down, it was time for me to meet and talk to a man I truly wished would join my peerage. He was supposed to die in a year or two after all, and his genius would prove invaluable should he be able to apply it to the supernatural. Thus, without warning anyone beside FIA, I secretly made my way to the human world as I did my best to completely cloak my energy and presence as a devil. My destination was France. More specifically Le Château du Clos-Luz, located in the Amboise region of central France. The last home of Leonardo da Vinci. It was honestly too easy to reach the place as I simply didn't truly exist in the surface dimension where everything really was, but I could still hear and see it perfectly, just not interact with anything. Le Château du Clos-Luz was much more a manor house, standing at 3 stories and made out of stone, but named grandly due to it having been a summer house for some members of the royal family, until Francis I gave it to Leonardo as a home after entering his services in 1516. What was interesting about the house, however, was the level of protective magic and holiness imbued here. But I'm guessing the rulers of this very Catholic land must know about the supernatural to avoid its threats. The damage a single devil could cause should he feel inclined after getting a king under his control is enormous after all. Entering the house was simple for me though. There weren't many people in the manor itself. A few servants probably assigned by the king and the ones who followed him before arriving. But my target was in his room as he worked on some sketches late at night. An old man with long gray hair and beard, clear blue eyes still shining with intelligence, passion, and drive, but his body was clearly deteriorating as his right arm seemed to pose him problems when drawing. "Hello, Leonardo," I calmly greeted, causing the elderly man to pause before putting his pen down. "Have you come to kill an old man to slight the king?" He responded evenly as he did not turn around. "Far from it. I am here to do almost the complete opposite actually," I softly answered politely. "Oh. Do assuage the curiosity of an old man, how are you to do the opposite of killing someone already nearing his death?" he asked as he finally turned around to look at me. He looked rather surprised over my appearance. "In case you're wondering, I am not an Oriental," I told the man with a small smirk. Disappointing, I had hoped that my works might have reached the ears of even those in the Orient. He casually replied, "I can say you've at least reached my ears, but I am from a much more difficult to reach place than the Orient." I responded with some amusement. "Is that so?" Do tell. The old man curiously asked with an almost childlike twinkle in his eyes. Depends on yourself. What are your thoughts on the faith? I ask instead of answering. Is this a prerequisite for this talk to continue? He asked in response. I will answer your questions regardless of whether you answer mine or not. I simply answered. Ah, a test of character then. He said in realization, very well. The faith, to me, is a source of inspiration and of many questions. It can at times be the one leading the charge in pursuit of many things, but the unforgiving oppressor in others. The demonstration of all that is good in a person but also all his evils. The opinion of an artist and knowledge seeker after all. I happily replied with a hand clap. Ask away. You said that you were not from the Orient, but your skin tone and exotic hair color tell me otherwise. Where might you be from then? He curiously asked. The underworld. I simply answered with a grin. That answer made Da Vinci pause as he seemed torn between disbelief and belief due to how straightforwardly I answered. If you're being serious, sir, I would like for some proof. Da Vinci then decided to reply. In response, and unfurled my wings for him. You see, Leonardo, this world has far more to see than most humans know. I told the not scared, but excited and fascinated men. Incredible. Are you a devil from the scriptures here for my soul? The old man excitedly questioned. No. Personally, I find it a distasteful practice kept from the old Satans and a pathetic way of gaining hollow strength. I answered with a bit of a frown, thinking about all those records of devils boasting about the souls they've taken in the books I had acquired. Fascinating. Devils truly gain power from consuming human souls. And what do you mean by the old Satans? Can there be new Satans? The now energetic old man asked in rapid succession. They can, but it is very rare nowadays. As for the old Satans, they fell during the Great War alongside the big men. We've only recently had a civil war to stop their children from trying to restart the conflict as well, and drove their families out. I honestly, since even if he didn't join, I could simply erase the conversation from his mind. Satans. As in more than one? He questioned, since it goes against the Bible's words, and I'm sure he's heard and read plenty from that book. Yes. At first there were no devils at all, but the fall of Eve after eating the apple and Lucifer's betrayal of heaven led them to be cast down into the underworld, becoming Lilith the mother of devils and Lucifer the first Satan. The two then created the three other Satan houses of Asmodeus, Beelzebub and Leviathan, followed with the 72 demon pillar families and the rest of my kind. But unfortunately the Satans wanted to dominate the planet, which started a great war between heaven and the underworld. At this time some angels began to fall into various temptations and becoming fallen angels, later leading to the orgy of the fifth heaven and the subsequent creation of Gregory. Turning the two-way war into a three-way one. The war cost the lives of billions on all sides, with over half the pillars in the underworld going extinct. It was only with the death of the four Satans and the big guy, alongside the disappearance of Lilith, did the war enter an uneasy truce. Later, the children of the Satans wished to restart the war, but many realized that this would be genocide for not only devils, but for angels and fallen angels, so we rose up and fought. Ending with the overthrowing of the four Satans and the position becoming a symbol inherited by four of the strongest devils in the underworld. I told the men, as I have a rather brief history of the underworld. I have so many questions. God is dead. Eve the first woman was also the mother of devils. How could we not know of all this? Why are the Satans not the strongest devils? And why are you telling? Leonardo asked as he looked at me seriously. Well, a few of those are linked together. But yes, the big man fell due to having exhausted himself before fighting the Satans. And humans are not generally aware of everything due to in large part to the church doing its best to bring in faith for heaven, while not knowing their father is dead. Actually, very few people actually know about this. I responded with a shrug. While I am telling all this because I wish to bring you into the fold, so to speak. I will require an explanation. He seriously replied, because even if his faith was not the greatest due to his mind, he was still raised in an extremely Christian environment. Very well. My name is Lith Azeroth, Lord and founder of House Azeroth. I am a hybrid between devil and man, which pushed me to make a place of refuge for the rejected in the supernatural sense. That is precisely what I would be if not for my strength. After the civil, the new Satan Asmodeus created a way for devils from noble houses to reincarnate other willing races into devils to help restore our numbers and bring in more talents. This way is through things called evil pieces. They serve as a medium to transform the body and soul into devils using the owner's own demonic power, while binding the receiver to the owner of the piece. In essence, it is a servitude contract due to this being the only way we could safely make such things occur for both sides, but the receiver will generally get the short end of the stick. I answered honestly since he would find out later on anyway if he accepted. Plus, every member of my peerage will be there because they want to be. No matter how much I desire someone, I will not be using Alpheka Tyrant on any potential peerage member except for freeing talents. And I must assume there are benefits to this servitude, or else most would refuse. Leonardo deducted. Yes. The first few come with being a devil. The first is a massive increase in lifespan for most beings, with devils being capable of living 10,000 years on average. The second is access to demonic power, something unique to us, which allows to cast magic based on imagination and willpower, while also allowing the ability to learn other magics. The third is that depending on the type of evil piece I used, the receiver can gain different boosts. I answered as took out the bishop piece. A chess piece? He questioned as he closely observed the black chess piece pulsing with purple veins. The number, type, and abilities of the piece are based on the game. This particular one, as you can see, is the bishop. It allows for an increase in the receiver's demonic power and increases casting abilities. I believe that, as the men you are, this would be the best choice for you in the short and long term. I clarified as he looked into my eyes, then back of the piece, if you accept of course. And why do you want this old man to join you? I have no strength and don't know anything of magic. All I could offer are my mundane talents. Leonardo asked as he focused on me now. Because I desire your genius, and my desire increases exponentially when thinking about what you could achieve with magic at your side, with ancient and yet to be discovered knowledge for humanity learnt, with a few centuries of time, and my complete support. I want to see the heights that the great Leonardo da Vinci could reach if he was freed from the limits of humanity and the mundane. I grandly answered with an excited smile. And what would I be required to do for such patronage? He carefully asked. For you to support myself and my people to the best of your abilities, while maybe getting involved in some fights from time to time after getting some proper training. I answered honestly. Da Vinci fell into contemplation after that, going through the massive shift in his reality and my offer. I silently waited as the old man kept silent for over 20 minutes. If I had some requests before I accepted, how can I be sure you will fulfill them? He then asked as if he had made his decision. Standard way would be a magically binding contract. Both sides write their conditions and then negotiate until everything is approved. But since this is your first time while not knowing how these work and not having the experience to unknowingly selling yourself into servitude, it will just be you writing your conditions for joining me, and I will accept if they are reasonable or doable. I explained to the elderly man. Then let us go with that. He responded as I made a mostly blank contract and pen appear in front of him. He carefully wrote his requests and then passed the contract over to me. Reading it was rather interesting, since it boiled down to wants to settle his affairs. Promise that he will truly receive patronage in exchange for his services, including a workshop and full access to learning resources. The right to refuse his orders deemed inappropriate, suicidal, or foolish. Guaranteed livelihood. The ability to create his own body. All of them were things I was already planning on, but that last one was a surprise. You wish to create your own body? I questioned with a slightly difficult face. Is this not possible? He asked with genuine curiosity. It is certainly possible for beings of remarkable power, beings I will be teaching you about in great detail should you join, but I do not know of any established way to create a true body for your soul to inhabit without certain materials. I believe we should be able to work out a proper process to achieve your desired results using a combination of scientific and magical knowledge I possess, mixed with your ingenuity and future inspiration. I answered after thinking of the cloning technology one remembered from my past life, with the fact that Ophis and Great Red had created a new body for Issei in canon, and some possibilities regarding the evil pieces. The results will be all the sweeter by struggling to achieve it. The old man said with determination. Then I can take it that my agreeing to these conditions means you agree to my proposition? I asked him. I do. I shall come under your patronage, Lord Azeroth. He solemnly declared as he took the evil piece in his hand. So how does this work? You need to be willing to accept the piece as I push it into you, but do not be worried since this is an almost painless procedure. Only the physical transformation might cause discomfort. But I suggest waiting until all you affairs are in order before accepting, since you will be returned to being a young man after accepting, since you are only in your 60s and it takes a devil thousands of years to reach your appearance. I informed him as he nodded in acceptance. With this the contract was set, and I had successfully recruited one of, if not the, most innovative minds in history. This success would spark a revolution in magic and technology unseen before and probably after as well. Underscore 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 underscore. Extra author notes. Just so no one flips out, Da Vinci-chan will be a thing once Leonardo gets everything properly working. It might take years chronologically, but only a few actual chapters. Had to think about if it was actually possible too, since no homunculus magic was talked about and the closest was Issei being remade and all those devils Hades created using the Book of Lucifer and Lilith. My plan is to make Da Vinci full magic/gadget based and support focused. Not all peerage members need to be exclusively fighters in my mind, but at least reach Litha's combat standards in their own ways. As of now, Da Vinci is kinda asexual in general, but that could change. I'm not actually sure how much is true about the stories of him being gay in real life, but it could become something now that she will be going for a female body, and that will affect Da Vinci more than he would have initially believed. I am also planning on awakening a dormant sacred gear in her/him, which is called Unknown Dictator, canon sacred gear, which became a Longinus. Form: different types of mechanical equipment. Asterisk iron manipulation. Asterisk electronic device manipulation. Asterisk mechanical equipment creation. Now, as you've seen, Yasaka and Tamamo will have different powers from their canon forms, becoming the sun and moon foxes. They will be keeping their personalities as best I can. Still going with Tamamo joining Seraphal and Yasaka becoming yokai leader, but this time of all of Japan. I've received an interesting suggestion to make Yasaka have twins, with Kunu's devil side being sealed and second would look like Izuna Hatsus from No Game No Life, keeping her devil traits. Another suggestion I think I'm going to do with is that the creation of Yamato will be as a training tool for Litha's future children instead of his main weapon. Hope you all enjoy Chapter 21, ch 21 Days Off in Azura. Since I've managed to accomplish my immediate goals and then some, I decided to spend time with my new charges and Lady Love during the next few days. I could do that since I'm not stupid enough to not set up a proper supporting staff, which would take on a good amount of my workload. Brainwashing does wonder against corruption and fuck-ups, with great compensation and benefits helping. And everything was going swimmingly since the upsurge in immigrants and settlers slowed down once we reached around 3 million, with about a tenth belonging to my military forces. A lot of former houses of Lucifer and Satan soldiers had moved to my lands after the houses went down after all. I actually put in place a limit of 20 legions, each containing 10,000 devils, purely so we could focus on quality moving forward. The rest would be placed in the reserves, training or improving to reach the legions themselves. This was a long-term project to continue stimulating the troops during peacetime, in all honesty, so that they could at least have internal competition and interlegionary competition to satisfy larger-scale desires. But all that was being handled by Horath on the day-to-day. Meanwhile, the city/town/village guards were caped at around 50,000 in total, not being counted towards my true military forces since they should never be deployed unless we face complete destruction. All being handled by my guard captain. The finances were being handled by Gila's department, which was both stressful and fulfilling due to having to properly balance taxes for the various regions, merchant groups, and the budding guilds popping up like the chefs, smiths, healers, builders, craftsmen, and researchers guilds. It helped to have a more centralized authority under myself to handle the scattered individuals and streamline how everything is handled. People pay a yearly fee depending on ranking and reported earnings, in exchange for arbitration of conflicts, better supplies and resources, safety nets, and a place to pick up jobs or requests related to their crafts when none find their way to their doors. There are other benefits and requirements, but it varies from to guild to guild. But they are all under me and the staff is under my banner to preemptively curb any sort of abuse of authority by high-ranking guild officials. We even put in place term limits just to make sure no one would get any kind of funny ideas. It's not like I could brainwash every single person in my territory after all, that would simply take far too long and would be a futile effort. Control people in key positions while inserting agents in various levels to broaden the net, that will catch pretty much everything that might slip through my own ability to feel everything in my domain. But I ignored all this to go out with Mana today. We train and talk a lot together, but it was always nice to find different things to do together and know more about each other. Today we're going to do something different. I told the teenage girl. I am ready, Lith-sama. She replied as if I was going to send her off on a do-or-die mission. I am going to teach you one of the best ways to relax your mind, body, and soul. I said to her apparent confusion. But what about training? She asked with a small head tilt. Mana, you have already shown me how talented and hard-working you are, and although I am not sure if this is what is driving you, but I will never abandon you. I have already decided that you shall become my pawn once I get one last thing for you. I told the girl, which seemed to really lift her mood as her eyes widened. Maybe a bit too much of an effect really, since she performed a deep bow. Thank for this honor, Lith-sama. I will not betray your trust. She immediately declared with much more emotion than she usually does. Mana, please don't bow to me. I softly but sternly said to the girl as I raised her head. Becoming part of my peerage, to me, means that you will become family in all but blood. My most trusted advisor and powerful force. I don't want you to believe yourself so far below me. But, you're a lord while I'm a commoner. No matter what, you should be shown respect by those below. She replied as my own more modern ideals conflicted with her own understanding of the world. It is difficult for most modern people of my past life and those in the future to understand, but feudalism and concepts of nobility being superior were deeply ingrained in pretty much every society that ever existed, and it affected those living in it to the core. The concept of equality was revolutionary for a reason after all, and it caused a lot of bloodshed because many did not believe in it. But that changed once you have been confirmed to be a peerage member, simply because joining it makes you a member of House Azeroth in all but blood. You may not be in the line of succession, but you will hold power and responsibility to aid me and my people. In the future they will look to you, as you do to me now. I tell her seriously as she listens to every word, and I will be proud to say are part of my family once you become that shining beacon for them. Lith-sama. The girl cried out as her emotions burst and she hugged. I was still much taller than her, but I gently brought her into my chest to let her get everything out of her system. Thank you. Thank you. Thank you. She kept repeating as I softly stroked her head and smooth hair. Thank you for trusting a person such as I so much. Now. None of that. From now on you're my little sister, and anyone who disagrees is going to have a bad day. I declared as she looked up at me with teary eyes. So no more putting yourself down, or Lith-sama, since that'll look bad on me if my little sister says stuff like that. From now on it's Lith-nii-san, Lith-aniki, Lith-aniui, or Ni-sama if you really need it. That made her blush a lot, which was adorable considering how she usually doesn't show many emotions on her face. That is, Ni-nii, Ni-sama. She stammered out with teary hazel eyes and such a cute, embarrassed but hopeful expression that I almost couldn't stop myself from glomping her. Yes, Mana. I replied as I brought her in for a proper hug. Now let this Ni-sama of yours show you how he relaxes sometimes. She didn't say anything due to being really embarrassed, but she nodded and went along with it nonetheless. What followed was Mana being surprised and then enthralled by the guitar I had made for myself and the songs I remembered from my past life. It might sound odd, but music had always been an important thing for me. It allowed me to escape my own mind, my goals, all my problems, and just focus on letting the harmonic sound waves flow through me. This being the only thing that ever succeeded, with no other art form, activity, or even the drugs and had tried and created coming close to making me focus on one thing. It was a blessing for someone who could not actually stop thinking or quiet his thoughts due to a perfect memory boosted by my personality constantly thinking about plan after plan. Music was the one thing which could fully occupy my mind, because even when high or plastered it wouldn't stop. There was even a time when I suffered from severe insomnia because of this. And that's something I wanted to share with Mana. So I began to slowly teach her how to play, and it became something just for us as we met every few days to enjoy the wonders of music together. It helped her, who had trouble properly expressing herself due to her life up till now, have an emotional outlet which didn't revolve around combat or training too. Something I was happy to see. A few days after my upgrading of mana to Little Sisterhood, I managed to arrange some time with Yasaka. It was difficult to do since she was rather shy around me, unlike her older sister who is a lot more outgoing. Although I believe that Tamamo acts this way mainly because she had suffered through either subtle or outright discrimination due to her curse and wanting to find people who would accept her. I believe that in time she will realize that this isn't needed anymore and that Seraphal and myself are at least her friends. Meanwhile, Yasaka is mostly shy because of her upbringing on Japanese views regarding noble girls and women. She's had little to no interactions with men, including her father, and had only truly begun to be taught how to lead the yukais in the future since it was thought that there was plenty of time anyway. So overall her education centered on the womanly crafts and household management. It was only recently that her studies took a different turn, but she seemed to enjoy learning the subjects of men a lot. It would take time to break the mindset she set for herself to become a true leader. As evident when I asked her in what way she would feel comfortable spending some time together, and she answered with tea ceremony. So here I was in a similar kimono to when I first met her, sitting in the separate Japanese-style house I had made for them in an enclosed space like the HAH, watching her gracefully prepare the tea for us. This was not an aspect of Japanese culture I wasn't truly familiar with, due to finding it a bit ridiculous how long a ceremony could last while everyone had to constantly be acting in certain ways. But if this is how Yasaka would feel most comfortable, then I would go along with it. She was only a young girl experiencing much, and this might be her way to calm her own mind and spirit. I shouldn't disrespect that. Taking our time to enjoy the tea, something which I rarely do when it's not for a get-together with my future mother-in-law or when discussing some matters with the nobles I have good relationships with. That was delicious, Yasaka. I complimented as it really was a different experience from the European way, but in a good way. You looked quite elegant preparing everything as well. Thank you, Azeroth-sama. She replied with a light blush, this is the least I could do for everything you've done for my sister and I. I will not say think nothing of it, because that would be putting down your own feelings on the matter, but I would like to ask you why you believe I am doing this. I responded, think of it as a small exercise as a future leader. I believe it was mostly out of honor and responsibility, while also wanting to have some form of tie with Amaterasu-sama. She answered carefully as she looked at me with some uncertainty. While partially right, it would seem you have misconstrued my character from my actions. I casually reply. Please enlighten this one, Azeroth-sama. She said humbly as she did during our one-on-one lessons in leadership and territorial management. I usually take her with me so she can get a feel for how things could be run and how to handle various situations. And although the societal values, conduct and structure are different, the problems are always the same in pretty much any society. You seem to believe I am some kind of honorable lord, and while it is true that I do not feel like I should not act when I see injustice, the actions I take are based on the benefits and costs of said actions. To rush in blindly on emotions and so-called justice could not only hurt me, but also everyone behind me as well. I explained to her as she had a bit of a sour look. Then why have you done so much for myself and my sister? She asked as if trying to find a hole to convince me I was lying. You see, it may have looked like a lot to you, but what I have done for both of you is rather simple for me. Like I said before, the benefits of my actions far outweighed the costs. I replied smoothly as she seemed to disagree. How can all you have done be considered simple? You built us a home such as this one so we would not be uncomfortable, give us the best training environment possible and have the best trainers available. We are free to do as we please outside of lessons and trainings, receive an allowance far greater than we should, experience luxury beyond anything even the emperor would, and you even take your own time to teach us, while trying to make sure we can make friends and be happy. She rapidly responded as she became flushed due to her emotions. That is simple. It is because I consider any problem which merely requires money an easy one. And in exchange for spending this money now and spend some time with you, which I will admit I do enjoy teaching you and your sister, I gain much from this in the future. I said to her as she calmed herself. Fine then, Azeroth-sama. Please tell me the benefits in your eyes. She finally said. There are multiple, my dear, but the main one is your gratitude. I told her plainly as she looked surprised. My gratitude is worth all this. She asked as she gestured to the house. Not you per se, but the future you. The you who will become the leader of yokais, and if I haven't judged your potential alongside Amaterasu-sama and my blessings, it will be all yokai. I answered her with a small smile. So it's all an investment? She asked with a small edge to her voice. Mainly. Just like anyone who will support you in future, it will be for some form of gain. Whether it will be for monetary, influential, or even physical benefits, they will expect something in return, no matter how small. I answered her seriously, since this is the reality of having power. Then what else do you have to gain? She questioned as her emotions started to get the better of her. Possibly your friendship and a friend for Seraphol in your sister and yourself. I simply answered with a bit of an amused smile at her confused expression. Wait a moment, Azeroth-sama. You are telling me that you wish to become friends with myself and my sister? She asked incredulously. Yes. Why not? I asked her in return. Why not? You have just directly told me that you wish to profit of my returning to lead the yokais. She responded with some disbelief. Indeed, but I never said how I would profit on you claiming your birthright, now have I? I teased as she began to understand that we might have different definitions on things. Then please explain, Azeroth-sama. She responded with some exasperation. To satisfy my greed for friends and allies mostly, which then opens up the door for many possibilities regarding the dealing of problems for both sides. Which means you need gain your rightful position so that we can both develop and flourish in Japan. I answered her, and it is my belief that for people to be true friends, they need to hold at least some similar status or strength. If not, then one party will feel inferior, just like you do now in regards to myself. So you wish for me to become stronger and earn an influential position so you could become friends with me and develop a positive between my future forces and base of operation and yours? Seeing my current stay as an investment? She asked to clarify what I had said to her. Pretty much. We are very long-lived after all, and thinking about things in the long term is a must. And if my investments and desires align with my general morals, all the better. I easily answered. But how can we be friends when you are basically using me? She bitterly asked this time. Yasaka, before this we were total strangers, and every relationship needs to start from somewhere. I decided that you would be an investment, but your character tells me you would also be a worthwhile friend. We have a lot of time to see if we can be, but I thought being honest with you would be a good start. I told her as I stood up. Whether we become friends is entirely up to you. I left the girl in contemplation as I took my leave. It wasn't exactly what I wanted to do by spending time with Yasaka today, but this would become a lesson which she would need to learn. And learning it from me when there are no actual risks or consequences is a lot better than later learning it from betrayal. It took Yasaka a few days before she managed to be comfortable around me again, realizing that everything was up to her to decide now that things were out in the open. For the most part, one simply acted as before our conversation, but we started to spend more time simply talking about things over tea. It helped her more than me, with sometimes things turning into small lessons. Overall, it was helping close the distance between us, but we were more master and student than friends at this time. I am sure things would change as Yasaka grew stronger and older, gaining her own pride and confidence. I was looking forward to seeing how the little fox girl would grow. Then one day I had quite the surprise visit from my lovely Sarah. Let's get married. She yelled as my office door burst open to reveal a high-strung Seraphol. Sure. When? I simply replied, due to only having waited this long on the actual ceremony so Sarah would feel comfortable with everything. Wait. You're fine with just doing it? She asked out of surprise. Of course. I was only waiting on you, love. Your mother and I have had almost everything planned for years. We were only waiting for you so you can decide what kind of dress you want, since that'll affect the decor and whatnot. I happily answered the stunned Satan. How come you never told me? She asked with a pout as she hopped into her favorite position, my lap. Because I didn't want to put any pressure on you, love. I've been ready to marry you since the day we were betrothed, but this was all new to you, so I wanted you to decide when we would actually get married. I gently explained to as she rested her head on my chest. It is going to change things after all. Change them how? She curiously asked. Well, you know, we have to do what all married couples do and consummate our newly evolved relationship. I answered with a roguish smile as I rubbed her soft and smooth thighs, causing her breathing to grow a bit heavier. But my answer made her blush completely out of control. I don't mind if it's you," she quietly replied as she tried to push herself into my chest. "And I can't wait to eat you up," I told her with some heat in my voice as a thought crossed my mind, but why the sudden desire? That apparently made her mood drop as she made an unpleasant face. Ugh. Stupid Aphrodite and her stupid horny pantheon. Kept saying she was curious about who could make a clueless girl like me fall in love and wanted to see what he was made of. And then that man-hater Artemis started yelling something about strong women not needing men or something. Then Zeus tried to hit on me. In front of Hera. Saying nothing was official yet. She answered as she got more agitated. "Looks like I'll need to give Zeus a lesson on eyeing my woman," I coldly thought as I decided to put some extra effort into my training. Hades is the strongest god in that pantheon, and if Cersex can give him a beating in his true form, then I'll be able to curb stomp that horny Pikachu. They're their love. Don't you worry about them. They're infamous for that crap, I told her as I stood up with her and Princess Carrie. "Let's go get some food and have a date night to get your mind off of them. We can talk about our wedding tomorrow, okay?" "That sounds good," she mumbled into my chest as she just let me do everything. Seraphol was just enjoying the perks of having a great fiancé, getting pampered and filled with fuzzy, warm feelings of love. A nice way to de-stress from a long day of dealing with overpowered children who hold far too much authority. We spent the night enjoying a nice meal prepared at a homely restaurant, followed by a small theatrical show which used intricate props and magic to bring everything to life like a live-action movie, and then relaxed by the fireplace in the HAH in each other's arms as we read stories to one another. Ending our day as we slept together peacefully and with smiles on our faces. Chapter 22, CH22 Wedding of a Satan, R18, Chapter 23, CH23 Hunting a Flame in Orleans. The next week was probably the most relaxing and carefree since I became a teenager in my past life. It helped that the time dilation made it closer to a month for us. Spending time as a newlywed couple where no one could even try to bother us was pretty great. Indulge in each other, lounge around lazily, enjoy cooking for each other a bit, something she was surprisingly excited to do and quite good at, and then there was just the fact that she was usually strutting around in one of my shirts and with no pants. We also trained together when we were feeling a bit stiff or just wanted to use some of our demonic power. Something Seraphol was interested in doing once I had freed her in talent in ice and water magic. I also helped her diplomatic talent and administrative skills so she would be able to better handle her job and be home more often. So with that, the days passed and our little honeymoon away from everyone was coming to an end. "Damn, I love you," I told her as hugged her from behind and planted a kiss on her neck. Giggle love you too. She replied happily in a sing-song manner, but let me finish the stew. I want to get this last one right before we have to get back to work. Chuckle couldn't help myself in front of my oh-so-lovely wife. I responded with a little peck on her cheek. "I know," Sarah said with her own quick kiss as she focused of the stew. Although the stew didn't end up being as good as Leora's dishes, but it was more fulfilling to eat food made by my wife. "So what's the plan after you go through General Devil stupidity?" I asked her as I took care of the dishes. I have a meeting with the Hindu pantheon about possible exchanging some Sanjeevani grass for phoenix tears. Then I have to on the Romans to see how they're doing. I'm hoping to avoid them starting a war to get our pantheon out of Italy or Rome even. And lastly, Zeki and Juki wanted to have a meeting with me and Falby for some reason. She casually answered from the table as she enjoyed some strawberry ice cream. "Let me know if those Romans cause you any trouble. I don't think I'll like it if both versions of Zeus hit on you though," I replied as I finished the dishes. "Yes, hubby. But what are you gonna do?" she said as she went to clean up her bowl and spoon. "Going to go out in the human world for a bit. I have a lead on a Longinus that I think I can bring back for us." I answered as it was as good a time as any to go after Incinerate Anthem. "Oh, really? That would be great. But make sure you aren't messing with any other faction or at least don't get caught while doing it," she reminded me half excitedly and half seriously. "No worries, love. I won't give you any more paperwork," I jokingly replied with a smirk. "You better not or I might take Mom up on learning her punishments for Dad," she threatened mischievously. Yes, ma'am. I replied in joke surrender. The next day came all too soon honestly, but a week was the most we could stretch things with just staying inside the Serafall was a free spirit and needed to be out in the world to be really happy, and that meant having to deal with our responsibilities, so making that week a month was the limit. With a good day kiss and peppy step, she headed off to deal with all the stupidity that devils could cause, while I finally opened my last perk on knowing the location of Incinerate Anthem. Surprisingly, it was in France. Orleans to be more precise. More annoyingly, however, it seemed to currently be inside the Cathedral of Orleans. Annoying, but easy enough to deal with in the right situation. Plenty of people disappear in these times after all. I thought as I disappeared from my office. Cathedral of Orleans, France, 3rd POV. We must hurry, Jean. The people should not be kept waiting. The priest said as he dragged a beautiful young girl with him. She was likely 14 to 15 judging by her face, but her well-developed body made many men swallow in temptation as her bosom and curves remained visible even through the stuffy religious clothing she had been forced to wear almost her entire life. The girl had remarkably pale complexion due to having been forced to basically remain trapped in one church, cathedral, or monastery after another, with braided white blonde hair forcibly kept so long that it almost reached her ankles and yellow eyes filled with frustration and, very well disguised anger, maybe even hatred. Why? It's just like always. Put on a smile for the faithful. Be nice to the faithful so they may feel her through me. And then go back to your room. She replied with some spite. But who cares about me? Or the fact that all these bastards are just parading me around to feel less guilty about the fact that they burnt her to the stake like a witch. Or that every time I have to do these things, all I can dream about after is the pain and sadness or their betrayal. About how that fucking Lord let me, her, die in agony after saving them. They should all feel the same pain she did and that I feel every time these so-called holy men show me off like I'm a damn relic. She thought with pure venom as she did her best to do what she's always done ever since she had started to experience what holding the spirit of the Maid of Orleans entailed, endure. When those men from the church called her a saint when her parents took her to church to have her blessed, she had been happy. But that changed when all too coincidentally, her parents were killed by devils and some exorcist saved her. She endured that. When they told her she held the spirit of the last true holy woman of France and started to treat her like an object and forced her to study the Bible almost day and night. She endured that loneliness. When they took her away from everyone she ever knew and locked her into various modest rooms to keep her pure of heart and mind, transforming her into a prisoner in all but name. Jean endured that too. The punishments for any sort of behavior not deemed saint-like she endured. Being tormented in her dreams by betrayal, pain, and sadness, she endured. Forced to be a doll on display so hypocrites could feel better about themselves and use her as if she was a tool for them to gain power, she endured. That is not how our maid should speak. The priest scolded much to the girl's annoyance. That's because I'm not her, you delusional ass. She thought as she just scoffed. Being forcefully dragged, neither could possibly notice the devil observing the situation with a smirk. How interesting. This may change my plans a bit. Such potential. And I might be able to keep her blessing as well. Only if I'm willing to go with plan B though. Lith said thoughtfully, it seems a trip to heaven might be required after this. Jean suddenly turned around instinctively looking in the direction of where she felt someone look at her, but seeing no one she quickly followed after the priest. She knew she was probably going to get punished later anyway, but might as well not make things worse. Later that day Jean found herself back in her room, which was basically drab stone walls with a cot on the side, a small nightstand with a Bible on it, a small window and an altar for praying. The girl was currently limping slightly from the latest teachings of the bishop who oversaw her in the cathedral. Fucking bastard. Fucking sadist. Hypocrite piece of shit. She thought in rage as he dared say how grateful she should be to be a prisoner in all but name while he lives in the lap of luxury. O Holy Father, the one who cursed my existence by making me suffer for your name, if you have any shred of actual love for your so-called saints, give me my freedom. You already took everything from me, so give me at least that in return. The teenage girl said as she thought the tears of anger, resentment, sadness, and weariness as she knelt at her altar. Well. The smooth voice of a man said from her cot, causing her to jump in surprise and become slightly scared, the dead can't help others much and I'm pretty far from being the big guy, but I'm all ears for a maiden in need. Jean got a good look at the men who mysteriously appeared in her small room without a sound, finding the infiltrator to be a handsome young man with darker skin than she'd ever seen, plum-colored hair, enchantingly bright green eyes, and wearing fine black clothes over a well-muscled body. The teenager felt intimidated by the clearly very large man silently appearing in her room near the night, but she was also curious and slightly hopeful after hearing what he had said. He isn't acting like those so-called blasphemers those pigs in robes always whine about when foreigners are mentioned. At least not like a flesh-eating barbarian who wants to defile any woman he meets. It might be a bit exaggerated, but I should be beautiful by any standards, and I'm not seeing anything similar to those looks the supposed priests or my guards give me since I began maturing. She thought carefully as she looked at her uninvited guest. Who are you and what are you doing here? Jean asked as did her best to keep an impassive tone. Well, I know about you, so it's only fair to introduce myself. The man replied with a confident smile as he stood up and showed his impressive height as he basically towered over the girl. My name is Azeroth, Lord and founder of House Azeroth. Husband of Satan Leviathan. A pleasure to meet you, Jean, the second coming of the maid of this city. The introduction made Jean's eyes widen dramatically as she began to feel fear. How can a devil be here? And did he say he married a Satan? Those monsters who want to destroy everything and turn our world into an extension of their hellish domain. She thought as she began looking around for something she could use to defend herself, not noticing the amused look on her guest as he looked at her. What do you want from me? Are you here to kill me? The girl asked as she did her best to not trigger the devil before her into turning into the slaughtering monster she had been taught about all her life. Originally, yes. He bluntly admitted as the girl's breathing began growing erratic. There's something inside of you I desired to obtain, but after seeing that you were the host I decided to maybe go about things differently. Did you come for my soul? She fearfully asked. I get that it was a popular practice at one point, but it basically stopped about 300 years ago. Lith replied as he passed his hand through his hair. Then what do you want from me? The girl asked a bit calmer. Inside of you is something called a sacred gear. A tool created by God before his death to give humanity a chance to combat the supernatural world. Not just devils, fallen angels, witches, wizards, and beasts of the night either, even the gods of other beliefs should one become strong enough. And you have a specific one I had desired. Lith answered her calmly. Great. Not only do I have to deal with being her, now I have a holy armament too. Just how much is he trying to cage me up? Jean cried out in frustration as she momentarily forgot her fear towards her guest. Wait, did you say God was dead? The sudden realization that the devil before her had said that not once, but twice, finally hit her. Yeah, not really commonly known outside the higher-ups, but he died alongside the original Satans over 100 years ago. Michael's been doing his best to run heaven, but it's pretty obvious that he can barely keep things going. Lith replied with a thoughtful look, now that I think about it, it's probably why you have the spirit of Jean Dark. Her spirit slipped out of his system and became part of you. So the reason I had to go through all this crap is because God is already dead. Jean said in disbelief. Not really sure, since there have been some examples of other famous heroes of old having second comings, but that's from other pantheons, but your case is pretty likely to be because of that. Lith honestly answered the girl. So all this time, I had to suffer because of some broken system under a dead man. Jean thought as she looked at her hands which had been canned alongside the bottom of her feet. With tears beginning to fall from her eyes as everything started crashing down on her. Sob. With a heavy sigh at sight of a teenage girl crying like this, Lith stood up and carefully approached the girl. Come on, let's sit you down at least and I'll have a look at you. He gently told her as he guided her to her cot. As the girl cried her frustrations, sadness, anger, and at the pointlessness of her pain, Lith tenderly removed her shoes and applied a restorative balm to her bleeding skin, causing it rapidly mend, following up on her hands as he silently applied more there. He was honestly thinking that his decision so far was the right one. He had plans to simply kill the person holding Incinerate Anthem silently or making it look like an accident if it was some random person, especially since there had been no news of the church gaining such an important Longinus user. But killing an innocent girl who had already not been living the best life was something which wouldn't sit well with him. Plus, Incinerate was just his surest bet. Lith had many other possibilities to work with and 500 years to work on them. *sniff***, what was that? The girl asked through some sobs as she began to calm down. A bomb made in the underworld. Devils can't really practice healing magic, so we learn how to create potions and medicine like this to cure our wounded. We have something called Phoenix Tears, but that's only for life and death injuries due to its scarcity. Lith answered her gently. Sniff thank you. Jean quietly said as she did her best to wipe her tears with her sleeves. No problem. The devil responded with more kindness than she had experienced from anyone in a long time. So, Jean started off awkwardly due to having been comforted by a being who is supposed to be the enemy of humanity. Why don't you want to kill me anymore? It's not like I could stop you. I didn't even know I had a holy armament until you told me. Killing for some power I could achieve in another way would leave a bad taste in my mouth. Yours was simply the most compatible I could think of with myself and the easiest to obtain for me. Lith simply answered, which surprised her. Why would a devil care about killing a human? Even more when it's a saint like me. She questioned. Well, being half human might be part of it. But my greed might be another. Lith answered the girl. Humans and devils can have children? She asked out of shock. She had never heard about that. Yeah, but it usually doesn't end well even if the parents had the child out of love. The devil replied a bit sadly at the thought. I didn't know devils could love, but why doesn't it end well? The curious girl asked, since this is so a unique chance for her. Of course we feel love. Problem is that we also have a stronger connection to sin than humans and live a lot longer while also having different values, so it usually doesn't happen often that a devil can have a meaningful and long-lasting relationship with a human. But the real reason it doesn't end well, even if it does happen, is that either the church or whatever noble down below orders the death of both parents and the child due to it being either a sin or an insult to their name. Lith explained to the sheltered girl. How can they do that? She exclaimed in outrage. It's how things are. If they can do what they do to you, imagine what they'll do to people who get seduced by devils. The hybrid replied distastefully, causing Jean's face to scrunch up as she looked at her now healed hands. Yeah. She quietly said in thought. Not that devils haven't done and aren't still doing stupid and plainly malicious deeds due to some believing in their innate superiority allowing them to do whatever they please, or in pursuit of pleasure, gains, or simply for ego, or even due to the belief that devils ought to be evil and selfish. But sometimes humans are truly their own monsters. Lith added as he didn't want to give the girl the wrong idea about devils. Jean couldn't help but agree. Ever since she was young, she grew more and more disillusioned by the church as she experienced how the men of the cloth really were. Lustful, greedy, gluttonous and avaricious pigs, the lot of them, with pride surpassing nobles most of the time and quicker to anger than most, envious of the wealth and power of others as they try to use the faith of the people to gain whatever they please. It disgusted her. So what are you going to do with me? Jean asked at the devil hybrid who, so far, seemed a lot more human than most of the priests she knew. Honestly, I am debating a few options. Number 1. I just go back and wait until you pass on, waiting for your death to either take the gear or go after the next person who has it. I have plenty of time and humans aren't exactly a long-lived race. You'd live your life out as it should be, I guess, and we never meet again. Lith said, which Jean thought would be too bad since she found talking with the dark-skinned devil was the most freeing interaction she'd had in years. No pressure to be the Maid of Orleans or act like a saint. Just being her. 2. I give up on your gear and start a search for another while you live your life. Again, not great since her situation doesn't change at all. 3. I take you from here and train you on how to use your gear, and in exchange for joining me you'll receive the freedom from the church you desire. Now that got Jean's attention as some hope sparked in her eyes. Can you? She hesitantly asked. Well, it would come with some conditions, of course. Lith answered. Like? You already said you don't want my soul. The teen asked curiously. Mostly that you'd follow my laws and direct orders. Aside from that, you would generally be free to do as you wish as long as you stay in my territory. He explained, that last part is because I don't see a human with your holy power being warmly welcomed anywhere else. While my people will be fine with it as long as I say it's fine. Are you a tyrant? The girl asked. I do hold absolute power there, but I don't think my people see me as a tyrant. It's more like most of them understand wanting a safe place to live where they can hope and dream. The place is full of weirdos, misfits, the desperate, and those who've suffered in the past. Lith answered with a fond smile as he thought about all those passionate idiots he's met. Sounds nice when you talk about it like that. Are you sure you're talking about a city filled with devils in hell? Jean asked with a bit of amusement, but also some jealousy that the supposed evils of the world could dream and hope while she was caged up. Want to see it? You'd see it eventually if you went with option 3 or 4. Lith replied with a raised eyebrow as he looked at the pale girl. You can take me away from here? She asked hopefully. Easily. But I will have to return you since your disappearance at this moment would be problematic. Plus take this as a sample. Lith replied with confidence as he held out his hand. Jean looked at the big devil with a handsome look, the kindness and patience he's shown with her and the offer her had proposed as she eyed his outstretched hand. It was everything she had been warned about when it comes to devils. A perfect deal which should inevitably go wrong for her as he would reveal his true face and torture her for eternity once she was in his grasp. But that was also why it was so tempting. She desired her freedom from the church which kept her as a living relic to show off to the masses, while being locked up at any other moment. To get away from the bastards and hypocrites who would betray her again and cause her pain every day. To just live her life away from all these pigs acting in the name of a dead god, justifying her suffering day and night as her burden to bear. So she took the devil's hand and the two vanished from the small room without anyone being the wiser. Capital city of Azura, Castle Azeroth main gate. The two appeared, much to the surprise of the guards until they recognized their lord. Lord Azeroth. The guards called out. Hey guys. Falem, Wick, how are you two doing today? Lith said to them with a casual smile. Doing fine, Lord. We have some more congratulatory gifts from some of the residents waiting for inspection, but all quiet besides that. Wick answered with salute. Well, quiet is a way to say it. More like no one's been trying to do anything stupid here while the celebrations are still going. Falem added with a smile. Ha. Too bad you lost your bets and got stuck here then. Lith boisterously replied to the two. Bah. I would have won that bet if it wasn't for that last hand. Complained Wick, but at least the ladies still give this Wick some attention when they pass by. Falem on the other hand looks so lonely. You little shit. It's only because I'm actually married and have someone to go home to. But at least the extra pay makes up for it and I can take her out for a nice dinner tonight. Falem shot back as he gloated. Are all devils like this? Jean wondered aloud as she watched the devil lord who had seemed so mysterious before, just casually talk to two guards in front of a massive castle. Nah, just our lord girly. Most lords wouldn't even look at us, while some would spit on us even. Wick answered with some pride. Aye. No other lord would bother to know our names either. Just guards after all. Falem followed up. That's because they all think with their egos and can't know what fun is even if you hit them with it. Lith said, causing the three men to burst out laughing while Jean looked at them. Anyway, Lord, how was your time with the new missus? Falem asked as another married man. Great. Honestly didn't know a meal from your own wife could make you feel so happy. Lith answered him. Aye. The food in the city tastes the best from anywhere, but there's just something about a wife's cooking that hits different. The men agreed. Bah. No need to rub it in my face, you know. Complained Wick. Then you get married. Replied Falem as the two began a song and dance they had done many times before. Come on, I'll show you around the city. These two will take a while. Lith told Jean as he pulled her by the hand. What came next was a day filled with shock and awe as the sheltered girl walked through a place straight out of stories. Unlike the images the church told about the underworld, a world filled with fire and blood, this was a city far surpassing even Paris and Orleans in terms of beauty, life, and happiness. She saw devils do incredible things as she witnessed magic which wasn't miracles or blessings for the first time. Tasted food which brought her to tears as it made her remember her mother's cooking. Talked to people like she was just a normal girl, even if they were respectful due to her being with Lith. Jean was even surprised to learn that all the festivities around her were because Lith had actually gotten married to a Satan, something she had kind of forgotten he had mentioned. But finding out that it's been a whole week and still going strong was just ridiculous. When she met said Satan, she was just blown away that she was such a beautiful and cheerful person as she happily greeted her without any suspicion. Chuckle Sarah can have that effect on people. Lith told her as he saw her dazed look after his wife left to take a nice bath. It thought she would be more intimidating, I guess. Jean replied with a wry smile. That's only if you piss her off. Then you'll end up frozen in ice which will never thaw. Lith responded with a smile. It's a bit difficult to see. The girl said as she remembered being hugged by the cheerful Satan. You would understand if options 3 or 4 are taken. Lith responded. You never said what option 4 was. Jean probed as she looked at the men she had probably spent the longest amount of time with beside her late father. That is the most difficult choice for you and the one with the longest lasting effect. Lith seriously began as he looked into her yellow eyes directly. Let me explain what a peerage is first. One explanation later. So I could become a devil? She asked as she digested the information. Yes. You would be bound to me until either of us dies or something drastic happens. Lith answered, you would be considered part of my house and receive everything and anything I can give to help you grow stronger and for you to fulfill your endeavors. That sounds too good to be true. There has to be some conditions. Jean said to the devil. Of course there are conditions beyond the standard one I've told you regarding becoming a peerage member. He replied seriously at the girl. I expect loyalty and friendship to myself and my people, which can slowly be built over time as we get to know each other and you explore my lands. During battle you will be my most trusted forces, so strength and intelligence are a must. And I will expect for at least professionalism amongst my peerage even if you can't be friends with each other. That's reasonable. Jean murmured as she thought about everything. Don't feel rushed. Lith then told her as she looked up in surprise. She had thought that this was an offer she needed to answer now or it would be gone. Take your time digesting everything properly. I'll visit you so we can talk during the next few days and you can ask more questions. If you can give me answer in about a week, then that's great, if not, like I said, I can be patient. The devil told her understandingly as she nodded firmly. After bringing her back to her room, which now felt even more lonely and lifeless than ever before after the fantastical time she had just spent with the Devil Lord, Jean began to seriously think about what she could do with her life now that she had been given a real choice. Almost like Eve herself, but hopefully without such a bad ending. The next week was both a blessing and a curse as Jean began to only have Litha's visits to look forward to as she was forced into training intensively as the city prepared for the annual festival held in Jean Dark's honor. The biggest problem for Jean, however, was that her connection to the maid's spirit strengthened during this time, making her feel her life even more intensely than usual and causing her to feel the pain and betrayal clearer than any other time. It got so bad that her new devil friend even gifted her potions for dreamless sleep so she could avoid the dreams. Are you sure you want to do this? You said that it's been getting worse. I'm worried your current state might even make your sacred gear awaken. Lith told her from the room they had put Jean in after making sure she was ready to be presented. I'll be fine. This is the last thing I'll do and that's only so her spirit can at least feel a bit of peace for the suffering she went thought. After that, I decided to come with you. I'll become a member of your peerage if you'll have me. The teenage girl declared seriously as she looked at the person she felt the strongest connection to ever since her parents died. Lith had confirmed the church was behind the death of her parents during the week, in order to give her some closure, and now she was just staying here for Jean Dark. Her spirit might have caused her a lot of pain and suffering, but it wasn't her fault. All the blame was on the church. Plus she had been a sort of companion and teacher. Then I'll be around until everything is over. Lith softly told the girl, don't push yourself too hard. I want to introduce you to the 2 other members later after all. I hope I can be friends with them. Jean replied with a small smile. Mana has a hard time opening up because of her hard life and personality, but she's a good girl who cares about her close ones. While Leonardo is rather a bit too open about himself, but he's friendly and passionate. You would probably hit it off with Yasaka and Tamamo who are currently in the care of myself and my wife, and let's not forget my unicorn familiar Sigil. Lith replied with a warm smile to the hopeful girl. You have a unicorn? She exclaimed in shock. Yup. Rescued him when he was a newborn. Became quite the chivalrous fellow. Lith answered fondly. Do you think I'd be able to ride him? I am pure? She asked with big hopeful eyes. Ha. Being a virgin's got nothing to do with it. But he'd probably be up for it since you'll be family. Lith mirthfully answered the girl. Then that's one more thing to look forward to after this is done. She replied with a look of excitement. The festival which she was to be the central figure of, was simply one to honor the woman the people of Orleans still believed to be their savior, no matter what the English and pro-English pigs who had captured and trialed her said. So while it caused her a lot of pain, Jean went through everything for them. The people who never renounced her. Doing her best so that they may enjoy things one last time with the second coming of the maid, Jean perfectly enacted her role, much to the liking of those in charge of her. They believed their teachings had finally gotten through the spiteful girl. Too bad the next morning would reveal that Jean had disappeared in the dead of night, leaving only her long braid behind, with the investigation finding a secret exit which had been unknown prior to this event. The investigation led to the entire city being put on lockdown as they searched everywhere for the girl, thinking she had escaped without much thought and couldn't have gotten out due to the gates not even being open during the night anyway. Too bad she didn't need to leave from the gates. Their target hadn't even left the cathedral's premises as she watched everything from its roof with Lith. But they would be shocked if they did find her due to her having truly cut off her long braid and now wearing some black men's clothes she had liked when visiting Azeroth, something Lith had noticed and gotten for her. How did you know about the secret passage? She asked him out of simple curiosity. I made it. He answered with a smirk. How? She asked. My powers revolve around space, a concept I'll explain later, but suffice to say that creating a simple secret passage is rather easy for me. Lith bragged a bit. All right then. Shall we go then, my lord? She replied with while teasing a bit since she had never actually called him a lord before due to always feeling rather close with the devil. We shall, my dear. He responded as the two disappeared from the city. Chapter 24, CH24 New Century, New Member. Jean actually became the second person to receive an evil piece, or should I say 2 pieces since she took 2 pawns to reincarnate due to her holding Jean Dark Spirit, a Longinus and her rather large holy power which I managed to keep and even begin the process of turning her energy into a holy demonic mix. If those plot-armored little punks managed to make Kiba's stupid sword using his balance breaker and his friend's light energy, then I succeeded using my own Longinus balance breaker to help the two mix together by placing a partial seal between the two and permitting them to gradually mix under the influence of Jean's now freed talents in both demonic and holy energy, as well as holy demonic energy. It did stop her from immediately training, so she did have plenty of time to enjoy herself in my lands as she steadily went through her energy transformation. But I think she liked that she could do as she pleased for a while. She got along quite well with Yasaka from the start. Leonardo mildly overloaded her through his friendliness, questions, and tests, but she found him interesting. While her and Mana started to spend some time together, slowly getting to know each other. Sarah did talk to me about basically kidnapping a saint of the church, but knowing I made it look like she ran away helped a lot. Especially since there was no evidence even hinting at a devil being there. After that she did what Sarah does best, which is making people feel welcomed and liked. Southwest Jean got close to her, but acted like a tsundere when she was confronted about it. It became a regular thing that we had knowing looks when Jean tried to act cool during Seraphal time. I did put off my visit to heaven and instead focused on researching what I could about sacred gears now, by using sleeper agents and personally infiltrating Grigori to get their data. Azazel went really paranoid once he noticed someone had gotten into his files according to my reports, but also seemed to not think of doing anything drastic due to wanting to see if the person responsible would bring a new perspective to reach his goal. I believe that I should give him a hand once I have some more time to indulge. As a form of payment. So with my charges, peerage members and mine and my wife's training, alongside my other duties, time passed rather quickly. By the turn of the 17th century, many changes had occurred amongst our group. The most obvious was that all the girls in our care had grown into strong and beautiful young women. Yasaka and Tamamo had both long since reached 9 tails and were on the cusp of properly entering Satan class. The energetic Moon Fox had become something to be feared once angered now. Her use of water and ice magic was beyond excellent, delighting Seraphal as her friend and teacher, while her darkness magic lagged behind the two. Her Yujitsu was subtle and masterful as she learned to completely control her opponents, slowly cornered them. And her original curse magic was almost a certain kill for opponents who didn't simply outclass her or had natural abilities in healing, sealing, or dispelling. She had even managed to create her own version of foxfire mixed with her curse energy, turning it into deadly black flames which will stick to its targets while debilitating them with various curses at the same time. While our calm and passionate son Fox became truly worthy of being a leader. Strong, smart, kind and fearless. Her fire and light magic weren't as strong as her sister's water and ice due to not receiving a double blessing, but she made up for it by infusing her senjutsu into her attacks to deal tremendous damage. Her space magic wasn't weak either, as I made sure to teach her thoroughly, hoping to be there when two idiots from the hero faction attack her. Especially when her close-quarter combat has been thoroughly refined by myself as we clashed our Tuki-clad bodies against one another. And finally her absolutely devastating foxfire, which feels more like she unleashes a solar flare from her mouth as she combines everything into one attack, which is almost the antithesis of devils, only missing the holy attribute to do so. Tamamo had become an incredibly close friend of Seraphul's during their time together. Going so far as me hearing them talk about mine and Sarah's private activities sometimes, and the fox frequently accompanying my wife when she's out to do her job. Yasaka became a good friend and student, while being a wonderful companion to my peerage members. But I am a bit worried about some of the more heated looks I received from her. I know we can't be together, even if harems are incredibly common in the underworld, so I've done my best to assuage the situation by talking to Seraphul and Tamamo, who spoke to Yasaka. It was sad to think about the two leaving soon due to being more than strong enough to reclaim their birthrights. Mana had fully embraced her life here in the underworld, having finally become an official pawn of mine after receiving Lawman's gunsmith from a surprising holder I'll talk about a bit later. She's become a calm, cool and responsible young woman who I can entrust any task to. A beauty in her own rights, as well as musician who can enchant hearts and minds once she begins to play her guitar. In terms of strength, she is nearing Satan class as well, with Lawman's gunsmith serving as a catalyst to help her tackle the barrier between ultimate and Satan class, while her Oni heritage makes her actually capable of fighting them if needed. Learning Jiu-Jitsu and Senjutsu alongside Yasaka and Tamamo helped her tremendously to widen her repertoire, while her lightning magic allowed her to develop her own style of CQC involving the usage of lightning and Tuki, creating a mix between the lightning armor from the Reikage in Naruto, her Negis Magia Arabia from Negima, making near untouchable at her level. And her gun mastery and sacred gear make her deadly at any range and any angle. She's been doing some contracts to properly get our name out in the world and as a form of experience gathering when she isn't relaxing in the city or out hunting with Heltana from time to time. Her work led to many new immigrants from the supernatural side around the world, slowly building a reputation for House Azeroth out in the world. Jean has had the most standard growth for a DxD Longinus user, I would say. Compared to the kids from canon anyway. Personally, she matured wonderfully as a person once she was able to spread her wings under me. She found herself to be passionate about painting and reading, things her past self had never been able to enjoy and which had taught her how precious it could be. Although the most aggressive member of my current peerage, she is still rather charismatic and has an instinctive grasp of the battlefield when she takes command of a legion during our war games. Jean still has a very strong hate for the church, but does know not to hate all members blindly. As for her battle prowess, she is more than capable of taking on Satan classes in our pantheon thanks to her currently unique holy demonic power and her Longinus, but would be around peak ultimate outside of it. Just like mana, she requires a powerful opponent to properly break through or shine the way for them due to it being something no one can teach. She has kept her ability to use light magic and holy power, but can now infuse demonic power to make it dangerous for beings of light as well. Her energy allowed her to cause a mutation in Incinerate Anthem, turning its flames dark red and gaining demonic properties as well. We haven't found a proper soul for her to strap to her Longinus and achieve the balance breaker, but judging by her fondness for dragons, my guess would be on one of them being her optimal choice. As a fighter, Jean can be categorized as a close to mid-ranger one, using her holy demonic flames as crowd control and weapon as she fights using a weaponized battle flag bearing the Azeroth crest to a masterful effect at closer ranges. It was made by Da Vinci and Muramasa to help bolster the effective and channel her holy demonic abilities. She also unlocked her own Tuki through the rigorous training she underwent to become a deadly warrior in her own right, further boosting her incredible strength. Now speaking of Leonardo, or should I now say Da Vinci-chan as she now wants to be called, she's had the most drastic change amongst the three. When I recruited the old men, I thought his desire to create his own body came from his curiosity or desires to create a perfect one for himself, but much to my surprise it was because his own didn't suit his aesthetic tastes. Resulting in a beautiful Mona Lisa being created for his soul, which we managed to transfer into the body by using his evil piece as a medium and anchor for the man's soul. It was a success, which resulted in Da Vinci-chan to actually gain a tremendous boost in magical and physical resistances and potential. Now that his, now her, goal of creating the perfect body was completed, Da Vinci-chan began to create dozens of new inventions and delved into magic like never before as she took in everything she could. Something I was happy to permit due to her research bringing push after push in the fields of science, medicine, architecture, agriculture, engineering, and magic itself as she melded everything she knew to push further beyond what they could alone. As a result, my territory was undergoing constant upgrades as people now lived in a city unseen anywhere else in the world and the lives of my people improved as new knowledge was discovered. The girl became the champion from a few guilds at once too, lighting a fire under everyone else's asses as she single-handedly dragged everything forward. Her personal strength wasn't anything to sniff at either. While she was technically weaker than my two other members in pure power, her sheer versatility in magic and tech allowed her to almost play with the two young women at times. Not only mastering human and devil magic, but also using the sacred gear we had discovered in her soul once we were ready to move it to the current body, unknown dictator, which allows her to manipulate her inventions and modify them mid-battle. Her battle style involved her mecha arm in close range and portable magic cannons at long range, with her evil piece helping her cast dozens of magic spells at once if she felt like it, dominating long range that way. She is a unique woman, I'll tell you that. But her creations are also helping Mana have more options in terms of guns she can create using Lawman's gunsmith. As for how I obtained that particular sacred gear so soon, when the only time I actually knew it would appear would be in the era of cowboys in America, well, that would be because of a certain peerage candidate who refused my invitation. This was an interesting event because I met Oda Nobunaga, which for some reason ended up being a tall red-headed woman with a fearsome demeanor and unbending will. She impressed me through her military acumen and desire for progress which resonated with mine. While her combat abilities made her shine on the battlefield, using sword and contemporary guns as she dominated everything in her path. While observing her along her rise, something I knew should end in betrayal, it became clear that she wielded a sacred gear, one I had planned to wait 2 centuries to obtain for Mana, but if Nobunaga had joined I would have had to look elsewhere. And so at the Temple of Hanoji, as she waited for her end, I offered her a deal to become a member of my peerage, but she rejected, firmly believing that she would only grasp the future as a human and nothing else. Her resolve was almost exactly like mine when I chose to die in my past life, and I respected that. So I kept her company in her final moments as we talked, only taking out her sacred gear as she drew her last breaths. I made sure that her corpse would secretly be buried alongside her sword by the Tokugawas, knowing she would prefer to stay in the human world and that the Tokugawas had been extremely loyal to her even after her death. Finishing my trip to Japan with some success in my failure as Mana officially became my pawn soon after, much to her joy. Now as for my lovely wife's progress during the last century, she has almost reached the threshold required to become a super devil in her own right, but she lacks a bit to turn her energy into a higher form and basically become an incarnation of ice itself. Her progress has been slowed down due to having to deal with the increasing number of idiots pissing off other pantheons since there's no war and half of the nobles just want their peerages to be filled with exotic and unique sex slaves. But she's always able to calm things down. I still had to have a pleasant chat with the now-named Devil Council headed by Zekrom Bale, to rein in their idiots and stop trying to use my wife's skills as a mean to do whatever they wanted, or people would start disappearing oh so tragically. Honestly, as much as Surzex complains about them or when he came to me when they complained to him about me, he would help his situation a lot if he took my advice and put his foot down firmly when facing those weaklings. Any of us, meaning myself, Sarah, Surzex, Ajuka, Falbium or Graphia could probably wipe out anywhere from 50 to 100% of them, and he keeps on being their bitch. The man is my friend but he's not truly leader material, which is why my lands have been seeing insane growth in all sectors while the rest of the underworld has almost been stagnant. The only big changes in the underworld has been the creation of a proper day-night cycle synchronized with the human world, including the creation of illusory moon and stars to make the growing number of reincarnated humans at home in the underworld and actually make things better for visitors. I help the other Satans in this due to my territory already doing this on a smaller scale. And the raiding games slowly starting to shape up as the idea of having devils and their peerages facing each other began to float around the underworld. And finally, the last big thing to happen during the 16th century was that I reached the Super Devil stage and have unofficially become the strongest devil known to exist. It happened 20 or so years after recruiting Gene, but suddenly my body began to take in an insane amount of space as I broke through a limit I had felt on myself, basically causing my body to rapidly mutate to reach higher levels. In a hurry to not signal everyone about what was happening and to not destroy everything near me by accident, I went into the dimensional gap, the place with the most freely available space I could access. Thus I slowly transformed into a being composed of space itself as I gained my true form, a humanoid devil body comprised of space as stars and galaxies seemed to be contained within myself, and my eyes exuded pure purple energy as space was created and warped around myself. Based on this but less gaseous. It seemed I had also attracted the attention one very large red dragon as it looked at me with mild interest before turning away and returning to doing whatever Great Red does in the gap. Luckily it didn't take my presence as offensive, since I am not even close to being strong enough to fight it. It took some time to return my previous form, since my current one technically became me, but I succeeded after some time and returned home to tell my lovely wife the good news and ask for it to remain secret in order not to threaten anyone and heighten tensions. After testing everything out and training the new form in an exclusive dimension I had to create, I began to properly control my power and learn how to use this new level of energy as best I could. It would still take time to gain absolute control and then grow into becoming the peak of personal power, right under conceptual beings like Ophis and Great Red, but I was making headway for being the youngest being at this level. As far as I could tell, nothing could overturn my control over space except for the 2 dragon gods, while those Hindu ones might be able to break them directly, and the rest of the top 10 could basically enforce their presence enough to not be personally affected by my space. My attacks could still very much get them, but I couldn't manipulate the space they existed in or the space they claimed through their own powers. My next breakthrough actually came in my physical/Tuki training. I didn't feel like the path Mana took with embodying her lightning was right for my melee style, since that was my true form anyway, so I looked at over things. Then I had 2 crazy thoughts. If the natural ki used in the world is tainted by negativity and devils are supposed to be beings of negative energy, couldn't I create a way to use that negativity? It's not like we're yokais and have to follow their ways. My initial approach didn't work well due to accumulating too much energy, and it's starting to affect me. Made me more irritable, which made me stop immediately. But since my problem was the build-up, I decided to try again, but by channeling the energy into an independent space I could control and isolate as I slowly transformed the negativity into a positive force before assimilating it. It was a very slow process, though I was seeing minuscule improvements in the process as time went on, and it allowed me to passively strengthen my body during every moment of my life and permitted my true form to hold greater amounts of power for longer. So until it either stopped working or I noticed negative effects, I decided to keep things going. My unarmed fighting style was shaping up nicely as well, taking parts from Whitebeard, Minato, Obito, Goto, and some others here and there to really mess with people in regards to close-quarters spatial abilities, and mixing in a few fighting styles such as Taekwondo for kicks, Aiki for throws and locks, Muay Thai for strikes, and Karate for a solid base. My old fighting style but revamped to properly match with my space. Helpful for opponents of a similar level and to fight purely physically. So overall I believe I should be able to go for the top 5, but those Hindu bastards are just overpowered thanks to all their ridiculous powers and their overpopulated country. It'll be a hard climb, but I believe that I'll surpass them soon enough. Wonder if it would change the naming of this universe if I was one of the 2 strongest. Maybe it wouldn't, since I am a devil and that starts with D2. Oh well. Time to go visit the second candidate I was waiting for in Japan. I knew where my knight candidate was, and it was time to confront the parent and child about it. Shinman Sword and Juddy Dojo Ha. I thought as I looked at the rather humble dojo for a lord's martial instructor, but some prefer things this way. I entered and took of my sandals. Politeness goes far in making good impressions after all. Quietly entering the dojo proper, I found a middle-aged balding man with a thick mustache, kneeling tranquilly in front of 2 swords. Not wanting to interrupt, I knelt near the wall in silence. Time passed as the men remained in meditation. Are you a challenger or student hopeful? The man's voice suddenly asked without moving or opening his eyes. Neither. I am here to speak to Musashi-san. I answered the man politely. You are. He replied firmly. I am not. I simply responded peacefully as I looked in the direction I knew Musashi was in. There are no other swordsmen here. This is the home of Musashi Miyamoto. And this is my home. Hence I must be Musashi. The older man replied. True, I am not swordsman, making you the only one present. But I am looking for a swordswoman. I said to the old man, causing his body to react as he suddenly stood up and drew his blades in one smooth, beautiful motion. Who are you, foreigner, and why are you here? He sternly questioned as he readied himself to cut me down. Although I admire the lengths you two have gone through as parent and child, just because I am not a swordsman, that does not make me weak. I calmly replied as I stood up and approached him. We shall see. The man declared as he prepared to strike, until suddenly. Father, don't. A young woman cried out as she came from behind a hidden wall. She was a beauty, which was apparently becoming a theme when strong and competent women were involved in this world, with ash blonde hair tied up with a unique hair ornament and leaving one long strand on the right side of her face, had clear lilac eyes, wearing a sleeveless blue kikuji and red hakama. Her body seemed soft at a glance, but the subtle muscles built only to wield a sword were visible to me, so were the calluses on her hands and the confidence ingrained into her being. What are you doing? The older man severely asked. You can't win, father. Even I am having difficulty seeing any kind of opening, and even then I can't tell if it's on purpose or not. She seriously told the man as he stared at me in disbelief. Those are some impressive eyes, Musashi-san. They must have been a tremendous help on your path. I told the girl, making her flinch a bit. How do you know? She asked carefully. Because I have been looking for a swordsman, or in your case swordswoman, of your caliber for some time now. A few decades actually. I answered the father-daughter duo. Preposterous. You don't even look older than my daughter. The man declared as he glared at me. I guess a proper discussion will be needed before we get to the matter at hand. I replied as I transported us into their home with a thought, immediately causing the both of them to draw their swords in fear and out of feeling threatened. What manner of yokai are you? The man asked in deadly seriousness. None, but I do have 2 kyubis and 1 oni at my home. I replied with some humor. This is not a joking matter. He angrily replied as he tightened his grip on his swords while Musashi was in deep thought. It's not. I can ask Amaterasu-sama to vouch for me if you wish. I then said to them as I sat down behind the low table and began to prepare tea like Isaka had taught me over the years. Watching me ignore the 2 wielding 4 swords while preparing tea, they couldn't help but start feeling a bit awkward. You speak as if she is real. Musashi then commented as she couldn't believe that she hadn't felt any kind of falsehood in the men before them yet. Because she is. Like I said, we need to have a discussion before we can get to why I am here. And I have been told that over tea is the best way to do so in these lands. I told the duo as I gestured at the 2 cushions which suddenly appeared. The 2 hesitated as they had a silent conversation until they finally decided to put away their swords and join me. What is this about? Questioned Musashi's father, who should be Shinman Munisai. Like I said, I've been looking for someone like your daughter for a long time, hoping to have them join me. I told them. I poured the tea into 3 separate cups. For what? Musashi asked as she did not take her eyes off of me. In terms you would understand, I guess to become a vassal or samurai of mine. I told her, much to the surprise of the 2. Do not toy with us, boy. I have never heard of a foreigner being a lord recognized by the emperor or any of the daimyos. Munisai said with a dangerous edge. True, I am not a lord of these lands. I am not even human after all, so how can I hold lands here? I replied calmly as I took the first sip of the tea. Not even close to Yasaka's. Wonder how she does it. I thought with a slight frown. What do you mean by not being human? Musashi carefully asked. I guess that's as good a place to start as any for an explanation on the other half of this world you most likely were not aware of. I told the duo as I began to explain the supernatural, but focusing more on the Shinto pantheon so they could understand better. So that is why my lord always insisted on never disrespecting those 5 clans. They have the backing of the gods. A Munisai struck by an epiphany said aloud. To think that so many great beings exist. Musashi quietly said as she grasped her swords tightly, her fighting intent leaking slightly by accident before she reined herself in. Ahem and what is it you desire for my daughter by telling us this if it was meant to remain hidden from us? Munisai asked as he centered himself. I wish to offer your daughter to join my race and family as my knight, something similar to samurai but from the west, becoming my blade against foes of legends past and legends to be made. I told the two seriously as I decided to appeal to them as warriors. You said you belong to the religion of those priests the emperor banned. As the evils nonetheless. The men suspiciously said with narrowed eyes. We do have that reputation. I acknowledged, but that was mostly because the creators of our race desired to dominate the world over 10,000 years ago and died trying. Nowadays we are mostly unwilling to continue such actions due to it being genocidal however. Plus, I am half human myself, the only one who is a lord due to my own strength, so about 1/4 of them hate me anyway. I have decided. Musashi suddenly declared as she stood up. Defeat me and I shall join you as your knight. Are you certain? This is not something to decide lightly. You would be under me for thousands of years. I expect loyalty and dedication to myself and my people, with a drive for improvement. Time can also be the cruelest of enemies. I warned her as I didn't want a hot-headed decision which will lead to issues later. Do not doubt my resolve. She replied in a steely manner. Understood, but be warned that I am stronger than humans, am over a century old and will be fighting unarmed. I told her she can at least get some more information about me. Are you looking down on me because I am a woman or human? She asked with a narrowed gaze. Not at all. I have simply not found a weapon which truly fit me and instead focused my efforts on my body in the meantime. I answered sincerely. With a nod, the three of us headed in the dojo. I will referee this match. We stop at first blood. Munisai declared as he stood up to the side. Not minding the minor disadvantage, we both nodded. Ready. Begin. Knowing I had a reach disadvantage, I decided a quick approach would be better than letting decide how the fight would go. Obviously noticing me entering her range, her right hand suddenly blurred as her first slash came in horizontally, almost cutting my clothes if I hadn't shifted into a low sliding kick, which I had to cancel as Musashi used her left hand to aim her blade for a stab, resulting in me using my stabilizing leg to jump off the ground and use my momentum to target a reverse kick to the temple, finding the girl already attacking my airborne body with both blades without a hint of fear or hesitation. Seeing this, I shifted into one of my favorite Taekwondo moves, Ho Grab, as I changed my reverse kick to grab her left arm with the back of my leg, then use my own left arm to lock up her right one, finishing everything by using my core muscles and momentum to throw Musashi in the air. She momentarily lost focus at the sudden throw, which allowed me to get my feet under me before preparing for the most basic strike in karate, but taken up a couple of notches. Basaltic fist. I announced as Musashi's eyes widened due to still being in the air and witnessing a powerful blow incoming. So what she did her best to slash her blades to the side, creating enough air pressure to shift herself out of the direct line of fire just in time. Too bad the attack still blew her away as she tumbled and rolled on the ground until she arrived at the wall and showed great athleticism as she twisted her body to land feet first against the wall, causing small cracks to appear as she jumped off of it and burst towards me with glee in her eyes. She's enjoying this. I thought as I looked into her eyes with a small smile escaping my notice. Then something interesting happened. Is that Tuki? I thought as a light purple aura appeared around her blades as she swung them, sending 2 flying slashes at me while she ready to follow up closely behind them. Seeing that, I immediately knew my next combo as I initiated Taekwondo ground drawer enhanced with my own Tuki to cancel her strike and sent out the debris her way, forcing her to dodge and slow her down. I love being able to do this in real life now. I thought as I unleashed another recreated technique since I can have all the fun I want right now as long as I'm limiting myself to human levels. Blue Dragon's Kick. I called out as my foot left a deep gash as it moved forward until all the energy contained burst forward. Nitten Ichi Ryu, crowding the heavens. Musashi's called out in response as she unleashed a dozen slashes in mere moments to combat my kick. Too bad it gave me enough time to rapidly close the distance as our attacks blew each other out and cause her to recoil a bit. A look of surprise appeared on her face as she saw my strike from inside her range. Kaiwan style, Devil Lance. She instinctively attempted to dodge the spear hand aimed at her face, but she had forgotten that this was until first blood and not to the death, so she was rather surprised when I had stopped after the attacks and back away. Winner. Until her father declared me the winner anyway and snapped her out of it. Was all that came out. It was only to first blood, remember? I amusedly said to the girls. First blood, he says. Look at my dojo. Munasai grumbled as Musashi took a look around to finally see the damage we caused. Deep slashes all around, 2 broken walls, giant gashes in the floor, broken floorboards, blown out windows, the door is gone and the decorations are ruined. Hee hee. Sorry, Dad. I guess we got a bit too into it. Musashi sheepishly replied as she scratched the back of her head. I'll take care of it. I simply said as everything returned to how it was before the fight in an instant. Whoa. Does that mean we can fight again, but without holding back this time? And now very excited, Musashi asked with sparkling eyes. And yes, we were both holding back. Neither wanted to kill, and this was a very brief clash in which we limited the range of our strikes and our collateral damage. The fight itself only lasted a few moments, but our exchanges simply happened at ridiculous speeds, bordering the limits of humanity. And humanity's limits can be pretty high considering Vasco Strata had defeated Kokabeel, a fallen angel cadre, during WW2 in canon. Since I won, we will be able to do so almost any time I am not busy fulfilling my duties. But I'm sure you'll be able to find other people to make you feel excited. I have 2 other excellent fighters and 1 unique person already part of my team. I responded as I straightened out my clothes. That's right. I lost. She said as she looked at her father with a sad gaze. You know you'll be able to visit anytime, right? I can go anywhere instantly. I informed her. Truly? She hopefully asked. Yeah. It's not goodbye forever. You'll mostly be free unless you have training or some kind of emergency is happening. You will also have to do some jobs once you've been educated a bit. I told as she seemed to deflate at the last bit. I will have to read. She questioned fearfully for some reason. Not much if you don't want to. But you will have to be taught how devil society works and about the supernatural world so you don't accidentally insult everyone you meet or get yourself killed for challenging a god right off the bat. I answered her truthfully. Few asterisk, but I won't have to read a lot, right? She asked very intensely. Not unless you want to learn magic other than the devil kind or study on things you might not know about. I clarified as she sighed in relief. Thank the gods. She exclaimed. I looked at her father with a raised eyebrow and he just sighs and shakes his head in response. Anyway. We'll start things off slow so you can get a feel for everything before the final decision. This was more to get you to agree than forcing things immediately. I want to see how you get along with my current people and how you feel about my lands first. After we can either move forward or stop completely and you will simply return to your life. I said to the girl. Sounds fair. It wouldn't be fun to be stuck with people you don't like. Musashi replied with a nod of understanding. Please take care of her. She can be brash, careless, and forgetful at times, but she is still my only child. Munasai said emotionally as he looked at her. You have my word. I seriously told him as we exchanged manly nods. I guess I'll see you later, Dad. I'll tell you how a devil city is like when I come back. Musashi tried to say in an upbeat manner, but her teary eyes weren't helping. I look forward to the tales of your journey. The man replied with an encouraging smile. And just like that, the 2 disappeared. Chapter 25, CH25 Devil, Saint and Angel. In the end, Musashi officially joined my peerage as my first knight a month after our spar. She was rather enamored with the prospect of being able to fight so many people with different abilities, even if a lot of them weren't exactly skill-focused warriors. But that was offset by being able to travel the world to face off against actual warriors, plus Mana was a great opponent for her due to the 2 having similar ideologies while fighting but through completely opposite weapons. The 2 girls followed the idea of adapting to whatever stood in front of them instead of honing a singular approach to take on anything. They quickly became friendly rivals as they clashed against one another, had similar ideals, with the biggest difference being Mana's restrained personality versus Musashi's free-spirited one. Jean and Musashi respected each other so far, but the major difference was that Jean was more of a commander and Musashi was a warrior, if one can understand the difference between the 2. But they both love to go out and enjoy a drink or some food together since they're the more gluttonous members of my peerage. I will say that I much prefer going out for a nice drink with Jean than with Musashi, as she quickly gets hammered and loves to do it. Meanwhile, Da Vinci-chan seemed to have scared her, since Musashi vehemently opposes going into her workshop ever since the first time she went in. Neither would tell me why though. What was funny was Musashi's meeting with Muramasa and her subsequent begging for a sword made by him. I saw the men having to drag her as she clung to his leg. The sword user did become very subdued in Yasaka's presence, however, enjoying spending time drinking tea with the mature nine-tailed fox. With Tamamo on the other hand, the two hit it off like long-lost sisters. As for her training, it was different than the other girls who either had magic or sacred gears, since Musashi was a pure skill-based fighter. She relied only on her swords and skills to fight. I even discovered that the purple aura she exuded during our match isn't even true Tuki. The girl managed to create her own version through pure swordsmanship. So I decided to do something which made me excited for the future. I freed her talent in the Nitten Ichiryu, then for swordsmanship, then martial arts, and last as a warrior. She would be hyper-specialized in her path, and I want to see how far she could take it. But it would take some time due to her decision to train herself up from the basics again due to the great changes her body experienced from becoming a devil and becoming my knight. All I could do to really help her was prepare the best training environment she requested and provide ample amounts of sparring partners, myself included. It did help me train against a supremely skilled weapon user too, so I never shied away. And now that I had taken care of the peerage candidates I had in mind for a while, it was time to head on over to heaven for some information gathering. Jean, I'll be going to heaven for a bit, do you want to come? I asked the ex-saint as she was enjoying a glass of wine and reading a book in my office. Why me? I am pretty sure Da Vinci would jump at the opportunity. She asked as she placed a bookmark and closed her book. It's more of a sneaking trip, and she wouldn't be satisfied with just quietly looking around as I did what I wanted. I answered her as I could imagine a few dozen ways of things going wrong. Plus I wondered if you wanted to see if you could fulfill some little desire you could have had from when you were human. Sure. Not like we are going to get caught anyway. She replied as she put her book down. Plus I'll finally get to see if what all those idiots do is actually worth it. Wonderful. Time to go get a look at God's system. I happily announced. Lith. I know you can get anywhere in the underworld, the human world, and any dimensions you've marked, but as far as I know you've never been to heaven. So how are we getting there? Jean asked as she suddenly realized a minor problem. We will be going through purgatory, where there's a connection to the third level of heaven. I answered, ash-blonde young woman. If those genocidal heroes could do it, I should be able to do it in my sleep. And once in heaven I'll have access to their dimension. I thought with a smile over having access to heaven. You don't want to bring mana either? Jean asked as she followed along. She's out right now, scouting the situation of the yokai for Yasaka and Tamamo. I answered her as she nods but has a bit of sadness in her eyes. It's not goodbye forever, you know. I know, but I'll still miss being able to talk to them every day. The ex-holy maiden replied. We can always take a trip around the human world to see if we can find anyone to join the family. I suggested, since I should actually do that soon. I might have gone through the famous humans I wanted to invite for the next century, but there are many hidden supernatural beings and races still in the human world to test. Any could hold an impressive specimen or two to recruit, even if not for my own peerage. That sounds nice. We can go out as a family, even if I'm already thinking about how Da Vinci will be annoying. Jean responded with a warm smile, which turned a bit exasperated at the end. Haha. It will be interesting since she will be curious about many things along the way. I merrily said to her as I opened a portal to purgatory. As the name suggests, the place was rather dreary due to it being where souls are judged and purified. We ignored most of what was happening down below and moved towards the gates of heaven. So few souls come this way, muttered Jean as she noticed the lack of people heading for our destination. The church lost sight of what it means to be worthy of entering those gates long ago, and how can those they are expected to guide know how to do so when their guide doesn't? I responded with a bit of anger over the number of afterlives that stupid organization ruined. Jean held her tongue but clenched her fists and jaw as she understood perfectly well. Reaching the gates, I simply waited for an opening as it let a soul through and slipped by the defenses. We then ascended to heaven without anyone being the wiser, finally seeing with our own eyes the promised splendor given to those good souls. And as described in canon, it was vast, incredibly so. The amount of power I used to cover the underworld or the human world wasn't anywhere sufficient to cover the third level of heaven. At least this wasn't a lie. Jean said, sounding almost relieved as she gazed upon paradise. One could see the peaceful contentment radiating off the souls here as they enjoyed their rewards. Looks so dull. I simply commented as I saw only a state of unchangingness before me. No progress. No desires. No true emotions. Those weren't even human souls to me anymore. Just the leftovers creating a satisfied doll. Without waiting, I found the path to the next heaven, but my sudden movement startled Jean out of her minor daze and she began to follow. She didn't seem to understand why I had said that paradise was dull, but it would come in time. If she reached the same understanding of what makes a human, well, human anyway. Reaching the fourth heaven, we entered the fabled Garden of Eden. It was well guarded and maintained, but too bad no one would be able to even understand how we got in, much less stop us. I decided to add a little side objective while here and take one of the apples from the Tree of Wisdom for study. Immediately using my time, which I had trained rather extensively during the last century to develop my space properly, to grow a new apple to take its place. It was harder than I initially thought due to it taking approximately 25,000 years to actually grow the damn thing, but it was my only option to make sure they didn't notice anything. I, unfortunately, couldn't just rewind time on the thing or I wouldn't get the apple, and I couldn't copy something like an apple of Eden through pure space-time, due to it being a holy creation of the highest order. This thing was going to be an interesting souvenir for Da Vinci-chan. Jean was giving me a stare though. What? It'll keep Da Vinci-chan busy and happy, while I can hopefully get some interesting discoveries in return. I defended myself. You're lucky God is dead or he would be doing an encore of his classic. Jean responded with an eye roll. Too bad for him then. Left a ton of problems he created, so fuck him. I replied as we moved on to the fifth heaven. This was where most Grigori fallen angels come from before the massive orgy Azazel started. It is the place where heaven's research and manufacturing institutes are located, but they can't hope to match the fallen or devils in regards to this. Heaven simply doesn't have enough geniuses and can't make any new ones either. I still made copies of all their research and books for my library and Da Vinci-chan. This will be helpful to understand angels and their powers much better, while also giving Jean something to help her develop her holy power and light magic further. Reaching the sixth heaven made me a bit more cautious, even if I was certain that without Ophis or Great Red no one could find us. All because God was a genius crafter and was likely to have been the old number 3 in terms of actual strength. And who knows if that twit left anything behind. I noticed that there really weren't many residing on this level due to it being a Seraph exclusive. I could feel 3 presences currently, the largest most likely being Michael, the hot one is probably the flame of God Uriel, and the last one felt like a female and was likely Gabriel. But lucky for me, it seemed like Michael and Uriel were leaving as I felt them heading for the exit of this level of heaven. Feels like a plot point where I get an easy opportunity to sneak in but then get caught by an unexpected person or something. I thought with some amusement at the common trope. The final heaven and former seat of God was simple and complicated depending on who looked at it. For someone like Jean who did not have many sensory abilities, the main room would look like 2 stone terminal with intricate carvings on the sides which continued down to the floor and up the walls, with both having softly glowing orbs resting on them. While I saw/felt a mind-boggling amount of information being taken into the room and out of it as the system seemed to be automatically operating as God left it, but I could also sense uneven fluctuations in this flow of information hinting at the bugs in the system. Not knowing which system was which, I had to guess regarding the Sacred Gear one. I couldn't bring anything here or even the room into a separate dimension since the systems relied on the flow of information to function, and it would cause a lot of problems if they are suddenly disconnected or messed with inadvertently. And I couldn't interact with them while staying in this subdimension either. So that meant I had to step into heaven for real now. Keep an eye out, Jean. You should be able to take on any Seraph for a while, but we aren't here to fight and they are unlikely to strike first if we keep calm and act peacefully. I ordered as I truly entered the 7th heaven. I was immediately greeted with the absolutely immense amount of holy power the room contained and the pressure from the ludicrous flow of information mixed with magic present. Good thing I'm not part of the system giving devils their weakness to holiness, or I might have actually burst into flames due to not being properly prepared. I thought as I marveled at the feeling. Now let's see here. I thought as I approached my first terminal. Touching the orb made a hard light interface and monitor appear, which seemed to be using a custom script as a programming language when I looked at the passing lines of code. It uses a similar script to what Azazel had recorded from his own research, but with some old devil script here and there, and a little extra something else. Fortunately, if I use my knowledge of the first two as a base, add in my custom mind magic and accelerate my mind, I should be able to decode the language God used to program his systems easily enough. But this will be at the basic level of reading. Unless I actually attempt small changes or modifications, I won't be able to go past that. PR. For. Their. Dream. Ku. Bless. Their. Sin. Soul's Call. Europa. 6829. Conflict Detect, Initiating, Retrieving Soul. Saint Protocols Initiated. Blessed Child Chosen. Angel Protection Program activated. Fall cancelled. Prayer, Forgive me, Father, for I have sinned. Bless the souls I must take in your name, and forgive mine as I protect the innocent. Verdict, Soul Elizabeth Bathory sentenced to hell for the murder and torture of 623 innocent young girls and 31 sinners. Looks like this is God's system which governs souls, blessings, angels, and all the general God stuff. Then that means my target is the other one. I thought as I closed the interface. Moving to my actual target, I began going through the sacred gear system. Although it was computing significantly less information than the other terminal, this system was actually built to be much more flexible due to the theoretically near limitless potential sacred gears could display with the right users. Issei and Valid took theirs far beyond any other users, with Issei even somehow surpassing the power of the beings making his boosted gear possible. I mean, I still can't really understand how something working based on the soul of something could exhibit power beyond said soul without breaking. Drake was powerful, sure, but he wasn't even close to Ophis and Great Red, and yet somehow a tool built by someone weaker than them, using the soul of a dragon far weaker than them, used by a weakling with nothing but a psychotic obsession with tits, somehow is supposed to have surpassed them. Fucking crazy plot armor. Anyway, let's see here. Currently only a few Longinus have host souls while the rest are in the system waiting for compatible souls. The ones used by my peerage are actually shown to still be waiting, which is interesting. While the true Longinus is tempting, it doesn't truly fit me. Neither does Regulus Nemia. Zenith Tempest seems to actually be held by someone in the church-like canon coincidentally. Dimension Lost can suck it. The boosted gear and divine dividing are both out there like usual. While the rest of the original Longinus are still in reserve. No new ones popping up like nothing until canon either, so let's look at the other options. After some time browsing, I couldn't find anything that really grabbed my attention from going through the list, so I decided to change my approach to my search and look through God's notes on sacred gears to see if they could be holding any sort of hints. Let's see here. Longinus candidates. Some sacred gears seem to hold the potential to become Longinus class, only requiring the right user or trigger. The possibility of sacred gears affecting each other to evolve unpredictably exists, further increasing the possible Longinus in the future. As a result, I should remember to increase the flexibility and storage capabilities of the system in the future to limit possible world-threatening situations. List of possible candidates below. Forbidden Baylor View. Unknown Dictator. Alpheka Tyrant. Vritra Line Sacred Gears. Asclepius Rod. Added note, keep an eye on sacred gears based on sealed gods or their parts. Helpful, but not right. And also interesting to see that God predicted a lot of the evolution's DxD nonsense caused. I thought as I read that last part. Prototype, now that got my attention. It would seem the first attempts at mimicking the Mesopotamians met with similar problems to their own creation and the inspiration of this project. These prototypes do not hold any sort of independent sentience which could assist the wielder nor any path to evolve. And unlike the case of the Chains of Heaven, I doubt I would be able to stimulate a strong enough shock for the creation and growth of prototypes without large-scale conflicts. Other methods would take far too much time and leave too much to chance for such powerful objects. The initial direction scrapped. All prototypes destroyed to avoid any humans or gods from causing widespread destruction with them after the flood incident. Although I am sad that none of these prototypes are left, since they would have made fantastic research material to understand more about sacred gears, the mention of these chains of heaven intrigued me. Apparently the fated Mesopotamian gods created something which inspired God to create sacred gears. I thought with some excitement as I searched the system database for more information. There it is. Chains of Heaven. Recorded abilities. As an independent avatar, it holds great personal power and physical combat abilities, while being capable of utilizing its chains masterfully. Its sharpened chain tips can pierce conceptual target as well as physical ones. Incredible sealing capabilities. Might pose a threat to myself. Near complete control over Earth due to his origin and instant weapon creation with it. Loved by nature and beasts. Can shapeshift into any form, but prefers his main one. Responds to the name Enkidu. It was a weapon created to chain Gilgamesh due to the Mesopotamians not being confident in handling the king after he had obtained powerful weapons from his travels, and his prophesied role of being their last anchor to the human world threatened them. Enkidu was created from blessed earth Anu and Aruru, shaped as a sort of golem, but gained a humanoid appearance thanks to the influence of a divine harlot sent by the gods to stop it from being little more than a wild animal, as it did not fulfill its purpose. The first sign of its ability to grow and evolve. It then even developed its own soul, as its intellect was awakened somehow by the company of the woman. But it only later became a true living being after bonding with its supposed enemy Gilgamesh. Even going so far as to choose Gilgamesh as his wielder and growing with the king's strength. Then that selfish child, Ishtar, asked Anu to kill the two new friends because they didn't lust over her. This is why I hate those stupid sins. But luckily the two were too strong, and only when Enkidu willingly surrendered to protect his only friend and chosen wielder did they manage to capture it. As far as I could tell, the Mesopotamians never could destroy Enkidu and have sealed him in Ereshkigal's realm of the dead. I could not find any way to reach it after the fall of the Mesopotamians due to the war and the ramifications of myself invading another pantheon's afterlife. Thus, at the best of my knowledge, Enkidu should still remain there. Bingo. I declared as I read about this Enkidu. If you found what you wanted, we should go. 1. The Seraphs is approaching fast. Jean told me as I took my time to magically transfer the copied information on the terminal to a memory crystal. Oh. If it's her, I guess it's fine to say hi. I replied playfully. Her? You don't mean, sigh, Jean said before staring at me deadpanned. A few moments later. Hello. You really shouldn't be in father's room or touching those. Brother gets really mad if anyone else touches them. A calm and soothing woman's voice warned, sternly. The woman herself was of course the most beautiful in heaven, Gabriel, as she shyly stood at the edge of the door like a child nervous about being caught doing something naughty. Chuckle thank you for the warning, my lady. I simply wish to learn something from his work, but I am done now. I responded with some amusement over the innocent beauty which caused angels to fall due to her sinful body. You could actually understand father's work. That's incredible. A now very excited Gabriel said as she approached me very quickly, causing her eye-drawing assets to bounce furiously. Remember, you're married to your own lovable beauty. My personal angel side told me. Yeah, but you're a devil now. Sin all you want. My little devil responded. But then we would be like those idiots. Angel countered. Bah. Not like harems are weird down below, and as long as you do it right, you could have the most power women of heaven and hell. The devil replied with a grin. Plus the innocent ones are always the kinkiest once let loose. Damn, that's a good point. But still, at least talk to Sarah about this stuff before you think with your other head. The angel said before the two disappeared. It did take a lot of studying very old languages before being able to do so, but yes, I did manage to read his systems. I calmly replied as I kept a perfect poker face on. Wow. Only Brother Michael could do that. The rest of us can only help to keep father's work going, unfortunately. She said with awe before becoming sad. I wish we could help. This is one of the only things left of him. I could teach you if you wanted. When the two of us are free, of course. I have many responsibilities, and I am sure a powerful beauty such as yourself must hold many as well. I offered as possibilities ran through my mind. Becoming friends with Gabriel could help future peace talks tremendously, while in the meantime I could open up diplomatic and trade relationships with myself exclusively. I might even be able to make Sarah extra happy by getting her a new friend I'm sure she could get along with and help her lay the groundwork for reconciliation between heaven and the underworld. Plus if I can somehow sneak a shot of those heavenly bells then I should be square with Azazel and probably open up talks with him as well. I thought as I went through many possible benefits. You would do that. Thank you so much. She happily said as she grasped my hands and looked up at me with a dazzling childlike smile bloomed on her face. It's nothing much, but it will require effort on your part, Lady Gabriel. I calmly told her as she nodded in understanding with a cute serious look on her face. Of course. Anything to help brother and keep at least a bit of father with us. She replied as I could feel a lot of strong but pure emotions in those words. Angels really are different. I thought they were basically programmed dolls until they fall and became too affected by true emotions, but from what I can tell they just experience feelings differently than devils and humans. I thought as my gaze softened. Lith, you're married, how long are you going to hold her hands for? Jean suddenly asked with a glare as Gabriel jumped in surprise at her appearance and blushed as she quickly let go of my hands. I am sorry. She yelped out. I didn't mind. Your hands were very soft and nice to hold. I smoothly told her as I could feel Jean's glare intensify. Ah. You too. I mean your hands were nice to hold. They were big and warm. She shyly said as this was the first time she held the hands of a person who wasn't any of her brothers or father. Thank you. My lovely wife says that too. I would love for the two of you to meet. I'm sure you would be great friends. I fondly told her as I imagined the two rather innocent beauties together having fun. That sounds great. Brother Michael doesn't let me have many guests and even then it's hard to be friends with the other angels. They treat me differently. She replied as she deflated a bit at the end there. Then I guess my wife and I can become your friends, even if your brother would probably not agree because of who we are. I said to her with an uncaring smile. Really? I would love to be friends with you, but friends should tell each other their names. You already know mine and I don't know yours. It isn't fair. She responded cutely. That isn't fair. I seriously answered back before giving an elegant bow and introducing myself. I am Lith Azeroth and my wife is Seraphal Leviathan, while the beautiful young lady here is Jean. A pleasure to make you acquaintance, Lady Gabriel. Gasp so you're the devil brother Michael was curious about. I heard from Amaterasu that the wedding was so romantic. Exclaimed Gabriel as her eyes lit up. Is it true you built an entire floating island and had a beautiful art piece commissioned for your wedding? Is the food really capable of making someone achieve enlightenment like Amaterasu said? Did Lady Leviathan's dress really have miniature stars on it? Chuckle yes, I did build an island and have a depiction commissioned for the wedding. I am not sure about anyone reaching enlightenment, but I've never had tastier food than in my territory. And unfortunately no, but I would have done it for her if she had asked me to. I amusedly answered in order. Wow. I really want to try that food now, and I am certain her dress was so beautiful on her that the stars were not even needed anyway. She gently said with a kind smile. Well, I don't have the food from the wedding, but I always have food from the same chef who cooked for it on me. I told her as her eyes lit up in excitement as I took out a blanket and a few snacks, drinks, and dishes. Once again, having delicious food at the ready proves to be a good idea. I thought as I set everything up. Ooh. Leora made her honey cakes and the tea that goes with it. Jean observed as she joined us. Oh dear father. I am so sorry for not properly greeting you until now, Miss Jean. Gabriel suddenly said as that seemed to click in her mind as Jean sat down. It's no problem, Lady Gabriel. It's actually been a pleasure to see that angels truly deserve their reputation as kind and pure while watching you. At least I know those BAS priest weren't just making things up when they were teaching me. Jean replied as she caught herself from swearing in front of a seraph. It's her slightly bad habit when talking about the church. She can't not swear when it comes to the priest of any rank. You were a sister? Happily exclaimed Gabriel. Well, kind of. Jean awkwardly replied since she wasn't sure how to tell a seraph that she used to be a saint and chose to become a devil. Jean here actually used to be a saint in Orleans before joining my family. I directly corrected as Jean worriedly looked between me and Gabriel. I love Orleans. They always loved my favorite saint. She was so strong and pure, holding Father's word so close to her heart. The seraph fondly said, "You even have the same name as her. What a coincidence." Not exactly a coincidence. Jean muttered as she bit into a honey cake to distract herself from the less pleasant memories. It's been a long time for most humans, and her time in the Azeroth lands have been filled with friendship and camaraderie, but her time as a saint still had a large part in shaping who she was today. "What do you mean?" Gabriel curiously asked with a careful look on her face. "Lady Gabriel, let's just say her time as a saint was not a pleasant one and that she became a devil because she did not want to endure it anymore," I gently told her as her eyes softened in understanding. Gabriel did not have any sort of bias against devils, but she knew what the Bible said about them and felt like something sad should have happened if a young saint thought turning into one was better than staying in a place which was supposed to love and support her as she brought hope and blessings to others. "Do you want to talk? I know I can be a bit clueless sometimes, but I can at least listen and help you lighten your burdens," Gabriel offered as she radiated kindness and acceptance like none I've ever met before, which caused Jean's body to relax a lot. The ex-saint then passed a glazed honey cake to the seraph as the two began to talk and share snacks. As excited Gabriel had been to try the food, now she was totally focused on Jean, which was admirable when faced with Leora's food. The two talked, with Jean eventually confessing that she was the holder of the maid's spirit, and eventually becoming very emotional as Gabriel said that she believed her decisions weren't wrong or blasphemous, and that she was happy that her favorite saint could live a free life through the current Jean even. I kind of felt bad to not have realized that her Christian education might have waited on her so much until now, but I was glad I brought her with me today and let her meet Gabriel. Our impromptu picnic had to come to close however as I felt other seraphs entering heaven. "I'll come and visit when I'm free to teach you about his systems. I'll see when I can introduce you to Sarah as well," I told her as we said our goodbyes. "I look forward to it, Lith," she gently replied with a warm smile. "It was an honor, Lady Gabriel," Jean emotionally said to her with a respectful bow. "You don't need to do that, Jean. I would really like if we could be friends," the seraph replied as she grabbed Jean's hands and looked directly into her yellow eyes hopefully. "I would like that too, Gabriel," Jean responded with a soft smile as the two shared a hug. "I'll bring Jean along next time so you two can talk. Might even bring the other members of my peerage too," I told the lovely angel as I opened a portal. "I can't wait to meet them too," she happily said as she waved at us through the portal. Closing it, Jean and I thought about the helpful day today had turned out to be for both of us. "I'm happy for you, Jean. And if you ever need to talk to anyone, you know I'm always there for you," I told my peerage member honestly as I grabbed her hand. "I know, Lith, sorry I didn't tell you about it, but even I wasn't sure what I felt about the past," she softly replied with a small squeeze of her hand before she let go. "But I think I want to paint for tonight to clear my heart completely." "I understand. Can't wait to see what you'll create," I told the girl as she took her leave with a small smile. Back in heaven, a moment after Lith and Jean left. "Gabriel," Michael called out as he landed beside his sister. "What are you doing so close to the seventh heaven? You didn't go inside again, right?" "Just for a bit. I wanted to feel closer to Father," she answered, not really lying since she actually did. *sigh*, we all do. Michael replied a bit sadly as he patted his sister's head a bit. "Sorry for leaving you alone so much." "It's okay. I understand, brother. But I wasn't so lonely today. I even think I could make some more friends soon," Gabriel truthfully said, but didn't mention that these friends would be devils since she knew how protective her brother was sometimes. "That's good. I'd love to meet these friends when you do make them," the archangel said to her fondly. "I'd love that too," Gabriel happily said, "but for tonight I think I will go to bed, brother." "Go ahead. I wish you pleasant dreams, Gabriel," Michael responded with a warm smile. "Thank you, brother," she replied as she went back to her home, thinking about the two devils she had befriended today and feeling excited to see them again. Chapter 26, ch 26 On the Trail of the Chains PT1. "So you went to heaven, copied a bunch of stuff, looked in his system, had a picnic with Gabriel herself and then came back after you and Jean became friends with her?" Seraphal asked incredulously at her husband, me. "Yup. Nice girl. A bit lonely though. I think the two of you would get along great. I replied with a smile. At least it looks like no one else saw you two or I would have heard about it. My wife said with a sigh of relief. But what were you thinking? Do you know how sad I would be if something happened to you? Seeing her sad and upset, I felt guilty for having worried her, even if it was after the fact. Plus when one is a husband you kinda just bit the bullet and comfort your wife. I'm sorry, Sarah. I am just confident in my strength and ability to go in and out of heaven as I please. I'll talk to you the next time I got out. I gently told her. Good. I don't like it when you disappear like that, she said as she buried herself into my chest. Sorry, love. I simply responded with a kiss to the top of her head as I wrapped my arms around her. I spent the rest of that night taking care of her as she fell asleep in my arms. I hadn't really thought about how Sarah would have felt when I just left without anyone knowing where I was, forgetting that women are much more emotional, and even if she knew I was likely to be the strongest devil, she would still worry. I guess this might have been one of my bad habits from my past life. The next day she was still worried I would just disappear on her again, but was otherwise feeling a lot better. I was also letting Jean work through her own emotions and feelings as she focused on painting. Mana was going to be helping out Yasaka and Tamamo for the next little while. The scouting and planning for their return to Japan was going very well as they identified key yokai to either beat down or ally with. They've also been communicating with Amaterasu for advice and more hard-to-get information. Musashi was deep in her retraining as she was currently making liberal use of the supernatural level waterfall area. Making great progress lately. And Da Vinci was ecstatic about everything I had brought back from heaven, particularly so when she learned what the apple was. She locked herself in her workshop for a month as she went through everything and experimenting on the apple itself. During this time I took it upon myself to study more about the old Mesopotamian gods and their realm of the dead from the records held in my library. I didn't desire to go in completely blind, and it allowed me to calculate several possible locations to the defunct realm. If there are no believers to maintain the gods, then there is no god to maintain the realm, and without that it would become an empty field of forgotten souls. Quite dangerous if the souls weren't taken in by other afterlives or reincarnation systems. Might explain the birth of beings like yokais. The result of my research was mildly interesting. Like the connection the underworld has to heaven through purgatory, all realms of death are connected to the main one under Hades' oversight. With each realm connecting to its respective pantheon one way or another, inadvertently creating backdoors into them should someone hold the skills necessary to use them. Someone like me, but that'll be for later. As for defunct, extinct or fated pantheons, their home dimensions fall apart and become part of the dimensional gap as no one maintains the required barriers to support its existence once the pantheon falls. This then leads to the connection failing between it and its realm of the dead, but interestingly the realm can survive off the residual energy coming from the main realm of the dead. So although it is a slim possibility, I might actually encounter Ereshkigal who stopped herself from fading alongside her realm. But I doubt she will have much power left. As for other forgotten realms, there exist a few possibilities. The first is simply the collapsing of the realm as the god, souls, and realm become the dimensional gap and eventually fade away. Second was the prior possibility of it becoming self-sustaining. And the third was basically a semi-collapse as the realm itself falls apart but its inhabitants are forced into a place for realmless spirits and gods as they avoid destruction but are not permitted anywhere else, thus forced to live in the land of shadows. This place is also known under the name of the Land of the Forgotten, as this is where long-forgotten god and human spirits reside. The Land of Shadows is essentially a prison and final chance for any being trying to sustain itself after death for whatever reason. The records state that the warden in charge of it is a truly fearsome being as it can kill gods and has never let any spirit escape from the Land of Shadows. Some legends link this being with the Celtic pantheon before most of it broke apart, leaving only a few Celtic gods, which Luff is the most notable for his official position in the top 10 ranking. Altogether, an interesting bit of studying about the ultimate fate of religions. Made me think about what would happen to the underworld and heaven should we eventually be forgotten. It would be quite dramatic to have the collapse of possibly the largest dimensions outside of Earth. Some time later, I finished planning my journey, which I had told Sarah all about. She was slightly worried after hearing I was going to look for a realm of the dead, but knew very well that there was nothing which could actually trap me, for long anyway. My space had simply become far too powerful after achieving my true form. It did somehow assuage her worries that I was bringing mana with me this time. I thought experiencing these kinds of places would be useful if she had to go into them in the future for a job or mission. Just be careful, all right? I've heard that many forgotten monsters have been spotted when people go looking for these types of places. A worried Seraphal said to me as she fussed over me. I promised to not pick any fights for no reason, love. I told her with a kiss on the head. I should be back in less than a week, and that's if I don't just come back every night anyway. You better. She replied before turning to Mana, make sure he doesn't do anything too impulsive, please, Mana-chan. You know how he gets when he wants something. Chuckle I will do my best, my lady. A amused Mana replied with a slight smile. Pout Ma Mana-chan, I told you so many times to just call me Sarah-chan, or even just Sarah. Complained the future magical girl. Alright, I forgot, my lady Sarah-chan. I'll do my best next time. Mana replied as she purposefully played with Seraphal, who began to nag her a bit. Wait for me, my lord. A voice suddenly interrupted as the three of us turned to find an approaching figure comically kicking up a dust cloud somehow. FIA is going to be quite angry at that. We are still in the castle. I thought as I just classified it as anime logic and moved on, since I knew this place was spotless and had no idea where the dust was coming from. How interesting. Mana remarked with her cool smile. I thought she was going to be training for at least a few more months. What is she doing here? I asked aloud as Musashi rapidly approached with what seemed to be a large backpack. Maybe she wants to come along. Seraphal unsurely suggested. Yeah, but all she had to do was ask. And it's not like she needs the backpack thanks to the storage rings I made for everyone. I replied with mild confusion. That's because Musashi never wore the ring and probably forgot about its functions. Informed Mana as she had a small cat-like smile. She said it annoyed her while training. Of course she thought that. I responded with a wry smile. Maybe it. The sword fanatic announced as she reached us. You did, but why are you here? You showed no interest in coming when I announced my trip. I asked curiously. Well, I kinda didn't listen during the meeting since I had a new technique on my mind. But then when I asked for a spar with Mana-chan, she said no because you two were going to a realm of the dead. Then I remembered you mentioning something like that and thought that this was a perfect chance to put my recent training to the test. She explained as she avoided directly into my eyes. And I assume what Mana told me about you not wanting to wear the ring I gave you and then forgetting about it was true. I followed up as I stared at the comically big backpack. Oh. That thing. I didn't know it was important. I thought it was just something you gave to your women or something, my lord. She casually answered. Speaking of, I know you're a devil and all, my lord, but are you really with all those girls staying in the castle? And why did I get one if you never courted me? Do peerage members automatically become part of a devil's harem? Is that what you thought it was? You didn't listen to the explanation I gave you about them. I incredulously asked as Musashi looked at me with mild confusion. Sigh. Chuckle. While I facepalmed at the sword idiot, the two girls behind me giggled at my dilemma. It's a storage and communication ring, Musashi. You can put anything in there and it will be maintained in the exact condition you inserted it for about 50 years before time starts to take effect on it properly. It also serves as a secure way to communicate with each other and as a marker for me to know your spatial coordinates no matter what. I explained to her. Oh. That sounds great, my lord. She enthusiastically replied like it has almost nothing to do with her. So does this mean I am not part of your harem? Cough cough I don't have a harem, Musashi. I answered as I looked at her weirdly. Truly. A lord such as yourself has no harem. How strange. I was certain about this when I learnt it was common practice amongst devils as well. And I am quite confident about my beauty, while your exotic looks are appealing as well, so I was wondering why you hadn't ravaged me. She replied in shock as I mildly blanked over her assumptions and her emphasizing of her large breasts as she pumped them up with her hands. Oddly enough, my wife wasn't saying anything and Mana had a neutral expression on her face as her amused look faded. Yes, you are a beauty, Musashi, but I didn't ask you to join my peerage to do such things. I value your talent, skills, and character, that is why you are my knight. And I am more than happy with my wife. I told her as Sarah did blush at my words. Then I am sorry for misunderstanding my lord. She finally said with a bow. It's fine, Musashi. So where is your ring anyway? It should be bound to come to you. I asked after finishing that misunderstanding. Is that why I have to throw it out of my window every morning before I begin my training? She questioned rather innocently, which made it hard to get annoyed at her. Yes, that's why. If you don't like a ring, I'll make it something else later. Maybe an earring or tattoo. I told her as I just went with it. That would be far more convenient, my lord. She exclaimed in approval. For now, Mana can store your things in her ring. I said as Mana wordlessly did just that. I don't mind you coming along, and it would be bad if everything was with one person. Thank you for accepting my selfishness, my lord. She energetically responded with a beaming smile, which did melt most of the exasperation I was feeling away. Do take care of each other. Seraphal said as she came out of her thoughts. Do not worry, my lady. I shall protect my lord with my life. Musashi loudly declared as her eyes lit up with passion. We haven't managed to break her out of those samurai ideals her father had ingrained into her yet, and Mana had decided that it was amusing to tease Seraphal by mimicking her sometimes due to Sarah's desire to be close friends with the girls and titles getting in the way. Pout *, it's just Sarah or Sarah-chan to you, Musa-chan. Seraphal complained as she looked aggrieved. But I am a retainer of my lord's. It would be inappropriate to be close to his wife like that. Musashi seriously countered. One of the only times she was actually serious was when she trained, fought, or followed the way of the samurai her father taught her. That would be the case if you were a man. But I doubt you would have sexual desires for my wife anyway, since you did say you found me appealing at least. Hence it is perfectly fine for you to become close to my wife. In fact, I encourage it since it would make she and I happy. I told the swordswoman directly. Oh. So that is why father said it was important for a retainer to know his bounds. The enlightened Musashi responded before looking back to Seraphal. Then I would be honored to be your friend, my lady. You can call me Sarah-chan, Musa-chan. A content Seraphal said in response as she earnestly took the sword user's hands. Yes, Sarah-chan. Was the answer as the two hammered out details while Mana and I patiently waited. So, no harem, huh? Mana teased without looking at me. Please. I'm married and who would honestly want to spend the rest of their lives with a devil and deal with all the crap that comes with it. Plus, like I said, I am happy with Sarah, and trying to make a harem would make her sad. I replied to the girl who had been family to me for the last century. You would be surprised. She quietly murmured, but what about Yasaka? She has been pretty open about her desires. That is more complicated. I answered with a difficult face. She has her duties and great expectations have been placed on her, which would not go well if she had a devil lover, even if Seraphal somehow approved. I care for her too much to let her ruin her dreams for a moment's passion which will be forgotten in time. If you say so, Nisama. Mana neutrally responded as the two others approached. Ready to go, my lord. Musashi announced cheerfully. Then let's be off. We don't know how long it will take to find the correct entrance, and I only have educated guesses right now. I replied with one last passionate kiss to my lovely wife. Moi, please come back soon. She softly told me as she went for a hug. I promise. Just trust your awesome husband, okay? I replied as we stared into each other's eyes. Omo. With one last, see you later, my two peerage members and I set off as I opened a portal to the main realm of the dead where Hades rules. I had thoughts about crashing his place, beating him up and taking everything from him, but that could start a major war against a lot of pantheons with vested interests in keeping the status quo. Especially with all the things Hades is responsible for keeping locked up. But as expected, it is a wasteland that no living creature can live in. Where only that sack of bones and his grim reapers can live. Dreary. Commented Mana as she carefully observed her surroundings. So where are we going, my lord? Musashi asked as she kept her upbeat attitude even in front of this place. Our goal is Mesopotamian Pantheon's realm of the dead, Core. It holds the predecessor to Sacred Gears and I wish to recruit it. I answered her as I spread senses to detect the minute fluctuations dimensional links emit. Sounds impressive. Was it created by this god you've taught me about as well? A curious Musashi questioned as she had apparently forgotten the no saying god-related things directly rule already. No. It was a weapon created by the long-gone chief deities of the Mesopotamian pantheon in the hopes of controlling the king of kings Gilgamesh due to his prophesied importance to their existence. I answered her as I picked up my first hit. But this obviously didn't work out for them, while it inspired the big guy to eventually create sacred gears. What can we expect from it in our hunt? Mana seriously asked. The target has two official names, the Chains of Heaven and Enkidu. It acts as an independent avatar type with significant power. It has incredible earth magic, with its chains being capable of sealing anything supposedly, while their bladed tips can pierce through anything to reach their target. It can apparently change its appearance at will, but chooses to remain in a primary design most of the time, while having the ability to talk to nature and beasts, but that won't be very useful in the land of death. I explained to the more disciplined girl as Musashi barely pays any attention. As for our hunt, the most dangerous enemies we should face are fallen gods with limited powers and the spirits of old beasts from forgotten times. What if Kor is gone? You informed me that these types of realm either sustain themselves off this one or get destroyed once their associated pantheons fall. Mana asked as she kept an eye on Musashi even if she didn't technically have to due to me being able to sense pretty much everything in the strata. Then I will either have to look for clues using my time and check the land of shadows. I simply answered as we arrived before the first connection I had felt. My lord. Are we going to fight soon? Musashi suddenly questioned as she had been ignoring our talking in favor of admiring the bleak scenery. Maybe once we find our intended location. It really depends on the residents. I answered my knight. I hope they are strong. I wish to test my new techniques against them. Musashi replied as her battle intent leaked a bit. Seeing your progress would be interesting. I look forward to it. I sincerely responded her. Then let's go find this Enkidu. She excitedly said as we started our journey, Chapter 27, CH 27 on the Trail of the Chains PT2. Finding either of my targets out of the many-dimensional pathways hidden in the realm of the dead was an annoying process. Although I did find many links to active realms such as Buddhist Samsara, Shinto Yomi, Norse Hell, and Valhalla, a few African ancestral-based systems which included a weird one with panthers, and I believe we might have even stumbled on the decaying the Egyptian Duat. Musashi had some fun when an irritable little beastie decided we looked tasty or was simply too mad to instinctively feel the death sentence attacking us would give. It kept her happy to slay mythical beasts of old, and who was I to ruin her fun to squash weaklings? Beyond that, I was being careful to avoid detection from the overseers of those realms and their possible prisoners. I don't want us to get blamed for either allowing something to escape or making other pantheons think that something/one is trying to get into their afterlives. Which I technically am, but I don't want them to know about it. Overall, it took a few hours of trial and error as we journeyed across the realm of the dead, avoiding any souls, grim reapers, or other guards before we finally found the entrance to Kor. It was usually easy to tell which afterlife you were in thanks to the cultural and societal touches each possessed, but I was actually surprised to see that Kor was still holding on after all this time. The hallmark of this particular afterlife was the ruins of the different levels of benefits the properly buried had possessed while their guardian pantheon had existed, and the style of those ruins told me that this was the correct afterlife. I love my spatial awareness as it allows me to scout the entire realm without having to move. But like I said, the place was in ruins, and that wasn't it either. I could tell sections of this realm had been cleaved off to assumedly conserve energy to maintain the rest as dwellings stood cut in half at the realm boundary. The buildings which should be intact, the ones closer to the once great palace which should be housing the goddess Ereshkigal, even if my senses are telling me she is incredibly weak for a goddess, have all been ransacked as spirits of the dead gathered in them and huddled together in hopelessness. It told me plenty, since these houses should have belonged to those who had been buried with great honors and wealth, and plenty of descendants to care for them, but now it seemed everyone in this realm had gathered there. And that area was at most a large city right now, holding a few 100,000 souls, which should be insignificant compared to the number which should have been here before the collapse. I take it that this is it? Mana asked as she noticed the change in pattern from my usual shake of the head after sensing the realm. Yes, but it's pretty bad. Another century or two and this place would be gone unless a miracle happens. I solemnly answered as I gazed on the remains. Every soul remaining is huddled in the upper section, and there is only one goddess remaining, with power you could beat comfortably. That is unfortunate for them. Mana replied with a sad gaze. So what's the plan, my lord? Musashi asked seriously enough due to understanding the bleakness of the situation. We go speak to the one who should be, or should have been, the warden of my target. I sense no other powers large enough to contend against gods, so that means Enkidu has escaped, is gone, or has been moved somewhere. But I'm betting on options 1 or 3 right now. I told the swordswoman as she nodded in understanding. We opened our wings and flew over, since taking a portal would have been lazy and slightly rude. Even if the place is collapsing, it is not polite to enter a goddess home uninvited and unannounced like that. Flying by the dilapidated buildings and aimless souls was a rather depressing sight. Even the usually cheerful and carefree Musashi felt down at sight of everything here, simply waiting for its end. We reached the palace which centered the realm, landing in front of giant stone doors carved with great cages filled with souls. Knock, knock, knock. The resounding sound echoed as I knocked hard but not destructively. I could feel the last known god of Mesopotamia rush towards us, hurriedly opening the door and frankly surprising me with her appearance. What greeted us wasn't a dignified goddess or terrifying embodiment of death itself, but a rather cute girl. She had sharp but dignified features, apparently paused in the middle of blooming as she appeared to be in her mid to late teens. Her wavy blonde hair was messy as a black crown rested on her head, while her ruby-red eyes had dark circles around them, showing clear signs of stress and sleeplessness. She wore an old outfit composed of a faded purple long-sleeve shirt which seems to also be a unitard as it covered her nether region, draped with a tattered purple cape. While her legs only had one black legging on the right and a used pair of golden shoes. Overall, the state of her pantheon and realm have clearly taken a heavy toll on the goddess. Who are you? She guardedly asked as she took us in and deduced we obviously weren't residents of this realm. Trespassing in this place is a grave offense, even more so for the living. Leave now or I shall be forced to attack. Those words caused Mana to ready for a quick draw and Musashi placed her hands on her blades. I think with both know Lady Ereshkigal that this realm cannot afford such a thing. I gently told her as she flinched over her bluff being called. I don't care. I won't let you harm these souls even if it costs me everything. She stubbornly declared as her eyes shone fiercely with determination. Please, I do not wish to be an accessory to your pantheon's extinction. I am simply searching for something, and once I have either it or some answers, I shall leave peaceful. I calmly told the poor goddess as she seemed to hesitate. Mana and Musashi knew enough about when to and when not to use force, hence they followed my lead dutifully as they removed their hands from their weapons. What is it you want, devil? She carefully asked as she narrowed her eyes. The chains of heaven. I am looking for it and my search has led me to you. I answered peacefully. Why do you desire that thing? She asked as her eyes narrowed. I wish for it to hopefully join me. I truthfully answered. You cannot take it. It was sealed under Anu's order and it is my duty to uphold this order. She immediately replied. Just as is my duty to uphold this realm and laws. Now leave. You are very honorable, Lady Goddess. Musashi earnestly said. Of course. I have never stopped doing my duty, even after everyone left. She proudly stated before she reminded herself of being the last Mesopotamian goddess. Alone. Mana suddenly said as her eyes softened. Ereshkigal responded as she hadn't properly. Have you been all alone fulfilling these duties? She clarified as she intently gazed at the blonde goddess. I wasn't always. Not before that spoiled bitch Ishtar got my husband killed. At least I was given charge over one of those responsible for his death. Ereshkigal spitefully answered. Now I understand your myth. I suddenly said as the pieces finally fit together and why they would imprison Enkidu down here. Nisama/my lord. My 2 girls asked. Gugalana, also known as the Bull of Heaven, was said to also be the name of Ereshkigal's husband's names. I am guessing they were one and the same, and after Ishtar was rejected by Gilgamesh, because of her nature as a whimsical, selfish and spoilt brat, she went to her father to punish him by sending the unstoppable Bull of Heaven. It would have worked too, if only Enkidu had not chosen to join Gilgamesh and assist him in defeating the bull, which he couldn't have without its aid. And seeing this failure to punish the men who rejected her, Ishtar once again called for their heads now as punishment for killing Gugalana. But Enkidu offered itself in exchange for its only friend, satisfying Anu, and pleasing the petty Ishtar who now had taken Gilgamesh's only friend from him. Too bad for her. Enkidu's sentence was handed to you to appease you and protect Ishtar from your wrath, since we was of course not to be blamed. Well, later you got your revenge, since it was said you almost killed her when she visited Kor to pay respect for the bull of heaven. I said aloud as I found this to be another example of a deity ruining lives out of selfishness and stupidity. There was no need to remind me. Ereshkigal coldly said in response. She cost me my love and ultimately everything for our pantheon as she drove Gilgamesh against us. And even then, she was coddled and allowed to do as she pleased, running around freely while I had to watch everything that mattered to me fade away slowly. My husband. My children. My parents. My pantheon. My realm. And all the souls I cared for. She took everything away as I was forced to remain here. Always in this place. The cold fury in her words left my two girls speechless and feeling pity for the once mighty goddess which had to lose everything and remain as she desperately clung to the last things she could as they too faded. Then will you let her get away with it and choose to remain chained to this place? I asked the goddess as my words made her snap in my direction. She died long ago. What do you mean, get away with it, devil? She asked coldly. As far as I know, the leftover divine spirit of Ishtar became Aphrodite of the Greek pantheon. Still the same spoilt and pampered brat, free to do as she pleases while running back to Zeus instead of Anu when in trouble. So are you just going to quietly accept your fate and fade into nothing while she simply gets to continue in her new life without any consequences? I explained to her as gradually her eyes lost their fury and turned into focus as she gazed at me. And what is it you propose to do, devil? You think you are enough solve my problems? She questioned harshly. Yes. I am more than enough to save this realm and give you the freedom you desire. I confidently replied. Scoff my pantheon is gone and only the realm of dead has allowed me to sustain this place alongside my divinity. You might be strong for a devil, but you cannot save Kor. She dismissively responded as she felt my words were likely to be challenging her pride. Then how about we make a deal, Ereshkigal? I countered with a confident smirk. Fine. Tell me your offer. She said with little care. I shall save your realm and ensure its existence, with the possibility of even helping it recover and improve. I will also free you from the laws binding you in Kor to allow you to roam around while not needing to maintain this place. And I will even help you recover as a goddess. I offered rather generously, I believe. And in return? She predictably asked as she was pretty much ready to dismiss me already. Only a few things. I confidently answered with a smile. The first being helping me free Enkidu so I may attempt to recruit it. The second would be for you to come under my wing, helping my lands flourish and to protect my people. And finally, at least a copy of all the knowledge regarding Mesopotamian arts, whether it be combat, magic, crafting or otherwise you have. You believe I, a goddess, would bow to a devil? She asked in a steely voice. In simple terms, yes. If I can provide what I offered, then I wish for you to join me. I answered straightforwardly. I will amuse you then. How do you propose to accomplish feats even I have not achieved in the last millennia I have attempted them? She questioned with some slight derision. Like this. I simply answered as I transformed into my true form. Due to my control over my form, I could actually master my true form, unlike Serzex who still had trouble controlling his destruction in canon. It was the first time Musashi had seen this form, while Mana had aided me in my control training in the past. I didn't know you could transform, my lord. A dazzled Musashi exclaimed as she began looking at me from all angles. What manner of sacred gear is this? No devil has such an appearance. Ereshkigal said as took in my form. This is my true form. Something achieved by only 4 devils throughout our existence. Reaching this state allows us to surpass our race and gain the strength to defeat even the strongest gods. I proudly told her as she stared in disbelief. Impossible. I do not feel nearly enough power for you to match those monsters. She replied incredulously. Then let me show you. I said as I let loose my power. Space immediately began to distort while I protect Mana and Musashi, letting Ereshkigal feel the full brunt of my demonic power as it utterly dwarfed her being. The palace warped and twisted as the goddess knelt under the pressure of my power and the place trembled. I then retracted everything and returned to my normal form. So, do you believe I can help you now? I asked the gasping goddess as she recovered from the complete oppression. That was incredible, my lord. I will strive to be able to cut you even in such a form, Musashi declared as her eyes burnt bright. I don't think most retainers say they want to cut their lord, Musashi. Mana responded in amusement. You are right, Mana-senpai. Forgive me, my lord, Musashi exclaimed as she bowed. It's fine, I know what you really meant, Musashi, and I look forward to seeing if your blade can truly reach this form of mine, I told her with a challenging grin. I shall, was the completely confident response as her fighting spirit was almost visible. Ha ha ha. I happily laughed at my motivated knight. *Sigh**, why do you encourage her so much, Nii-sama? Mana asked as she had difficulty handling the sword user's personality. Because it is the best way to motivate Musashi and it's fun, I lightly answered with a smile. I can't deny it's effective, Mana admitted as she knew full well how fast Musashi was growing. Maybe a bit too effective. How? Ereshkigal suddenly said as we turned our attention to her. How can a devil be so strong? I told you, I surpassed my race and grasped our equivalent to divinity basically. It varies depending on a devil's main source of strength, but I know for a fact that Surzek's true form revolves around his destruction, I answered. And yours? What would allow you to warp everything like you did by just existing? She asked in a mix of fear and hope. Space, and soon enough, time, as well, I honestly answered the goddess. That leaves the goddess stunned. Mostly because the only truly powerful beings with authorities close to such aspects are Ophis with her, infinity, chaos, and nothingness, and great reds, dreams, and illusions. The rest are usually incredibly weak due to not being able to properly develop their abilities. Do you believe I can fulfill my parts of the deal now, Ereshkigal? I asked as I patiently waited for her to decide her next course of action. Up until now, she had basically been working off her knowledge that beside the Satans, devils were much weaker than gods as a species, thus my power shocking her so much. There is a reason for the arrogance of gods after all. But now she faced me, who is likely stronger than anyone in her pantheon had been. What is your name? The goddess asked as she met my gaze with determination in her eyes. Lith Azeroth, I simply answered. Okay then. I, Ereshkigal, Queen of the Great Earth, swear myself in the service of Lith Azeroth as long as he upholds his promised terms. So I declare on my divinity, she eloquently said as her being was momentarily shrouded in golden particles before they transferred to me. As soon as they disappeared, I felt a connection between myself and Ereshkigal, even to this realm. Now this is an interesting feeling, I said as I quickly tested a few things. It didn't seem to be incredibly solid or potentially dangerous, but it was close to a familiar contract at its core mixed with a standard magical contract. With Ereshkigal on the more submissive side, of course. Ereshkigal now greets her Lugal and begs for forgiveness for her brash and impolite words, the goddess solemnly said as she fell to a kneeling position. Ereshkigal, I'm not the type who requires others to kneel to me. Please stand, I told her as she obeyed while keeping a subdued atmosphere around herself. Now let me stabilize this place and then we can talk about Enkidu and what will happen next. Thank you, my Lugal, she replied with relief evident in her body as her shoulders relaxed. To do this right, I shifted into my true form. Since I could now feel a connection to this realm, I already had a general understanding of the rules in place for it, unlike when I usually find a new dimension or create one from scratch. Basically every dimension has its core and you can basically program just about anything on it as rules. In the realms of the dead, gods are either the creators or administrators of the system, granting them access to the system and permitting modifications as needed. This is part of why death/underworld gods are usually so strong in their domains but weak outside of it. Their divinity is too linked to their domain. And right now I was granted admin access by Ereshkigal. I quickly reinforced and expanded the boundaries of the realm, while also changing things a bit for the remaining souls as I added a basic river with clean water and some fruit-bearing trees near it. The Mesopotamian afterlife was rather harsh as everyone had neither food nor drink unless one received libations from family offering them on the grave of the deceased. I thought these souls could at least have water and fruit while I arrange your things in the future with Ereshkigal. Next I closed off any exits beside the main one to the realm of the dead, to stop any sort of security risk, and opened a new one inside my territory, while securing both sides of the new gate. And finally I connected the core of this place to 3 energy-focused pocket dimensions to power the core of this place, by extension Ereshkigal, without the need for the worshippers. Honestly, it made me feel godlike to be doing such things. I could see why it gets to people's heads. That should do it for now. We will be talking about the details later. I announced as I transformed back into my handsome form. I was surprised to come back to a dumbfounded Ereshkigal who was looking at and feeling the results, with silent tears coming out of her eyes. Lady Ereshkigal, are you okay? My lord didn't do anything wrong, right? Musashi asked as she saw the goddess crying. She responded in confusion before feeling her tears and beginning to wipe them. And no. My Lugal, it's. They're there. Mana said as she took the smaller goddess into her mature bosom. It's okay to care about the people you've been charged with. And it is okay to feel relief once saved. I hadn't really thought about it until now, but Mana has truly grown into a cool beauty as her face was charming. She had beautiful hazel eyes which spoke of calmness and experience, lush straight black hair, a great body as her bust developed far more than normal Japanese descendants, eye-catching legs and her flawless caramel skin covering the whole package. She usually wore a black shirt and enchanted leather armor under her favorite beige trench coat, tight beige pants and leather boots. My little sister really grew up. I thought as I watched her comfort a goddess. She might have trouble expressing her emotions, this just being who she is, but she was fairly motherly when she empathized with others, and those who need help like she had when I met her are part of that. Musashi and I waited as Mana helped Ereshkigal let her feelings out properly without having to feel embarrassed. Sniff sniff I am sorry about this unfitting display, my Lugal. But all the same, thank you for saving what was left of my everything and myself. I swear to be your loyal follower until the end. She earnestly said as she wiped her tears. Welcome aboard, Ereshkigal. But you can call me Lith. I am no king and generally like being close to my people. My wife and I are actually trying to get this one to stop calling us Lord and Lady, while I had to make Mana call me Nisama when she was younger to get her to stop. I responded in a friendly manner as I pointed to the 2 women. I shall uphold my honor as a samurai, my lord. Musashi loudly replied with enthusiasm as she directly ignored my attempt. Nisama has rather grown on me, hasn't it? And we do share some features anyway. Mana shrugged in response. I will try then, Lith. Ereshkigal said as she blushed heavily in her attempt. Thought getting embarrassed saying first names like that was a Japanese thing. Or is it because this is an anime world? I idly thought as she looked rather cute. We'll work on it. I'm sure my wife will have you okay with it once you meet her. But for now I need to know about Enkidu. I said patiently. Well, you see, Lith, it required a lot of power to keep it sealed properly, and with the end of my pantheon I just couldn't maintain it anymore. I also didn't have anyone I knew anymore who could be trusted with it, so I asked the only person I knew would never let it go free, the Queen of the Shadowlands. The goddess explained as she fidgeted on the spot, looking kind of like a nervous child in front of her parents. The height difference and her cute appearance didn't help. So that's the case. Good thing I was prepared to go there if Core had already faded then. I responded without even a dip in positivity. Wait, what? You can't go there. It's far too dangerous with that Godslayer. Ereshkigal loudly protested as she looked at me with concern. Didn't think you'd warm up to us so quick, but you don't have to worry. Even with all my power I am not actually a god, so anti-divinity skills and weapons don't hurt me more than normal ones, and my power is far from being simply what I have demonstrated here. I light-heartedly said as I patted the blonde goddess' head. Who says I care about you? I just don't want to see my new lord and savior die so quickly. And I don't want Core to start crumbling away again. She replied as she turned her head away with a pout and blush. Ha. That's a fine reason to care too. But don't worry, nothing beside Great Red and Ophis can prevent me from leaving anywhere should I desire it. And even then, it won't be long until even they won't be able to. I boisterously told her as she had seemed to believe that statement, or at least my confidence. Fine, just be careful. That woman reached us gods through only her skills in the spear and runes. Although I do not know her true strength, she is not be underestimated. She warned as she pushed aside her embarrassment and shyness. I know. But I look forward to meeting her. The Queen of the Shadowlands, Scathach. I responded with a confident smile. She sounds like a grand opponent to test myself against. Musashi added as she grasped her sword handle. Let us see if we can solve things peacefully first. Mana chastised lightly. We can always ask if she would be willing to spar with you, Musashi. She was said to be the best trainer in history alongside the legendary Chiron. I am sure she would be willing to at least have a friendly exchange with a talented person like you. I said to the girl. Yash. Let's go, my lord. My blood is pumping and my blade itches for use. The excited sword maniac said as she did her best to drag me by hugging my arm and pulling. Bigger than I thought. And softer than I could believe considering she swings her sword all day. I thought as my mind was distracted by her precious bounty. Lith, please take this with you. Ereshkigal said as we were taking our leave, handing me a golden token with a cage on it. At least this way she will know I sent you with my blessing and it should help keep things peaceful. Thank you, Eresh. I said to her with a pleased smile, I am sure this will help. Eresh. I mean, my pleasure, Lith. The surprised goddess replied as she tried to play it cool, but her blush had returned with force to ruin the attempt. I'll come back later and we can see about you coming to live on my territory. It's a lot less bleak and you can at least be with other people. I said as we were leaving. The goddess could only stare at our backs, feeling slightly stunned at what had happened during our visit. Ereshkigal head. I can leave this place. I absent-mindedly thought as what my new lord, Lith, made his way to his goal. I could actually see the sky. I could walk amongst the living and live an actual life. And at those thoughts I cried for the second time today as I felt happiness and hope at his words. He probably doesn't know, but if he had only offered me a chance at seeing the sky above I would have told him what he wanted to know. But now, Lith has given me so much more. I can already feel my power coming after whatever he did. And with it my control over Kor. And I was determined to offer everything I could to the one man who saved my everything, even though he could have just taken what he wanted through force. He saw through my facade and still helped me. Even if it had some selfish reasons, I will do my best to pay him back. I thought as I wiped my tears and returned to my palace. I wanted to look my best for him next time we met. I would show him what a true goddess looks like. Chapter 28, CH28 on the Trail of the Chains PT3. With the confirmation on Enkidu's location, the three of us left Kor and continued on with the search as the new aim was officially the Land of Shadows. Hopefully it won't turn out to be a kind of Mario situation. I don't want to hear, I am sorry, but the chains are in another afterlife, or something. At least the search for the Lands of Shadow was much easier than the one for Kor. In all honesty, I had found the entrance some time before we found Kor, but I wished to at least give the search a few days before giving up and going directly to it. It was quite easy due to the Land of Shadows being semi-open compared to all the other realms of the dead which have strict gates. Although the gates can't even slow me down due to my powers, they are actually difficult for even most gods. As for the Land of Shadows, it always remains half-open as a way to gather wandering or desperate spirits trying to remain as they are, but the entrance becomes an uncrossable barrier once inside. For spirits anyway. There are plenty of examples in the Ulster cycle alone where the living sought the teachings of Scathach and left after failing her trials or left after having received her teachings. Most noticeably Ku Chulainn, his son Conla, and Ku's fellow disciple Ferdiad. At the entrance I set an extra layer of security to permit our exit now that I had a sample of the dimensional energy the Land of Shadows was compromised off, not daring to completely look down on the resting place even gods feared. Even if I was confident in myself, I would not risk my peerage members recklessly. Once inside you could tell why it gained its name. The Land of Shadows was a place where you could only see shadows, and with difficulty. The realm was eternally nighttime, with no moon, shrouded in fog covering the vast forested landscape and mountains. Spirits would be lucky to spot anything if it wasn't a few feet in front of them, especially since I could feel the fog trying to restrict everything, but even more so with senses. There were an incredible number of spirits wandering around this place blindly, either in groups or alone. Most were likely to be simple humans, while some strong spirits could be felt, indicating that they might have been from stronger races, held significant power in life or might have even been demigods, while the few divine spirits remaining were almost bright beacons to my senses. And at the center of these lands lay a fortress, likely to be Duin Skaith, the home of Scathach herself. If I couldn't feel her coming our way, that is where would have headed. The mist is far too weak to hamper my senses. Even though Mana showed signs of being mildly affected, she noticed our approaching target as well, while Musashi seemed to have instinctively reacted to our reaction. Nisama. Mana asked as she requested orders. Remain at the ready but do not act hostile. She is likely to be the strongest human to have ever lived and I do not see a reason to attack first unless absolutely necessary. I told her as acknowledged my order by placing her hand on her custom pistol at her hip. Musashi also heard my order, but she was having difficulty holding her excitement and fighting intent back as she desperately wanted to try her hand at fighting the Queen of the Shadowlands. She constantly fidgeted and subconsciously played with her sword handles. And then she appeared. Scathach. It was obvious to someone like me who could sense her being in essence thanks to my space, and advanced Senjutsu and Tuki skill, feeling her being intimately connected to this place, strong enough to easily handle the old Satans and unaging. I then wondered if being in the DxD verse made everyone famous into a sexy woman because come on. The woman had long purple hair and wine-red eyes, and was wearing a full-body outfit that highlights her curvaceous body, with metallic shoulder pads and a small black cloak connected to them. Her face was half covered with a black mask of the lower half of her face and she had a veil over her head. She carried a blood-red spear with sparsely serrated edges in her hands, more than likely it being the cursed god-slaying spear Gi-Balg. The weapon Scathach had passed down to her student once upon a time, forged from the bones and skull of the mighty sea monster Kuriwid, and now in her hands again. Why are you here, odd devil, half yokai devil and half human devil? She asked emotionlessly as she seemed to find Musashi different with just a glance. That was already a display of knowledge and experience since reincarnated devils aren't exactly prevalent yet. Great Queen Scathach, my name is Azeroth, these two girls are my peerage members, Mana Tatsumiya and this one is Musashi Miyamoto. I reply in polite greetings, I have come seeking the chains of heaven Ereshkigal has asked you to safeguard. She has given me this token to at least attempt to prove we have received her permission. I then threw the golden token to the woman as she caught it without blinking, gave it a quick look and then tossed it back. Although I do not know what a peerage is, I welcome you warriors of the East and you half-devil. It has been a long time since someone of your lands found themselves here. She neutrally responded. As for the chains, they reside in a sealed state in my fortress. I shall guide you. That would be most appreciated, Lady Scathach. I said to her with a light bow, to which she simply nodded and began to move swiftly towards her fortress as we stayed close. With all of us being far above human in ability, we reached Duin Skaith quickly. The exterior of the fortress was oppressive and established Scathach as authority well, with the interior at least showing levels of comfort fit for the queen she is. The vast majority of the place being decorated in wine red or a similar purple to her own hair. She guided us down into the dungeon where she presented a spear-tipped golden chain inside a sphere of divine energy. This is what you seek. It is sealed, but that is easily remedied if necessary with this key which came with it. She said as she passed an intricate stone key with golden inlays. I thank you, Lady Scathach. I responded as I took a look at my two girls and decided to go for it, but if it isn't too much to ask, I have a favor to ask of you. Instead of answering, she looked me straight in the eyes as she seemed to be looking for or measuring something. Ask half-devil Lith. She replied with any sort of fluctuation in her emotions. I would like to ask for a spar for these two ladies beside me. Musashi deeply desires to test herself and Mana requires a difficult battle to push herself to the next level. Should you accept, I shall endeavor to fulfill a request in kind. I said to her respectfully. I might be stronger than her, but I did respect a woman of such skill and power who managed to reach the realm of gods while staying human. Before answering, Scathach gave the two young women a look as she analyzed them silently. Musashi was fidgeting in excitement again while having a big grin on her face, while Mana had a raised eyebrow at my words before doing her best to glean any sort of information from the queen before us. Teaching these two for today is acceptable. Their talents are even beyond the best I have taught. Can I keep them as disciples? She finally said as I saw an unidentifiable glimmer pass through her perpetually tranquil eyes. Although they are free to make their own decisions, I would prefer for them to return with me. Mana is my sister in all but blood and Musashi is my knight. I replied as Scathack understood my meaning and turned to the girls. I must apologize, Scathack-sama. I appreciate the offer, but wish to remain by Ni-sama's side. Mana politely rejected with a small bow. I would love to test myself against you as much as possible, Scathack-sama, but as a samurai I must stay by my lord's side. Musashi said passionately as she too rejected. A pity. Teaching such talented students after so long might have finally given me my wish. But I guess asking for it in exchange for this favor might do. The Queen of the Shadowlands said as her emotions did fluctuate minutely after being rejected. As long as it is possible and not too much, my lady, I shall do my best. I replied as I readied myself. I wasn't going to do something ridiculous in exchange for a spar, but she's been patient and hasn't made things difficult for us, so I can at least fulfill a reasonable request. Kill me. She then said as the three of us froze at the words. What? I asked out of confusion and surprise. I wish for you to kill me in exchange for giving these two my final lesson. To go out in one final battle where I can die as a warrior. She clarified with hope in her eyes as she looked at me with her wine-red orbs. You are strong enough and are a warrior, unlike the rest of your race. You can succeed where others have left me down, freeing me from this existence of mine. I didn't know how to answer. I could kind of understand her possible reasoning for the request, but to hear someone ask for you to kill them is not exactly normal. I then remembered hers/Kuchulin's story. In exchange for training the young hound of Kilin and finally choosing him to receive her spear Gi-Balg and her final technique over his fellow disciple Ferdiad, she had desired to be killed by her student, to die as a human, but lamented when he was unable to do so. Perhaps. I wanted to be killed by your hands. I give up. Better die before that happens. If only you were born a little earlier. Young, so young. Those were her words before she returned to the Shadowlands, only to later teach Ku's son Kanla until she predicted his death and he left. She has remained in a state of crushing acceptance over her fate ever since as she guarded these lands for the last 1,500 years. I could understand her desire as a warrior. To be able to die fighting a worthy foe instead of continuing a bleak existence in this reward for her abilities. Such a dreary life is truly not something I would wish on others. Taking a deep breath, I looked at arguably the most skilled human in history in the eyes, understood. After you finish you spar with these two, I shall end this life of yours. I told her with determination. Musashi understood a warrior wanting to die as one and Mana would not get in the way unless she thought it would be dangerous for me, so they simply watched on with some mixed emotions but prepared for their fight. Thank you. She softly replied as her eyes expressed her sincerity. Now this way to the training area. She led us behind her fortress, to an open field devoid of any mist and illuminated by crimson flames, the ground holding carved rune stones as a perimeter to create a barrier. Which of the two shall go first? Scathack simply asked as she stood in the center of the field with her spear in hand. Me. Musashi loudly declared as she appeared in front of the spear mistress, releasing a thick desire to fight. Scathack raised an eyebrow before looking at me for confirmation, which I gave with a wry smile. Then she turned back to her fist opponent. Understood. She responded before the two took some distance from one another. My lord has introduced me earlier, but as a samurai I must introduce myself regardless. Announced Musashi as she pridefully drew her two blades and readied herself. I am Miyamoto Musashi of the Niten Ichiryu style, Knight of Lord Lith Azeroth. Very well. I am Scathack, Queen of the Land of Shadows and true wielder of Gi-Balg. Was the response as she honored a fellow warrior, even if she had not bloomed yet. She then removed the half-mask as a sign of respect, showing the absolutely stunning visage of a cold beauty on her emotionless face. Before getting ready herself. Shift to third-person perspective for fights. Without anyone signaling the beginning of the fight, Musashi suddenly burst forward as her unique energy already gathered in her blades, raising the full katana and lowering her wakizashi before seemingly attempting to make both meet in the center as she attacked her opponent. Niten Ichiryu, 10 to Gga Do, heaven and earth meet, she inwardly declared as her opener. Impressive to reach this stage at such a young age. Scathack simply said as her spear was covered in a crimson aura and she perfectly angled her spear to block both strikes. She then twirled her spear, causing both of Musashi's arms to recoil as she sent a kick to her foe, which was once again blocked as the foot landed on the spear's body, resulting in Musashi flipping away from her opponent. Scat calmly watched the much younger warrior as she landed, before suddenly striking out during the moment Musashi would be thinking about her feet touching the ground. Kyad Stalk, first strike, the queen thought as she used the most basic spear technique in existence. Although basic, the strike contained all of Scat-Haka's own devotion and experience in the spear, causing Musashi to feel as if an immovable mountain was heading for her in a difficult moment. But the sword prodigy then remembered a move her lord had used on her before, and embracing a sudden enlightenment she created a version for herself. Nitten Ichi Ryu, Azuma Kingu, Earth Marking. Using her downward momentum to fall into her lowest stance ever, she struck the earth with her pommel and aura to attack Scat-Haka's footing as a shockwave traveled through the ground. The strike forced the queen to halt her strike to tap the butt of her spear on the ground, cancelling her opponent's shockwave with her own and jumping over her as she struck out with 3 quick jabs. Musashi didn't have the time to change her position, but she used her wakizashi to quickly deflect the jabs as best she could, only to still be grazed by the 3 strikes. The two then properly stood once again as they readied for a second exchange. It seems you are completely ambidextrous. Scat noted as she didn't expect the sword user to be able to defend as well as she did on those jabs. Sure, she wasn't going nearly as strong of fast as she could and she hadn't activated her spear's curse, but she had faced dual sword wielders in the past and nearly none would have even blocked a single strike of that level from the position of the young devil before her. You're so great. Let's keep going. The completely focused Musashi loudly proclaimed as was enjoying every second of these exchanges. Indeed, let's. Scat lightly replied as the smallest smile graced her lips unconsciously for the first time in over a millennia. The two prodigies then went forward to clash again as they blurred. They began to exchange dozens of blows in mere seconds as the strikes became stronger and stronger, with slashes and holes appearing in the ground, great booms coming from colliding weapons and ever-growing auras being unleashed as a light purple figure clashed against a crimson one. Subarashi! 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 Ha 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 ha! The near-mental Musashi yelled out as she lost herself in her duel. Nitten Ichi Ryu, Hebenrisirashu. Heavenly Slash, Musashi yelled out as an enormous purple blade slashed downward onto her foe. Bidquana Ruigan na Spirin, an ocean reaches the sky, Scat calmly called out as her crimson spear aura surged upwards to meet the descending blade. The resulting clash caused the land around the queen to split and the misty sky above the sword user to gape as an explosion of purple and red energy forced the two apart. You truly deserve the praises my lord said about you, Lady Scat. Such divine skill in spear. Truly worthy of a godslayer. Musashi earnestly shouted, but I will reach you with this blade of mine. And with that declaration Musashi finally activated both her night piece and demonic power as she gathered everything together into her body. I shall show you this style I have created after becoming his sword. Ten no Akuma, Heavenly Demon Ashura no Sudaraiki, Ashura's Strike. She called out as one could almost see the great 6-armed figure as she moved forward with her 2 blades striking out. But even Scat was surprised when instead of 2 strikes with a weight even surpassing Musashi's heavenly slash from earlier, 6 were bearing down on her from both sides. What a wonderful strike! The queen thought as her smile returned in face of such a move. But it is immature and rough. Although, I can see that she will become far stronger than this. Scat herself then released a much calmer energy as she readied her spear and drew a circle around of herself. Phileas na G-Lake, the shadow of the moon, she declared as an aura barrier was formed in front of Musashi's most overbearing strike. Noticing the response, Musashi instinctively felt that her attack would fail as it is. So to respond, she gritted her teeth before roaring out in defiance, tapping into her very soul as she was enveloped in a golden light. The light gave her the momentary enlightenment and power necessary to transform her technique and evolve it mid-swing as she went into a complete trance. Ten no Akuma, Heavenly Demon Ashura Ga Michi o Mitsukuru, Ashura finds a path, the tranced Musashi called as her 6 strikes merged into one, striking Scat-Haka's barrier with might even Musashi didn't know she could unleash as the barrier cracked under the strike's weight and eventually shattered as Musashi fell forward. Unfortunately, the sword lover couldn't capitalize on the moment due to falling unconscious from exhaustion, resulting in her being caught by her master before she could tumble from her momentum. That was a wonderful strike, Musashi. Lith fondly said to the now sleeping girl as she smiled unconsciously. It truly was. Scat agreed as she faced her opponent to reveal a single scratch on her cheek. Truly this girl will always surprise you. To think she would awaken her sacred gear now of all time. Lith Riley said as she looked at the lively girl. Desires are what awaken the weapons God put in the hands of men. I am sure yours responded to your desires as well. The Queen wisely said as she revealed something Lith had never told anyone, internally shocking him before simply being impressed. Indeed. He agreed as he lifted his knight into a Princess Carry and brought her outside the training ward, fixing the damaged battlefield with every step. To think he has the ability to appear beside me without me noticing in my domain, is not affected by the Christian God's name and can fix this place without so much as a magic circle or rune. Scat thought, maintaining her calm exterior as she watched the men who would kill her walk away with a girl whose talent almost made her desire to live longer just to train her. Then I guess it shall be my turn, Scat-sama. I am honored to have this chance to face you. Mana politely said as she stepped up. She recalled the words her Nisama had said while the two were watching Musashi fight. Mana had been impressed by both fighters until her brother and lord actually corrected her assumption that the Queen of the Land of Shadows was like an older and more experienced Musashi wielding a spear. While more correct than you know, she is far more than Musashi in terms of overall talent before I met the girl. After all, not only is her true style not simply one spear, she is also a prodigious talent in magic as well. He had said after he clearly knew things she didn't. If I understand Nisama's words properly, she not only uses two spears, but also has skills equaling her abilities with the spear in magic. But at least I know the Celtics used runes as a magic base, and that at least gives me some understanding of her abilities there thanks to all that studying Nisama recommended for me. He truly knows best. Mana thought with some adoration towards her everything. Mana Tatsumiya, pawn of Lith Azeroth, lord and founder of his house. Mana declared as she placed both her hands on her heavily modded pistols dubbed jackals. These two black pistols were a culmination of her experience using her sacred gear and developing her fighting style, as they allowed for high enough power for her desired level of combat, allowed for a wide variety of attacks and blended well with her chosen style. She will create other guns mid-fight depending on her aims and needs, but these two were her standard choice. Those are your weapons? Scat asked as clarification. This is due to her not recognizing the things on her new opponent's hips. She knows of current firearms, but those were simply too far from what is currently available for her to immediately associate the two. Indeed. They shall become more common in the future. Mana casually answered. Shall we? After you. Scat replied to the young woman who seemed to have a similar temperament to herself. This should be interesting as well. Such talent radiating off of her and using weapons I have never faced before. The Queen thought as she noticed her excitement had risen significantly after facing the young sword prodigy, and much stronger as well. Bang 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 bang. In a moment 6 shots rang out as Mana drew her gun faster than most could even understand, much less perceive, and seeing these incoming shots Scat smoothly shifted her body to flawlessly dodge. But grew surprised as she suddenly felt 8 more were incoming. So she can shoot silently as well. Scat noted as the little trick forced her fully dodge by using her footwork to appear behind the gunslinger. Striking out with her spear, it was only once she committed to her attack that she noticed a small glint under her target's arm, making her widen her eyes in realization before, bang. The force of the round being far more powerful than any firearm sent the warrior queen backwards as dust picked up in her trail. I thought I would at least score a minor hit with that one. A slightly disappointed Mana exclaimed. The dust cleared around as the queen as she swung her spear, creating a gust of wind, revealing that she now held a shorter spear in her left hand which she had materialized in a moment to defend herself. It was a surprise to see you being able to fire behind you like that, even for me. Scat lightly replied. It was one of the most important criteria for mastery in the style Nisama taught me after all. Mana said as she aimed her guns. How novel. The warrior queen responded as she took her true stance with her dual spears. The two composed women began their rapid-fire exchanges as the spear user aimed to strike at Mana and she fired round after round at Scat to take her down or at least slow her down. The result was a series of pure martial exchange as Mana fluidly dodged or deflected the spear user through her mastery of close-range gunfighting unseen in this world, all while never ending her shooting as Scat either struck down the bullets or dodged them while counterattacking. All until they suddenly distanced themselves from each other with small grins on their faces. "Shall we quick things up a notch, Lady Scathack?" Mana suggested as her two guns began to shine with power. "I am rather curious about your magic." "As you wish." Scathack responded with a small smile as she invoked a series of runes and launched a barrage ice lances towards Mana in an instant. Mana immediately responded by firing a slew of elemental beams of magic against them as they burst the lances mid-air. The two began a duel of magic as they now mixed rapid spell work into their attacks, turning the battle into a clash of skill, firepower, and knowledge as their magic collided and cancelled each other out, with spells and magic shots sometimes breaking through towards their target as they outmaneuvered the opponent or tricked them. They turned the training ground into an elemental showcase as they struck out with all of them and countered with their opposites, send fire against wood, lighting against earth, water against fire and the likes, creating scars in the ground as they casted spell after spell using their personal methods. All until Mana revealed something which would later earn her the title of Bane of Magicians as she cancelled the runes Scathack had begun forming with a grin on her face as the fight immediately went up a few notches when the warrior queen understood the danger of such a skill and summoned dozens of simultaneous rune circles around Mana in an attempt to overwhelm the younger woman. To answer the challenge, Mana activated part of her yokai physiology and self-enhancement magic to drastically increase her reflexes and senses, while calling out, "Promotion, Knight." In the following moment every magic circle shattered like glass as shots rang out and Mana's limbs blurred. She then fired a barrage of bullets all around Scathack, apparently missing the woman before each stopped in place in a dome around her, causing the queen to realize the danger as the bullets exploded in unison. Asterisk boom. Asterisk shatter. From the dust cloud shards of ice flew at great speed towards Mana as she shot every single one down with perfect accuracy, but then her eyes widened as she dodged a crimson streak which landed in her previous position. "How dangerous," the famed Gibalg. Mana said as the dust revealed one of the cursed spears Scathack had been wielding piercing the ground before levitating and returning towards its owner. "I should say the same. For such small things to hold this much destructive power is impressive." Scathack sincerely said as she walked out of her own cloud of dust, revealing a frozen perimeter behind her which indicated how she defended against the attack. "I guess I should take this more seriously then." In that moment the land of shadows seemed to still as a dark red aura appeared around the warrior queen and the spear aura she had used in her spar against Musashi appeared in the form of crimson lighting around her spears. "Seriously it is." Mana responded as she unleashed her other half fully. Her body released an immense amount of energy as her hair shone white with lighting flowing through it, her left eye joined her hair as a single black horn sprouted on the left side of her forehead as well. Her hands and feet blackened and teeth and nails grew more feral. She then took it a step further as she still felt inferior to the woman before her and activated her trump card, Embodiment of Lightning, turning her body into lightning itself through her Tuki and yokai heritage. She stood proudly with her guns and her entire body shone with light gray lighting dancing around her and her hair flowing behind her. "How beautiful." Scathack commented at Mana's form, feeling that this was a beautiful crystallization of her opponent's skills and power. "To think you would have also received the blessing of a god as well as taken your black Oni heritage this far. How truly beautiful." "Thank you. Now shall we begin anew?" Mana responded calmly as she readied herself for what would be the final round of this fight. "Come. Show me your brilliance," was the response as the queen as she pointed her spears towards her foe. The two then disappeared as they began to fight with speed utterly dwarfing anything shown before. Mana began to unleash a barrage of rail gun shots as her lighting was channeled in her guns to reach extreme power, making every shot capable of piercing mountains. But all of them were met head-on as the Queen of the Land of Shadows struck them all out with her precise thrusts. The two danced in the sky in a red and gray blur as beams and shockwave erupted and clashed. If it wasn't for Lith upholding the barrier of grounds, then the Land of Shadows would have already been facing massive amounts of destruction as the two women casually unleashed attacks which took out chunks of the place. Exchanges of magic and martial arts continued until the two separated and gathered huge amounts of power. Mana summoned an advanced anti-material rifle as she took a kneeling position and poured her lighting into it. Scathack placed herself in a throwing stance as her spear gathered crimson energy. As if they had planned on it, the two fired their attacks causing lighting to surge all around as they collided and battled for supremacy. Unfortunately for Mana, the Gibalg gradually burrowed into her attack as it was gradually winning. Feeling herself being overpowered, Mana decided to stop caring about what came afterward, trusting Lith to protect her should it come to it, and used everything she had into her attack as her energy flooded her rifle. Two things happened once she let herself go all out for this one attack. The first was as if her energy suddenly clicked and her lightning compacted itself to unleash a concentrated blast of much purer energy, and her rifle seemed to evolve by itself into an intricate and larger size as her sacred gear resonated with her power and unlocked a subspecies balance breaker, resulting in the magnification of her lighting instead of just channeling it. Susano no Ikari. Susano os Wrath, Mana yelled as she poured her everything into this attack which could take down gods. The both of them are truly magnificent. How enviable it is for that men to be able to guide them. But I am glad this was enough to let her break through. Scathach thought as she observed the beam of lightning overpower her spear. Let me repay this wonderful attack, she said mainly to herself as she grasped her remaining spear. Gi. The cursed spear began to unleash its true might as it heard its name from its wielder, revealing why it is so feared in her hands as a god-slaying weapon. The very sky of this forsaken land shuddered as she began to contract her muscles for her signature strike. The one which allowed her student to remain the strongest of his time. Bowl. It think that's enough. Lith suddenly interrupted before she could complete her attack and grasped her spear as he dissipated Mana's attack as well. She is not ready for such a strike. The serious look on his face as some traces of anger and worry appeared in his eyes, snapping Scathach out of the unnoticed fervor she had been under during those last moments. Thank Satan I have precognitive abilities and stopped that attack. Nothing could have healed the wounds on Mana until the spear which caused them was destroyed, and she wouldn't have survived long enough for that to happen. Gi Balg is a cursed god-slaying spear for a reason, Lith grimly thought as he went to Mana. Scathach had forgotten in the heat of the moment that the girl would not be able to defend herself after this attack, evident by the fact that Lith let go of her spear and appeared next to Mana as she fell into unconsciousness like Musashi had done. It seems that some habits cannot be eroded even after so long, the queen thought with some guilt over her blunder. She would have regretted immensely if she had killed such a promising young woman in her battle lust. I apologize for my mistake. It would seem my desire for battle had gotten the better of me after so long, Scathach said as she sincerely apologized. Sigh all right. I can understand you losing control for a moment after being stimulated for the first time in so long. I will also let it go since you have been nothing but patient with us and have helped both my girls reach higher heights. Lith replied as he lay Mana down inside his own barrier, beside the still asleep Musashi. Thank you, and it has been my genuine pleasure to help such talented girls, the queen said as she looked at her two last opponents and one-time semi-students before turning her gaze to the half-devil beside her. He not only appeared beside me twice without me noticing, he also stopped my Gi Balg and dismissed a powerful lightning blast like it was nothing, has a fully awakened sacred gear which is at least high class and is far stronger than any devil I have ever faced. He is also the master and lord of these two remarkable girls and has the aura of a warrior king surpassing gods and mortals of the past, while still feeling warm and approachable. Scathach thought as she analyzed the men she knew could give her the death she desired. A man I would be satisfied dying to as a warrior. All right then. I will create a reinforced dimension to protect this one from our fight. The land of shadows would not be able to withstand our clashes, Lith said as his space had already taken over this region during the previous fights in order to able to protect his girls, which was the right decision considering her saved Mana's life in that last exchange. For him to be able to manipulate such forces in this place all but confirms his deep connection to spatial magic. This should be how he approached me without my noticing, Scathach deduced as she observed the half-devil show off exquisite control over such a powerful force. There. I guess we can begin, Lith declared as he finished setting everything up to be sturdy enough to handle his own power. Good thing I'm used to setting these types of things up for my training, or it would have taken a few hours to make a dimension this sturdy otherwise, he thought as he looked around to double-check his work before focusing of the purple-haired beauty. Simply witnessing this confirms your magical skills are beyond my own, Scathach sincerely said as she looked at the man 1,000 years her junior. He is likely to be the most talented person I have ever come across, surpassing me with only a century and a half of life. Too bad I couldn't have taught him either, but I guess being surpassed by him isn't worse than my own student felling me, the warrior queen thought as she inwardly sighed a bit. Only in a few fields. My elemental manipulations are far behind your own and my aura is still far below yours as well, while your experience dwarfs mine in most subjects as well. Lith humbly replied without any actual lie. Experience can only take one so far against a superior foe, but I believe mine shall at least allow me to enjoy this battle. Scathach said as she took her stance with her dual gi bogs at the ready, pulsing with their cursed energy already as she would go all out from the beginning. Her body radiated her prowess as a warrior, with her crimson aura burst out until it focused itself into a thin layer above her outfit, with runes briefly flashing all over her body as she reinforced herself further in all the way she knew how. Scathach already knew firing magic at the men before her would be pointless and possible self-harming should he be able to her attacks back to her. So she planned of going all out physically as she enhanced herself even beyond her limits. She could already feel her body protest as she used far more magic than it could withstand purposefully. I will not survive this fight regardless, so might as well see just how far I can truly reach. She thought with some excitement and a bit of regret. Since you are already aware of my scared gear, I guess I can let it out to play this time. I have never had the need to do so. Unfortunately, this is only my third strongest state, as you would not be able to contend against my true form. Lith said to the woman as he activated his balance breaker, resulting in his hands and feet being covered in a semi-fluid metal and holes appearing in them. Though his absolute control over his Longinus and energy stopped the typical anime energy explosion once a character powers up, Scathach could clearly feel the drastic increase in threat level Lith had undergone. His before he was capable of killing her, now he offered certain death. That was an incredible jump as he pressured someone like her to the point that she broke out in cold sweat. To think it wasn't just a sacred gear, but a Longinus which attained its balance breaker. Now I am curious as to which one I am facing and why you desire the chains. Scathach said to the half-devil out of awe and curiosity. This Longinus is Alpheka Tyrant, also known as the unparalleled crown of the abyss. It is the holy nails which nailed Jesus Christ to the cross. And I desire the chains simply because I believe it can allow me to push further down my path and could be the most suitable weapon and comrade for me. Lith truthfully answered the Queen of these lands. To think I would be facing one of the holiest relics of Christianity in the hands of a devil. How interesting. Scathach replied, a smile gracing her lips in amusement. Part of the reason I conceal it. It would look bad for a devil lord to have something so holy. It might even turn most old families against me. Lith admitted with a shrug, not that they could even do anything against me, but I do not desire the large-scale slaughter of my race, and my wife and friends wouldn't exactly be thrilled about it either. Foo-foo. So even amongst devils this kind of thing happens. The warrior queen replied as she laughed for the first time in a long time. She was surprised at this, but to her it made sense. She was about to die and she felt lighter than she had in all her life as everything didn't seem to matter so much in front of that. You have no idea the headaches they give my wife when she has to clean up their messes with other groups. Lith bemoaned as he heard firsthand about the trouble they caused. Foo-foo-foo. It seems I would have had plenty to talk about with this wife of yours. Scathach responded a bit wistfully. And she would have made you call her Sarah-chan in no time as she did her best to become friends with you. Lith replied with a smile full of warmth as he thought about his bubbly and lovable wife. In another life perhaps. But for now, here I come. Scathach said as she hardened her expression and stepped forward with speed far surpassing what she had displayed facing her two previous opponents. The ground near exploded from under her as she hadn't fully adjusted to her current dangerous levels of enhancements as she aimed directly for her opponent's head. But it was dodged as Lith had moved his head, knowing her target before she had even moved. Precognition. Scathach immediately realized as she unsealed her own which she had put away a long time ago. This must be how he stopped Gi-Balg earlier. Because one has to stop it before the thrust since afterwards it is already too late. The battle immediately turned into an insane game of who could see further into the future, causing the two to visualize countless possibilities as they fought. Although Scathach realized that Lith was seldom counterattacking as he carefully accepted everything she had to throw at him. But his movements shocked her due to him always shifting or dodging just enough for her spears to not touch him every time. This is, she thought as her eyes widened. Is he completely aware of everything around him? Looks like you realized. Lith said with a small grin before sending out a single punch infused with Tuki and space, causing everything to crack as his metallic fist struck one of her Gi-Balgs and sending her flying. Stabilizing herself in the air, Scathach created a small air platform, coiled her body and exploded forward with her two spears without any hesitation. Gi-Balg alternative. Scathach put her entire body into striking Lith, who defended with his ability to accept harm but was still launched upward alongside one of the two Gi-Balgs continuously attempting to pierce his body. It was unfortunate that although a god-slaying spear, Gi-Balg was not strong enough to break through the defenses of a Longinus using its balance breaker powered by a super devil. But this bought Scathach the time she needed to power the true strike of this combination as she threw her second spear with everything she had, activating her deadliest technique which assures her strike reaches the heart of her opponent. And although she desired her death at his hands, her warrior side secretly wished to see her strike reach someone she instinctively felt an assured death from. She wanted to at least harm a being she has no doubts could be among the strongest in this world. But she was to be disappointed as her spear throw never reached her target. Not because her attack failed or he blocked it or even because he cancelled it out with his own strike, but because it seemed to be unable to close the distance to reach him as it hovered in place. Scathach would have thought it was some sort of defensive magic, which it technically is, but there was no impact and she could feel her spear moving toward the target through their connection. It simply made no sense to her, which Lith noted. It will never reach me. I know the power of that spear and your skills with it. A strike which reaches the heart without fail, but in the end it is still a technique and skill, thus has limitations. And what you are witnessing is one of them. Lith explained as he floated in the air with one spear in his hand and another furiously trying to reach him. The space in front of it is continuously growing after all and it can only cross so much distance. The warrior queen's eyes widened in shock as she understood the implications of such a defense. This means that without a way to pierce through space itself, my spear cannot reach him. She thought before reflexively dodging a red streak. I have let you strike at me, now prepare for my retaliation. Lith declared as he grasped the second spear which had lost its steam and threw it back as well. The warrior queen grimly caught the weapon as she summoned the second one from behind her and readied herself. The next moment Lith disappeared without any hint of movements and reappeared on her left as he kicked. Blue Dragon's Kick X, Space, X Longinus, Rending Azure Dragon. That one kick made everything silent as a tearing wave of destructive space made its way to Scathach as hurriedly summoned some of her attempts to create more Gi-Balgs using the remaining materials of the original and formed a defensive formation with them as she used an immense number of runes simultaneously to protect herself. And as the attack hit, there was a monstrous level of power behind it as her barrier trembled and cracked, with even her replicas gradually suffered more and more damage under the enormous strain. It felt like the longest moment of her life as the attack subsided and she breathed a sigh of relief through ragged breaths when her barrier collapsed immediately afterward, alongside one of her replicas. Are you ready, Scathach? Lith simply asked as he had already hardened his heart when he agreed to her request for death. In a surprising show of defiance, she raised her spears once more as she attempted to calm her breath and stabilize her body which had been breaking apart every moment of this fight due to her overusing her enhancements. She then levitated her replicas and summoned more as her eyes lit up with a fire of pride and the spirit of a warrior. I have an offer for you, great Queen Scathach. Lith then said to the woman before him. I will die soon, nothing will change that. She replied with more emotions than she had shown since they had met. I know. This offer regards your next life. He calmly said in response. Speak then so we may resume. She said as she kept her tension up. I wish for you to join my peerage in your next life. Lith straightforwardly said to her. Sure. If you can find me in my next life I will join under you with pride as I follow such a powerful lord. She answered with a confident smirk as she no doubt believed this man would actually do what he said and somewhere inside of her, she even wanted to follow him now and see where he and his peerage would go. Then we have a deal. Lith confirmed with a small smile. Defend yourself. In response she sent out a barrage of replicas his way but was met with another of the annoyances of facing a spatial manipulator. Attacks can just go through them as the spears harmlessly did just that as he ran towards her. And when she noticed that, she enchanted her one remaining spear with the spatial runes she could in the brief time she had before Lith entered her range as he ran towards her instead of appearing. Letting us cross attacks. She realized as the two pulled back their striking weapons, her spear and his fist, attacking simultaneously. Aeon lays and spur, one with the spear, Scathach inwardly announced as she put her entire mind, body, and spirit into her last strike, intent on piercing everything in its path no matter what. Freedom from all. Lith thought as he prepared his spear hand. Both struck out as a blinding light burst out for a moment and the land of shadows trembled. Soon, one could see two figures frozen in their attack as their bodies nearly touched each other. The woman had her spear out as it passed by the man's chest, cutting his clothes and leaving a shallow cut across his chest. While the man's bloodied metal hand was coming out of the woman's back, having avoided the spear and fatally wounding his opponent. Cough. Scathack coughed out a large amount of blood as Lith immediately removed his hand using his space, and gently laid her down and held her hand as she bled heavily. "Thank you, Lith," she said with difficulty, but even though her mouth and chin were covered in blood, she smiled all the same as if the pain she was suffering didn't matter. "You are free now, Scathack. Of this place and your eternal duty," Lith told with softened eyes as he looked at her. "I guess I will see you in my next life," she said with difficulty as her breathing became labored. "Try not to take too long. Chuckle don't worry. You won't be getting away so easily," Lith replied as she began closing her red eyes. "I wish he could have come sooner. His hand, it's so warm. How long has it been since I've felt this warmth?" Scathack thought to herself as she felt her life slipping away from her. "You better find me," was her last thought as a single tear fell down her cheek and her hand loosened completely. "I won't take long to find you since you're already here," Lith then said as he took out a black chess piece with purple veins pulsing on it. He then placed what is revealed to be his mutated queen piece in the hole he had made in her. What followed was an enormous amount of demonic power flowing in and out of the land of Shadow's former queen as her body rapidly mended and transformed into that of a devil. The entire dimension was crying as her departing soul returned to her body once more and the breath of life became visible once again. "Found you, my queen," Lith said softly as he picked up the woman who would likely be his queen should she accept his little play on words and levitated his still unconscious peerage members. He then activated his true form, properly sealing this place so no spirit would escape while they were gone, then opened a portal back to his home. He had achieved even more than he set out to after all. Chapter 29, Ch29 Enkidu, The Chains of Heaven. "What did you do to get these girls unconscious?" was what my wife asked as I walked into my house with the 3 unconscious women. "Hey honey. How did you know I was here?" I nervously asked as she didn't exactly look happy. "Don't underestimate a wife's instincts," Seraphal proudly answered as she puffed her chest out and placed her fists on her hips before her eyes turned serious. "But I want my answer, dear." "Well, you see, we found out that the chains were in the Land of Shadows I began explaining but didn't get far. "Land of Shadows? You went to that dangerous place. What did I say about being careful?" Seraphal angrily said as her demonic power began leaking out and freezing everything around us. "Wait. I promise nothing dangerous happened. They just had a spar with the Queen of the Land of Shadows to help them break through. They just used all their energy," I rapidly explained, since it just isn't worth it to have an angry wife. "Really?" she suspiciously asked as she narrowed her eyes and looked at the 3 women before focusing on the one in my arms. "Then who is she?" "Ha ha. Well, this is, Scathack, the Queen of the Land of Shadows. Also probably my queen," I answered as I could feel some nervous sweat building up. "That's Scathack, the Godslayer. How is she even here?" a wide-eyed Seraphal asked in shock as she looked in the purple-haired beauty. "And why is there a bloody hole in her suit almost making her breast spill out? How about I explain things inside? I want them to rest in their beds and for Da Vinci-chan to help me give Scathack a checkup to ensure nothing is wrong with her after a reincarnation." I asked my wife, to which she agreed as she is fundamentally a caring soul. I wasn't out of the fire yet, but at least it would wait until I wasn't carrying 3 unconscious women. Dragging Da Vinci out of her workshop was the hardest part, but manageable once she learnt that she would be going over a legendary figure such as Scathack and obtaining some data on how a queen piece affects its receiver. She would also be making sure to set up the data necessary for extraction just in case Scathack doesn't enjoy my play on words. "Okay, now explain," Seraphal demanded as we reached my office. She was upset that her little sister figures came back home unconscious. Going through our journey to obtain my goal left Seraphal gaping as she took everything in. "So not only are you going to try recruiting a Godslayer after killing her upon her request, you also made an old goddess submit to you, Mana-chan became Satan class while unlocking a subspecies balance breaker and Musa-chan unlocked her sacred gear. The stunned Satan summarized as she looked at her husband incredulously. Speaking of, I will need to go and pick up Highschool. I thought as I put that on my to-do list. Basically, I made sure the two girls didn't get hurt, but this was the best way for them to make a breakthrough and in the safest way I could think of and without messing with another pantheon. I confirmed as Sarah Fall thought about the effect of bringing Scathack herself back with me most likely. Fine. You did what was best for them, but be carefully with them, okay? I care for those girls just like you do. Sarah Fall said as she relented. It was just in her nature to worry about those she considered family. And with her own peerage developing much slower and having to keep some distance away from the Citri house, she's become very close to my girls as she spends most of her time away from work either with me or them. I know, but they need to grow through some obstacles to reach their full potentials. I gently said as I placed her on my lap and took out some little pastries. I just want to make sure they can be happy and healthy. Sarah Fall grumbled as she nibbled on the pastries. And they know that. That's why they care about you too. I reassured as they did care and like her because she is like this. Jean might be a bit tsundere about it, but she sees Sarah Fall as an older sister. Da Vinci sees her as a close and fun friend, as well as trustworthy. Mana has the both of us almost as parental figures since her teens, but settled on older siblings. And although Musashi views us as her lord and lady, she is still very willing to become friends with Sarah. Any peerage candidates for yourself, by the way? It has been quite a while since we've gotten our pieces after all. I asked her as I was curious. The show and light novel didn't talk much about the peerages of any of the Satans, barely introducing all of Surzek's members before the Trihexa arc. While only one member of Seraphall's canon peerage was ever mentioned, and it was somehow the magical beast king of the earth, Behemoth. Well, I really want to ask Tama-chan, but I also don't want to keep her away from Yasa-chan. Sarah Fall answered as she looked a bit down over feeling conflicted, but I have discovered an interesting place where elemental spirits live. I was looking around those northern lands in Europe and felt them thanks to all the training we've been doing. I even made friends with their leaders and they told me about humans becoming a danger to them. And that got me thinking about what I could do for them, because they were such nice people and spirits there. I thought that maybe you could take them in. She looked up at me hopefully with her beautiful and pure blue eyes as she asked that last part, attacking me with cuteness. Sarah, no matter what those fools try to say, you are my wife and these lands also belong to you. And I will always support you, so if you want to save these spirits and bring them down here, I am even willing to reshape a home so they could live their best lives down here. I told her softly as I hugged her from behind. Honey. She cried out of love as she turned around and straddled me before passionately kissing me. It then turned into an hours-long session of love-making as we indulged in each other, with myself using my time to cram our session into about 30 minutes. Our fun only ended when I felt Da Vinci approaching my office to likely report on the 3 unconscious women. Salve. It's the beautiful Da Vinci-chan here to report. The excited inventor said as she burst into the office with a big smile before stopping for a second and her smile then turning into a fox's. To think you two were into playing in the office, how bold. Wah 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 Vinci-chan, don't say it out loud. Sarah Fall embarrassingly shouted as she ran forward to cover her mouth. Ha ha ha. There's nothing to be ashamed of, Sarah-chan. One must let themselves love unabashedly. Da Vinci passionately replied as she dodged while laughing. Vinci. Sarah responded as she continued her chase. Their fun only stopped when Sarah became upset out of her embarrassment and came to me to be consoled. There. Da Vinci is family, so some teasing is natural like any family member. But do try to keep in moderation and don't spread it around, okay? I'm fine with friendly teasing, but gossiping is different. I said to the two as I gave Sarah head pats. Hi, Maestro. Da Vinci dutifully replied with a smile. Good. Now how are they all? I asked her to get back on track. Those 3 are fine. Musashi-chan will wake up for dinner and Mana before then. She answered as she looked at the sheets in her hands. I still don't know what sacred gear Musashi-chan awakened in that fight, but I'll do a bit of research to see if it has appeared before. Aside from overexerting herself and needing to be a bit lighter on her training for a day, she will be back to full capabilities soon. The changes in Mana-chan are fascinating to say the least. Her energy levels went through the roof as she broke through to Satan class, with some similarities to Sarachan but aligned with lightning. This will be great data for understanding the fundamental difference between Satan class and those before it. Beyond that, her obtaining her Sacred Gear's balance breaker helped strengthen her soul to a degree, and her breakthrough helped her Oni heritage internalize the blessing from Susanoo to evolve and keep up with her devil half. Manachan is going to be a lot stronger when her energy fully recovers. But she will be very hungry after waking up. And finally, this scat hack. It is one thing to hear that the evil pieces can reincarnate the recently dead, but to see it in action at such a high level is something else. I might even be able to develop something to help keep souls tethered to bodies after death for much longer with this data. But beyond the standard resurrection and reincarnation occurrences, it will take longer for her to awaken due to her strength prior to being reincarnated, meaning she will only wake up sometime tomorrow. I look forward to exchanging knowledge with such an experienced magic user once she does. I'll let Leora know about the hunger. Nothing else. I replied, as this was in vain with my own expectations. Nothing important or related to them. She responded with a shake of her head. All right. Thanks for checking them out, I said as I stood up from my seat. No problem. I should listen to my patron's request from time to time after all. She playfully replied with a wink as she took her leave. What are you going to do now? Sarah asked from my side. I will go pick up Ereskigel and get her settled, then take a look at my goal. I answered as I made the sealed chains appear in my palm for a moment. Can't wait to meet her, she said with a quick peck on my cheek before also taking her leave. And I look forward to continuing later. So with a blush, my lovely wife escaped with her sultry words as I chuckled. I really love that girl, I said with a smile as I opened a portal back to Core. I arrived at the palace doors like last time and knocked. Even though I did have significant influence over this realm of the dead and knew where Ereshkigal was, I still thought it wasn't polite to just barge in when it wasn't for getting a fun reaction or messing with people. I felt her actually appear right behind the door and fix herself up before opening the door with an expectant look on her face. You're back, she happily said with a bright smile before stopping herself, cough cough I mean welcome back. I hope everything went well. I wasn't going to call her out on her behavior, but I did smile knowingly, which made her blush. But now that I took a good look at her, Ereshkigal was much more put together than before I stabilized her realm. Her wavy golden hair was now shining as it was back into pristine condition, and she had twin tails tied with black ribbons on the side of her head as the rest of her hair flowed down her back and her black crown adorned her head. Her previously used clothing was now replaced with a regal purple version with golden accents, with her cape matching it and having some fur lining the top and bottom. The black legging she had to her knee on the right also gained some gold, and her shoes were replaced by a new pair. Overall, she looked a lot better than before. Are you blinded by my true radiance? Ereshkigal smugly asked as she noticed me checking out her changes. I am glad what I did could help you so soon, Eresh. You do look beautiful, I gently told her, just because I knew the reaction it would get. I knew why you would understand my BB beauty, she replied as a blushing and stuttering mess before quietly saying, and thank you. That I do. Now are you ready? I'll bring you to my home first, then we can talk about what's going to happen in a few days. It'll let you explore and have some fun while I deal with a few things first, I explained to her. Of course. I just hope these lands of yours are up to this goddess standards, she replied as she got her princess attitude back up. My people will very much enjoy the challenge. I'll just make an announcement and pass you an identification so you will be able to enjoy everything on me and you'll be set, I amusedly told her as I watched her try to hide her excitement. I accept your offering, she replied with a cheeky smile before she got a bit shy, but is there anything I should know? It is a different civilization and I don't want to do something bad. Just respect others and they will respect you in return. If you have a problem or question, there will be easily identifiable guards and most shopkeepers are friendly enough to answer questions. Try not to leave the city for now. And please tell me if anyone makes you upset enough to want to smite them. I answered off the top of my head. I never smote anyone beside that bitch Ishtar, Ereshkigal replied with a bit of a pout. Sorry. It's just that the majority of gods don't have the best reputation, especially when they deal with mortals. I said to her apologetically. I know. That's part of why I always tried to just fulfill my duty and help the people I was supposed to watch over as best I could. Unlike Ishtar and those selfish bastards who just played with humans. Ereshkigal responded with some resignation. Well, now anything you do will be reflecting on you as a person, so I look forward to seeing this beautiful and magnanimous goddess astound my people. I grandly said to her as I over-exaggerated for fun. That's right. I will show them all what a true goddess should be like. She immediately followed up as her spirit returned. Let's go show them all. With that I opened up a portal back home and began to introduce Ereshkigal to Sarah and my people, meaning awake peerage members and important subordinates. Right after that I gave Ereshkigal a bank ring linked to an Azeroth spending account, the ring being essentially a magical version of a debit card as it identifies a user and scanning it at shop serves as a payment method. Sarah immediately dragged her out to give her the tour of the place as she immediately overwhelmed the inexperienced goddess. She might try to act like a powerful and confident goddess, but I know having been essentially alone and doing her best at fulfilling her duties for so long made her very inexperienced when it actually comes with interacting with people and enjoying life. So Sarah Fall going with her is the perfect crutch for her to break out of her shell. And now that the goddess was temporarily handled, it was time to unleash the chains of heaven. I knew that Enkidu was a being intimately connected to the earth and nature, thus I decided that bringing it to one of the pure Tuki training realms I had made. Taking out the sealed form and key, I let the two met and blinding lights flowed out as the key slowly entered the orb of divinity sealing the chains. Crack crack shatter. With a burst of light, the spear-tipped chain was free and shone as it unleashed dozens of chains around itself before they gathered around it in a twirling cocoon. Soon loosening to reveal the reported main form. This form was that of a beautiful 16-year-old androgynous person with long, beautiful hair that shimmers with a light green color and steely gray eyes. It was wearing a loose plain white tunic covering the majority of its body, leaving only hands and feet visible. This was undoubtedly worthy of a being modeled after the so-called divine prostitute it had mimicked, as it can be called beautiful and elegant despite their gender being unidentifiable thanks to its tunic concealing its physique. But the firm and taut limbs with rough hands and feet like those of men, and their body which seems like a coiled spring ready to rocket forth which could be observed, balanced the womanly skin and face to reach the androgynous look it had. It was rather confusing for me since it is the first time I am dealing with someone or something who might not even know what gender it is, if it even understands genders. Enkidu looked around in confusion but in a relaxed manner as it seemed to feel the nature around itself, until it paid attention to me. Who are you? It asked in a voice which could belong to either man or woman, not helping my efforts in trying to assign it a gender. My name is Lith Azeroth, a devil lord who released you from your seal. A pleasure to meet you, Enkidu, the chains of heaven. I politely responded with a slight bow. Enkidu, is that my name? It asked in confusion as my eyes widened in a small amount of horror as I immediately guessed what the gods might have done. Do you know who I am? Why I feel pain in my chest. The look of confusion and lost as it gripped its tunic above where the heart should be shook me as I stamped out the anger I felt towards those long-dead fools. Not only did they take away a Gilgamesh's only friend after they tried to control him, ordered his death for rejecting a pampered whore, then ordered it again once he survived the first time, they had the gall to erase the memories of Enkidu who sacrificed itself for its only friend's life. I thought as my desire to go to Olympus and lightly rip out Ishtar's remnants from Aphrodite and destroy them rose. I don't know everything, since you have been sealed for nearly 4,000 years, but I can tell you what I know about you and the pain you feel. I answered as I felt pity for the being before me as I shifted the ground to create seats for us. Enkidu seemed intrigued by this and mimicked me as I felt it connect to the earth around us. It then sat down in front of me on the seat it made and focused entirely on me. I then began to tell Enkidu everything I could learn about it and its past. The purpose it had from birth, the growth he was said to have, information of Gilgamesh himself as I could tell some things clicked in Enkidu's mind when I talked about it, its fight and friendship with the king, Ishtar's actions, their fight against the divine bull and its subsequent sacrifice and imprisonment. During the story and information I had shared, I could tell the gods weren't able to properly seal Enkidu's memories away. Most likely due to its own power and anti-divinity properties, while it had also grown beyond their initial designs thanks to Gilgamesh. In the end, Enkidu shed tears as it looked at the sky I had created, unleashing sadness for its friends lost. Why have you freed me? It then calmly asked without looking at me and as if its tears weren't still wet on its face. Honestly, I desired for a partner in combat. One which could grow with me as we took on the strongest of foes and protected what truly mattered. One who could be at my side and possibly advise me along my path as I aimed to go beyond all others. I grandly answered it as I looked not at the sky, but the future I saw for myself. Why do you believe I would fight with you and not kill you? You are a devil after all, and I have killed many of your kind when I fought alongside Gil. Enkidu asked as he had some difficulty saying his name. I simply hope to be able to show you I was worthy of being your friend like he was, I guess. I answered a bit self-derisively at the naive thought, but that's all I really had. If Enkidu didn't accept, I would feel bad but begin my search anew. Possibly just going Azazel's route and creating my own sacred gear. I thought as ideas flowed in my head. No one can replace Gil. It resolutely stated in response. I don't wish to replace him. In fact, I actually do not like him based on his recorded character, but I had hoped for you to accept me. I simply answered truthfully, which seemed to slightly surprise the chains as its eyebrow shifted. And what would you do should I say no? It asked as tension rose across its body as a test. Nothing. I answered. Nothing. It questioned with some in-light surprise as it turned its head my way. You are a being with its own ideals and desires, and while I am greedy, I will respect your choice and begin my backup plan. I sincerely clarified as I looked over to it and looked directly into its steely gray eyes. Does this respect include taking me out of this realm? It asked serenely. If you wish. Although this place is the most natural anywhere. I should add animals and insects to make it truly natural. I answered as I made a small mental note. It might even help the Tuki grow more real as well. I thought as my mind wandered slightly. Enkidu turned its eyes back to the sky in quiet contemplation, with myself joining it as we simply sat there. I shall judge your worth. You say you are a lord, so I shall see what kind of ruler you are. Only afterward will I decide if I should join you. Enkidu finally said as it now looked directly at me. Understood. I hope for positive results. I happily replied as this was a good start for me. Will you need anything? No. Simply leave me near your home and I shall take care of myself. It calmly answered with a slight shake. All right. I will let my people know about you, however, so they do not attempt to attack you. Some can be a bit overprotective or overzealous with their work sometimes. I told it with a wry smile, to which it simply nodded in understanding. I then teleported the both of us outside of my capital city so Enkidu could choose to either observe it now or go elsewhere. This is? Enkidu asked aloud as its eyes widened slightly, most likely from the culture shock of seeing what is basically an advanced magical science city and comparing it to ancient Babylonia. This is my capital city. The place where everything I built started. The castle in the middle houses me. I explained to it, and this is a personal token which will permit you to experience everything you desire under my name. Should someone ask you to pay for something, simply show them this and place it on the crystal they present. It will also allow you to enter any city in my lands and even my castle, while it will also always return to you until you give it back to me or I summon it back. Enkidu accepted the token with a slightly dazed look and nodded at my explanation. I hope I pass your evaluation, Enkidu. I say to the chains of heaven with a smile and wave as I take my leave. Enkidu watched me leave as it grasped the token and flew away in the direction of a forested area. Chapter 30, Ch30A Queen. Stopping Musashi from training herself into unconsciousness right after she woke up turned out to be the most difficult part of my evening. She so desperately wanted to perform the last technique she used that I had to give her a fist of love, Garp style, just to get her to listen. But my lord, I have to grasp that feeling again. She complained as she held her head with her hands and poured with small tears in her eyes. Sometimes it is better to slowly delve on it, Musashi. You can't only rush forward. Every martial artist will one day realize that it is necessary to stop and relax. I sternly instructed as I placed some of her favorite tea snacks out. You sound like father telling me to slow down. She grumbled a bit as she couldn't resist the snacks. She is a bit of a sucker for food. Because we have both been there, Musashi. Many talented martial artists tend to forever push forward as they feel the rush of progressing, losing themselves in this feeling until they hit a wall. And even though I believe you are still some time away from hitting your own wall due to your talent, I still don't want you to face the despair of facing something which hard work simply doesn't help with. I calmly explained to her as she mulled over my words. Then what should I do, my lord? My body tells me to swing my sword at this very moment. She asked me with some hope for an answer. Honestly, I would say to find something which you can pour your passion into beside the blade. You would be surprised at the inspiration it can bring. I answered smoothly, since it really isn't the first time I saw this kind of problem and I just wanted to nip it in the bud. Mana enjoys her music, Jean her art, Da Vinci enjoys wandering as she finds inspiration from the world around her, Yasaka finds her peace from tea ceremonies, Tamamo prefers pulling some pranks to lighten the mood of others. It really is up to you. It can be anything. Seeing that Musashi was deep in thought for once, I decided to take my leave, hoping for some good news later. Let's just hope that she thinks about it for longer than a few minutes before returning to her more muscle-headed way of thinking. I thought as I closed the door behind me. I then headed to go see Jean and check up on her. She had been rather quiet for some time and she should nearly be done her painting, so it was opportune. I approached her atelier as she was finishing putting away her supplies. Knock knock. It's fine. Jean said through the door with a dismissive tone. How are you today, Jean? I asked as I came in. She was wearing a simple black dress today. Lith. Didn't expect to see you until dinner when I heard you brought back more unconscious people than you left with. She mildly teased as she put away her brushes. Yeah, well, might have a new peerage member out of it. And it was quite the beneficial trip overall. I replied with a shrug. Really? Which piece? And how is Sarah feeling about it? She asked curiously. Possible queen piece, and Sarah's fine now, just worried about the girls. I answered the ex-saint. Whoa. You found someone that fit the queen piece. Who is it? Jean asked, feeling surprised since she has actually thought about herself as a queen piece candidate in the past, but Lith offered her the more flexible pawn pieces due to her relying more on her Longinus than her magical and physical abilities. The infamous scat hack. Queen of the Land of Shadows, Witch of Duin Skaith, wielder of the cursed god-slaying spear Gi Balg, and one of the most renowned hero trainers in history. I answered a bit grandly. Damn. An actual godslayer. You actually think you can convince her to join? She asked a bit doubtfully, due to this being different than when I recruited her and the others. Scathach is a lot older and more experienced, hence the real possibility of rejection even now. We'll see. I made a deal before I brought her here, now I just need to see if she will accept the way I fulfilled it. I said to her. Did you trick someone with your double meanings again? Jean asked with a small glare. A bit. She wanted me to kill her so she could be free from what was basically her own imprisonment, but I managed to make her agree to joining my peerage in her next life. So I fulfilled her wish and killed her in combat as a warrior, and when she died I reincarnated her using my queen piece. I explained with a bit of a laissez-faire attitude. So you tricked her? A deadpan Jean replied in confirmation. Slightly. But I could tell that what she desired wasn't really death, but life. I replied as I remembered the emotions in her eyes as she died. And by giving her the death she wanted, she can get a new life. Or at least the option for one. She said in understanding. Yeah. But enough about them, how have you been? I asked her as I focused my eyes on her. I am okay, Lith. She softly answered with a peaceful smile. Talking with Gabriel helped me let go of things I never knew I was holding onto, and I think I'm ready to really move on with my life. I still don't like the church or anything, but I don't want it to have that much sway over me either. That's great, Jean. I sincerely said with a warm smile over her growth. It is. She responded as she grasped my sleeve in a subconscious action, and I think I want to do something for others like me who suffered under the teachings of the church. Like. I urged in support. Do you think we could take them in? Or maybe make a place for them in the human world? I don't really know. I just want to be able to help so they can have a truly safe place, even if they still want to worship him after. Jean tried to explain as she felt either conflicted or a bit out of her depth. If that is what you want, Jean, then I will support you 100%. Always will. I told her as I brought her into a hug. Your family after all. Thanks. She quietly replied as she hid her blushing face in my chest. After a few moments, she suddenly stood up with a mild blush. Anyway, she should head down for dinner. She quickly said. Asterisk chuckle asterisk sure, but be warned that Mana and Musashi will likely be very hungry today. I replied with a smile as I stood up. Isn't that Musashi at every meal? She jokingly responded with a grin. True, I said as I closed the atelier door behind us. The following dinner was rather lively as everyone was here today, with Mana even waking up a bit earlier than predicted to join us. The sight of the usually restrained Mana rapidly eating some shanks of meat was a funny one I hadn't seen since she was a child. While Musashi ate anything and everything she could get her hands on as fast as possible. Seraphol was having a discussion with Tamamo, which I overheard it being about having a private talk later. Yasaka and Jean were enjoying a polite conversation as they began drinking after-meal tea. Meanwhile, I just enjoyed having many people I could consider family around me. The next day, I was patiently waiting in Scathacker's temporary room as I read through some reports from around my lands. So even you could not truly kill me. How disappointing. Was the first thing she said as no emotions came to, but I knew she was disheartened. No, I killed you. Well and truly. I replied, which makes her look my way with her wine-red eyes showing doubt. I pierced your heart with my Longinus and freed you from all which binds you. Your vows, your duties, your past and your life. Then how have I not moved on and remain in this body? She questioned neutrally. Because you gave me the life you would have after your death and coincidentally the pieces which make someone a peerage member allow devils to resurrect another if their death has not been too long prior to the attempt. I answered with a slight grin as her eyes widened in realization. You tricked me, she said with a deadpanned look. Although I am still a devil after all. I replied a little smugly, beside, you didn't want to die Scathack, you wanted to live more than anyone. Those words made the feared Godslayer freeze as if she became a statue. I do not know what you mean, she stubbornly replied as she looked away from me. Cute, but even though I did trick you I won't force you to be part of my peerage, I said to her as she looked my way with mild curiosity. If you truly desire a permanent death, I simply need to remove the piece within you without doing a special procedure and you shall die. And you would be willing to do this? She asked with a raised eyebrow. Yes. I honestly said, I wish for you to be my queen. My second-in-command and advisor. Such a place is not offered nor accepted lightly, and I will not have an unwilling or unworthy in such a position. And you believe I would accept such a role of subservience? After having tricked me? She questioned directly. If you wish. My offer is to let you live in exchange for becoming my queen. To truly live. You become family and no longer are burdened with anything you yourself do not desire. I answered seriously, no land of shadows since I have another in mind to manage it. No need to be a perfect ruler for others. No gods will ever have sway over you again as long as I can help it. And no longer do you need to cage yourself. Scathack went into contemplation over the offer. Let me see if you are worth my fealty in this life, she requested as she looked eyes with me. Feel free. That will actually make two people judging me, I amusedly replied as I thought about Enkidu. 2. She curiously asked. The Chains of Heaven also stated that it wished to ascertain who I am as a ruler before answering my request to join me. I answered simply as I stood up. So they truly are a person. How intriguing. Scathack remarked with a small smile. Then I guess you should be on your best behavior then. To have God-slaying and God-sealing beings testing you is important. Yes, ma'am. I playfully answered as I was still confident and had fallback plans for most scenarios anyway. If you need anything FIA, my head maid will be available to you as a distinguished guest. You're free to do as you please in general. Then I will thank you for your hospitality, she politely replied as I took my leave. Scathack POV. To say I was surprised by still living would be an understatement and had been quite disappointing before my talk with this young lord who had not only bested me, but dominated me. Speaking with him felt like talking to some of those trickster gods at times, a king in others and a family man when it was neither. But his words struck me far deeper than he might have realized. I didn't want to die but wanted to live more than anyone else. To be able to see this much in such a short time, how perceptive. I thought as the young man left and a very well-disciplined maid with long straight black hair and fair countenance came in with a bow. "My name is Fia and I will be your guide today, Lady Scathack," she politely said as she kept her posture humble but proud. Quite the loyal maid he has, I thought as I quickly observed the girl. That will be appreciated, I replied neutrally to the girl as I sat up from the rather comfortable bed. Multiple enchantments at various levels and top-quality material and work. I casually observed as my eyes took in everything around me as they always do. Only those two girls and the young lord had gone beyond my sight for the first time in a long while. But now even the castle itself seemed far more complicated than I've ever seen, as magic was not only weaver into wards or enchantments, but into the stone and very minerals of the stones as they linked and interconnected to form only a part of a grand whole. How ingenious, I thought as my curiosity was tickled by such a feat of magic and architecture. Is there anything you desire at the moment, Lady Scathack? The maid named Fia asked of me as she broke me out of my musing, which must have looked like I was simply staring at a wall. Yes. I met two girls by the name of Mana Tatsumiya and Musashi Miyamoto before coming here, and I was wondering if a meeting could be arranged. I responded as the recent memories of our fights flashed in my mind. The dazzling displays of talent and perseverance lighting a long-forgotten flame within me. Of course, Lady Scathack, Fia coolly answered. At this time Lady Musashi is in the dojo and Lady Mana should be in the music square in the city. Music square? I curiously asked, as this seemed an odd place to find a warrior such as the girl who resembled her quite a bit. Master believes in the balance of the spirit to achieve greatness, thus all members of his peerage participate in at least one non-duty/fighting related leisure activity. Lady Mana holds a shared passion for music with the master, thus participates in the music square shows. The maid explained as I became surprised at this young lord's beliefs as a teacher and leader. Out of curiosity, how many other members are in this peerage and what are their leisure activities? I asked, as this was quite new to me. I have heard of warriors singing to woo maidens or some artistically inclined kings and the like, but to have a lord actively encourage his warriors to engage in frivolous pursuits like this was a novelty. At the moment Master's peerage consists of only 4 members, excluding yourself of course. The 2 you have met are Lady Mana, my master's pawn, and Lady Musashi, a knight. The other 2 are Lady Jean, who is also a pawn, and Lady Da Vinci, a bishop. As stated, Lady Mana enjoys music, specifically an instrument created and gifted to her by the master named guitar. Lady Jean finds peace in painting, although she rarely displays her pieces much to master's disappointment. And Lady Da Vinci prefers to travel or wander to new places as her means of relaxation from her studies, research or projects. Fia answered as she was told that there had been no need to conceal things from Scathack. Does Musashi not follow the young lord's wishes? I asked as I noticed no leisure activity was listed for the sword user. It seems that these peerage positions are based on chess, if what this maid said was accurate. And to think he desires me as his queen. I thought briefly as his words regarding the weight he held for this offer rang in her mind. Lady Musashi has only recently joined Master's peerage and was only told yesterday about his views on the subject of finding something beyond training to delve in. She is currently in introspection regarding the topic, which requires her to swing her swords to accomplish. Fia answered once more without missing a beat. To think that she is this strong after only being in his peerage for a short time. I thought as I kept my expression neutral over the revelation. Interesting. And are these 2 other peerage members present? I asked, since my thoughts on accepting the young lord's offer was going to be affected by those already by his side. I would not join a fool. And he may be powerful with some cleverness, but I would not be swearing myself lightly. Yes, my lady. Lady Jean is currently in her atelier finishing her most recent piece, and Lady Da Vinci is currently in her workshop analyzing data she obtained from yourself and Lady Mana. The maid answered instantly once again. I would like to meet these 2. I declared as I completely extricated myself from the bed. I then noticed 2 things about myself. This bodysuit I was wearing felt slightly different than my usual one, and my body itself felt different. There was an increase in all my physical attributes. My strength, durability, speed, and reflexes had all improved, while my magic felt larger than before and flowed much smoother. I could also feel a new energy within myself, and the fact that my body was no longer human nor immortal did not escape my notice. Being long-lived and immortal are 2 very different concepts after all. Is this the effect of becoming a devil or this queen piece I was given? I remember Mana proclaiming a promotion to knight in our fight before she gained a boost in speed. I thought as I analyzed the changes. If you are wondering about your clothes, my lady, Lady Da Vinci took the liberty of creating a copy which was not damaged or bloody, while making it comfier. The maid said as she noticed my lack of movement. Then I guess I should thank her. Let us begin by meeting this Da Vinci. I replied with a nod as the maid opened the door and proceeded to guide me to my requested destination. Walking through this castle was a set of surprises in of itself. The entire castle was one giant magical construct the likes I had never seen before, in a style which was grand, pleasing to the eye, novel and magical, while also being practical. The decorative weapons and armor were all enchanted or magical golems ready to fight. As were the statues. Any portrait was part of a surveillance system and the rest of the artworks were simply beautiful and unique. While even the staff working held a significant amount of power as I felt them being quite strong by any standard. All well trained in at least some form of espionage and martial art. Truly impressive. Even this FIA, the head maid, was someone who stood in the ultimate class as I felt her affinity with shadows. We quickly reached a room with large metal doors decorated with various dim signs. One of them was currently lit up in green saying clear. It would seem Lady Da Vinci does not mind being bothered at the moment. FIA said as she pressed a button next to a crystal. Hello FIA, what are you and our possible sister doing here? A very energetic woman's voice asked from the now glowing crystal. Good day Lady Da Vinci. Lady Scathack wished to speak to you as a current member of Master's Peerage. The maid answered neutrally. Of course, come in. Come in. Was the replay as the large doors opened by themselves. After you Lady Scathack. FIA then said to me with a bow. Without any hesitation and entered. But what I found inside was as if I had entered another world. Wall after wall of books and journals. Diagrams strewn around, chalkboards standing haphazardly, glowing screens with drawings on them floating near crystals and even formula-covered ceilings in plain view. All containing things I could make neither heads or tails about beyond the fact that it seemed to reference magic in some ways. Small floating orbs with little arms floated about, carrying various scrolls and crystals. Half-finished machines were placed around the very large workshop, while some even hung from the ceiling. And at the center of it all stood a large pulsating blue crystal which a woman seemed to be interacting with from some sort of screen as her fingers moved furiously. After a few short movements the woman turned around, showing a woman of great beauty and Italian features. She had wonderful face, with an enchantingly soft smile, clear blue eyes filled with intelligence and curiosity, and soft wavy black hair which rested on her shoulder. Her body was a perfect example of a woman as she had a well-shaped bosom and wide hips. She wore a short red dress with a darker red tailcoat, blue gloves which reached up to her elbows, and blue leggings with golden accents. Aside from her physical appearance, her magical energy was incredible and it seemed like she was being accepted by all forms of energy naturally as well. And while she did not seem particularly skilled in close combat, she had a decent amount of training, while also holding a strong sacred gear. I take it you are Da Vinci, the young lord's bishop? I asked to clarify. Indeed. I am the beautiful and wondrous Da Vinci-chan. She responded as she struck a pose and winked at me. It was quite amusing. Foo-foo. A pleasure to meet you then Da Vinci-chan. I am Scathack and I was wondering if we could talk. I replied with a small smile, something which was becoming more common around these people. Of course. You want to ask about Lith, correct? And if he's worthy? She perceptively asked. Indeed. I acknowledged easily, I wish to know what type of man and ruler he is. Let's sit down. Da Vinci said suddenly as she guided me to a pair of stools she had nearby. You see, the devil lord known as Lith Azeroth is rather difficult to pin down properly. Then how do you see him? I curiously asked. Honestly, he is someone who understands himself and others. Da Vinci answered interestingly. Lith is without a doubt a brilliant individual. He sees the long-term and short-term effects of his and others' actions so clearly it is like he knows the future. While his personal genius in regards to more mundane aspects of things like medicine, technology, science, management, psychology, accounting, mathematics, astronomy, music, architecture, and so much more is perhaps centuries ahead of its time. As a leader, he inspires the best in people as he truly believes that by supporting his people using the best he can offer, they shall allow for himself to push beyond even his own vision. He believes in both individualistic and collective brilliance, doing his best for both to flourish. Although at times his actions might seem detrimental, it is always in service of a goal which shall bring results which will help his people in the future. And as a warrior, I have no doubt you know even more than me, since you have fought him to the death, while we mostly work on improving our magic together and making my inventions more practical or powerful. The answer was more than I had anticipated. To have knowledge and ideas so far ahead of his time and not drowning in them is rather admirable. But I will need to see how this impacts his territory before making a final decision. What of your thoughts on becoming a devil and joining his peerage? I asked, as this was equally as important to judge his character. That is perhaps the best decision of my life. She answered with a fond smile. Why is that? I asked, as that expression expressed clear satisfaction. You see, I am an avid seeker of knowledge. I wish to understand the world and become able to master its wonders. Lith opened my eyes to so many possibilities and ideas, while never shying away from my more outgoing theories and supporting me more as an individual than any other in my life. In time, I came to see him as a dear friend and comrade in the pursuit of knowledge and progress. One even I would be happy fighting beside. She answered with a warm smile and eyes filled with memories of pleasant days. I had seen those kinds of eyes many times. Thank you for the answer, Miss Da Vinci. I politely told the woman before me. It's no problem. She dismissively answered with a wave of her hand. But I do hope you stay. It's a really nice place to be after all. We shall see. I calmly replied as I stood up. You won't regret it, she responded energetically as I took my leave, followed by FIA. Where to next, Lady Scathack? She asked after closing the doors behind us. I would like to meet this Jean now. I answered, to which she nodded and silently began guiding me. This time I was led to an elegant set of wooden doors with what appeared to be a nephilim carved into them. Knock knock. Lady Jean, Lady Scathack would like to talk to you. FIA announced through the door. Give me a minute, FIA. Was the slightly muffled response as some noise occurred inside, and then the door opened. The woman who opened the door was a pretty one again, with shoulder-length ash-blonde hair, flawless white skin and intense yellow eyes. Her body was more athletic than Da Vinci, as she was clearly a trained warrior like Mana, but her body still held plenty of womanly charms as her sleeveless purple dress accentuated both her breasts and legs. Was my beauty one of the reasons he is trying to recruit me? I thought for a moment. I believe he is married, but he is a devil, and both Mana and Musashi were beauties in their own rights. But what really intrigued me was the naturally opposing energies in her body coexisting and what I believe is a Longinus inside of her. It seems all of his peerage members are unique and talented in their own way. I thought as I judged her talent and current state. So you're the Godslayer Lith kinda tricked, huh? Surprised by the outfit. The girl casually said as she looked at me. It is the most functional as I fight. I simply answered, since she was not the first to comment of my choice of apparel. Sure. So wanna come in or talk somewhere else? She asked with a shrug. Here is fine if it does not bother you. I calmly replied to the girls as she simply gestured for us to come in. She then guided us to a small table with some chairs for us to sit down. Do you wish for tea, my lady? FIA politely asked. It's fine, FIA. Shouldn't take long. Jean dismissively answered. So what do you want to know? Mostly about how you found your time as a member of the young lord's peerage and how you see him. I answered the rather laid-back young woman. She is certainly different from Da Vinci's energy and intimacy levels. Yeah, Lith told me about you going around for something like that. Well, if you want the short version, Lith is pretty much everything to me. Jean said with much more emotions in her eyes than I could have thought. And the long version? I curiously asked. I*, how much do you know about the church? The Catholic one? She asked in response. Not too much outside of the general beliefs and practices. As well as the supernatural forces and their powers. I answered, as the organization itself simply never interested me, and not many believers in that pantheon ended up in the land of shadows either. All right then. Well, most higher-ups in it, like in pretty much any kind of organization, group, pantheon, or literally anything which can influence others, are pieces of garbage. And I used to be a saint there. She began to explain with distaste clearly evident in her voice and face. At a young age I was found out to have a lot of holy power, so the church quickly tried to convince my parents to let me join and become a sister. They agreed and I started learning stuff in my local church. Then a bit later my hometown was attacked by devils and my parents died. I never really believed that, and Lith later helped me find out that the church had them killed so they could have me under their complete control because I wasn't just a saint, I also had the spirit of a prior saint who shared my name, Jean d'Arc. Then they began teaching me how to be a proper saint. Basically hitting and punishing me for any sort of misbehavior, until I was their little puppet who did what they wanted. I was actually lucky they never found out I had a sacred gear, and even more so that it was a Longinus related to Christ. So I spent years all alone, with no one even trying to be a friend of a saint and constantly being beaten until Lith showed up as he was looking for the Longinus I had. He could have easily killed me and gotten away with it, but instead he decided to take me away from my prison and give me everything I had lost and more. Friends, family, strength, and freedom. I haven't looked back since, while he even took me to heaven with him and allowed me to speak to a seraph so I could finally let go of the last of my feelings regarding some stuff. Devils went to even and talked to one of its leaders. I asked out of surprise. Yeah, Lith is pretty unique, huh? But I honestly would never want him any other way. That's why we all love him. She said with a little blush which I found a bit amusing but didn't comment on. Indeed. So he saved you from your captors and in exchange you joined his peerage. I summarized. Pretty much. But it's been the best decision in my life. Even after 100 years I still want to be right here by his side as I know he will continue to grow and so will I. She emotionally responded as she traced a black cross bracelet. Thank you for your time, Jean. I said to her as I had gotten what I wanted from this girl. You should take him up on the offer, you know. She suddenly said, which made me pause as I took my leave. And why is that? I asked the young woman. Because I can see that, like me, you were caged up and I don't want others to lose themselves in the same hopelessness. Give yourself a chance to live. Jean said to me as I initially felt like dismissing her comparison between ourselves. She likely lived through less than a decade of imprisonment while I lived through over a millennia, but that was my emotional side. I understood the difference between us since I chose to accept my role and when I was already a powerful warrior queen at that. The impact of a forced imprisonment on a small child would be much worse. I will keep that in mind, Jean. I calmly responded as I took my leave. Where to next, Lady Scathack? FIA asked me as we exited the room. The dojo, please. The building FIA brought me to was quite interesting to me due to having never seen the Eastern style of building. Overall it was quite calming to be here and offered an aura of discipline. Inside we found Musashi swinging a steel sword with great fervor as sweat dripped from her body and her training clothes clung to her full figure. It seemed that she wasn't thinking about her swings as she created great gusts of winds, her face in concentration over something else. I was impressed by her focus, so I decided to wait for her to be done. Her mindset indicating either an important train of thought or progress after all. Now that I think about it, didn't FIA say Musashi was currently thinking about her leisure activity? Maybe this is what is on her mind. I thought as the girl kept swinging her training blade. It seems you have much on your mind. I said to the girl as she finally paused her swingings. Oh. Scathack-sama, have you decided to join my lord's peerage? She responded with a bit of surprise but significantly less energy than she had demonstrated in our little fight. I have not decided yet, but thought speaking to the current members would be a good way to help make my decision. I answered patiently to the girl. A wise decision, but I doubt hearing from me shall help. I have only recently joined after all. Musashi said with a wry smile and scratching her cheek. I actually think that makes you the most important to speak to. I corrected with a knowing smile. If you believe so, Scathack-sama. This Musashi shall answer your questions then. She declared as she knelt on the floor with a look of attention. I was simply hoping to hear your thoughts on the young lord as member of his peerage and your opinion on his leadership. I said to the girl as I knelt as well. Although a retainer should not speak of his lord carelessly, I believe my lord told us to answer your questions honestly. Musashi said with a thoughtful look before she seemed to decide something. Yash. Then answer unabashedly, I shall. My lord is very wily but charismatic. He will promise you your heart's desires, but will only promise what he can give. Still, it can make him sound rather like temptation itself at times. Especially when he brings out all those new dishes. The girl became slightly distracted as a bit of drool leaked out of her mouth. My apologies. Those dishes are truly gifts of the heavens. Regardless, he is a great lord who cares deeply for his people and his lands, as he does everything to ensure both have bright futures. And as his knight, I feel unworthy at times when I compare myself to my lord's other peerage members due to my inexperience and weakness, but he has never lost patience with me. Not when I struggle, nor when I make a bit of a fool of myself or make mistakes. My lord is always there to either help me grow or support me. Her words, although a bit influenced by her ideals and loyalty, were rather pure as a small but warm smile appeared on her face. Thank you for your time, Musashi. I gently said as I stood up. Ah. Oh no, it was my honor to have you here, Scathach-sama. I hope you decide to stay, however. I have so much I could learn from you. She earnestly said with dazzling eyes. Foo-foo. Thank you, but it remains to be seen. I responded as I found her rather cute. I then took my leave as the girl waved at me with a smile. To Lady Mana this time, Lady Scathach. FIA asked dutifully as I exited the dojo. Indeed. I simply confirmed. Then we shall be heading over to the orphanage she oversees since the Music Square shows have ended. She informed me as we began to walk. She oversees an orphanage? I curiously asked. Lady Mana currently oversees all orphanages in Azeroth lands alongside Lady Jean. Although Lady Jean is a bit shy and prefers to not go directly, Lady Mana often spends time with the orphans. FIA answered, much to my surprise. Is there a reason for this, or was it a task assigned by the young lord? I asked the maid. Originally Master oversaw everything, but Lady Mana requested permission to help, and her work gradually encompassed all orphanages as her results were deemed wonderful. Lady Jean joined in a bit later as she helped manage everything. The maid explained dutifully as we exited the castle gates. Seeing the city was even more of a shock than the castle, if I spoke honestly. The sense of life and magic in the air made me wonder if I was truly in the infamous underworld and not in some fantastic tale. Great white towers filled with their own unique characteristics, bustling citizens filled with purpose, magical constructs flying above, magical plant decorating the streets, wonderful smells of meat and bakeries wafting in the air, while there was even a clear blue sky up above with a dazzling sun. It could hear the lively atmosphere as music drifted from different places, the sound of haggling and hammers mixed together. Men, women and children walked down the streets without any fear nor care as they enjoyed themselves. I noticed a few guards passing who were not treated with dislike or hate, but respect and friendliness, as they sometimes asked some shop owners if anything noteworthy happened or someone offered them a snack. This way, Lady Scathach. FIA then said as she brought me out of my stupor. Are all cities under the young lord like this? I asked as we walked. I also noticed the respect everyone was giving the maid as they simply made way for her as she calmly walked down the street. No, but each are unique and lively in their own way. She answered easily, the Citadel is our most militarized city, hence it is less lively than Azura, but one can find many places focusing on the martial paths and combat magic, as well as weapon and armor crafting. There are also many establishments designed to help soldiers relax, and it is where our military academies shape the next generation. Then we have the city of Leviat, which is our coastal city focusing on relaxation, sea industries and art. There are also colleges specializing in water magic and its derivatives. A breathtaking place to visit. We also have the great mountainside city of Highschool, which was originally the mountain given to the dwarves alone, but has developed as other races joined and now holds a great inner city and outer city dedicated to mining, crafting, smithing and the magics of earth in the inner city and wind magic in the outer city. What about smaller towns and villages? I asked as these cities sounded magical even to me. Most villages are agricultural, fishing or natural resource focused. It varies between the races inhabiting them and their location. But all of them contain at least a school, healer, guard post and administrative center. Meanwhile, towns usually have a defining feature which has allowed them to grow more, such as a unique craft or material, service offered or even a gathering of a race. We even hold the Huntress Rest, which is famous for holding the most renowned band of women in the underworld. It was founded by Heltana, one of Master's original servants alongside myself, as her group grew, serving as a base of operation for her huntresses and a place for the younger or more support-focused ones to live. She explained as I grew rather impressed to hear more about these lands. To think he doesn't only govern only devils. If her words are true, he looks as any who reside in his lands as his people and has permitted them to flourish instead of suppressing minorities or placing all the blame of his own failings on them. I thought as I remembered the actions of many rulers. They looked for the weak and different, then gathered the majority to make them feel better about their horrible lives as they blamed them instead of the powerful lords who ruled them. As FIA continued to inform me about various interesting places and groups, we quickly reached the orphanage. I was expecting a rather humble and simple place, as any memory of orphanages I could remember was of wooden buildings where the unfortunate children lucky enough to be taken in were usually taken advantage of until they grew older and were forced to leave. But in front of me was a building which put most prestigious learning institutions to shame, as this was an entire compound built with a type of stone which matched the rest of the city. There was a main building which was 5 stories high and in old Greek style, as some interesting scenes of innocence decorated the top of the entrance. It seemed to be a school for the kids to learn basic knowledge and trades according to FIA. In the back was a physical and magical training ground for those hoping to join military, combat-focused or power-focused jobs. There were 2 large dormitories built for boys and girls, with a large playground and library, as well as some games or toys I had never seen before. Lady Mana is in the music classroom with the student orchestra. FIA informed me as we entered the main educational building. There is an orchestra here? I asked curiously as I thought about how expensive instruments are. Yes. Master and Ladies Mana and Jean believe that by funding such programs for children that they may one day become the next prodigies or stars which guide their fields. This is why many apprenticeship systems and higher education opportunities are presented to even orphans. FIA answered with a small smile. A bet for the future then. I understandingly said. I believe I can understand him a bit more after seeing everything. The man is quite greedy for talent and believes money is simply a tool to cultivate it. Unlike many other lords who would either oppress the talented or deem it a waste to fund so many things just to possibly find one talented person, this young lord seems to believe in subtly instilling loyalty by helping these children go beyond what they could have anywhere else and make them willingly pledge their talents to him or his people. I calmly thought as I observed the many classrooms being used by studying students or the different groups outside practicing various arts or training together. We finally reached Mana's location and already we could hear a wonderful piece of music being played as various instruments harmonized together to give the illusion of spring as the gentle warmth and the soft touch of wind washing over us. What wonderful children! I softly remarked as I watched the warrior I had fought to the point of almost using my Gi Balg's true might, calmly guiding these children as a conductor with a warm smile on her face. They desire to make a living out of their passion after all. And Lady Mana is famous for her sponsorships in this field, just like Lady Jean sponsors those in the visual arts. FIA quietly explained to not disturb the children. She is also an elder sister figure to many of the children here. To think she would also have this side to her. I absent-mindedly said as I watched Mana shine in a completely different manner than when she fought. I think I can understand what FIA meant when she said that this young lord believes in the balancing of the spirit. I thought as I looked back at my own students and their ultimate fates. Even my favorite lived a tragic life as he knew only to fight, killing his brother in all but blood and his own son unknowingly, while only holding the title of strongest as recompense. But maybe, if I had showed them another path, they could have lived truly fulfilling lives. Where they could smile like that. Lost in past memories, I was only broken out of them once the children began to leave and Mana approached us. Skathak-sama, what a surprise to find you here. What can I do for you? The dark-skinned woman asked with a relaxed smile. Honestly, I wish to hear of your thoughts regarding Lith Azeroth as the leader, his peerage and as a lord. I answered before taking a look around, but I am not even sure it is necessary anymore. Foo-foo. Hearing about it and seeing it is rather different, isn't it? Mana replied with an understanding smile. Truly. But nevertheless, if you could amuse me. I said to as she nodded. To me Ni-sama is a light. One out of reach from most as he guides them forward, but warm to those around him. Unfortunately he is too bright for many to truly understand and it can easily lead to him being lonely or isolated, so I do my best to always be by his side. We are family after all. She answered with slight reverence in her voice. And just like he would do anything for us, I would do anything for him. To think he affected her so deeply. I thought as I kept a neutral smile on my face. She most likely swore either to him or herself to follow him till death. Thank you for answering, Mana. I said to her politely. I shall leave you to continue as you were now. Have a pleasant day. Think nothing of it, Scathach-sama, but I do hope you can join our family. Ni-sama values your strength, experience, and knowledge immensely, and I believe you could do a lot of good by his side. Mana sincerely told me as I took my leave. Anything else you wish to see, Lady Scathach? Fia asked as I exited the music room. A tour of the city would be appreciated. I answered her. As you wish, but we will need to return in time for dinner, my lady. Master is quite determined to at least have all available family members at the same table at least once a day. She informed me, which was fine. It was not as if I only had a day to decide after all. But walking through the city was quite the wonderful experience as I watched the people live lives with hope in their eyes and passion in their souls as they found meaning in their existence here. The city was almost one giant exhibition of artistic, magical, and crafting talents as beneath its beauty lay incredible strength. By the time Fia called me for dinner, I had unknowingly spent hours touring the city and was not even close to having seen everything. Even the dinner with the young lord was much more casual and inviting than what I could assume, as all his peerage members, wife, and charges happily talked about the day's events or their ongoing project, giving an air of family instead of nobility. I was quite surprised to find the likes of Ereshkigal being here, almost crying tears of happiness as she did her best to not devour the food around her. How was your day, Scathach? Lith suddenly asked as I enjoyed the scrumptious meal. It has been most informative. I neutrally answered. I hope you can at least enjoy your stay, for however long you decide it to be. Azura has been called a city of hopes after all. He replied lightheartedly. I can see why. Truly a marvel unseen outside of the likes of godly realms. I praised honestly. It's also I can see how far we all can reach while everyone else stumbles around and blocks the path to progress. He responded with a bit of distaste for those outside his lands. Are you not afraid of your prosperity inciting jealousy and envy? I asked with a raised eyebrow as I took a sip of some rather exquisite wine. That is why I strive to cultivate and gather talents, as well as develop my own strength. He seriously answered, each member of my peerage has the potential to at least surpass the original Satans, while I am capable of contending against even the strongest gods, and my armies are continuously growing in strength. I will not permit anyone to trample on what has been accomplished in these lands. A wise decision. And is this why you wish for me to become your queen? I asked him, even if we've already spoken about it. Partially. But I was also touched by you and your character, Scathach. And I believe you could truly become a dazzling existence, surpassing any as your spear could reach even the likes of Great Red and Ophis. He passionately answered. Thump. And with his words I felt something I hadn't in a long time before he visited with his peerage members. Passion. Desires. A goal. Something to fill the empty existence I had become. To see me not just striking down gods but even those two beings. How exhilarating that thought is. I inwardly said as I did my best to control myself. The dinner ended soon after as Lith and his wife, who I learnt was one of the current Satans and an incredibly powerful ice magic user named Seraphal, retired for the evening, leaving the rest to do as they pleased. I was invited to have some tea with the pair of beautiful nine-tailed fox sisters named Tamamo and Yusaka, alongside Jean and Musashi, but I turned them down in favor of taking some time to think with a bottle of the wine we had for dinner. I spent the night quietly looking out my window at the moon, while slowly drinking glasses of wine, deep in thought over what I should do. I've desired death for over a millennia and a half, is it okay for me to simply choose to live? I thought to myself over and over again as I remembered their words. Beside, you didn't want to die, Scathach, you wanted to live more than anyone. Because I can see that, like me, you were caged up and I don't want others to lose themselves in the same hopelessness. Give yourself a chance to live. I believe you could truly become a dazzling existence, surpassing any as your spear could reach even the likes of Great Red and Ophis. The morning came rather quickly, or maybe I am simply too used to the eternal night of the land of shadows. I decided to mull over my decision as I explored the city of Azura. Visiting the public libraries, the various guilds, interesting shows, and competitions, enjoying the life surrounding me for the first time in a long time. It took days for me to finally choose between the death I have so desired or the hope of the warmth I have forgotten about. "How can I help you, Scathack?" Lith asked as he was working behind his desk. "I have made my decision," I seriously told him as he put his work down and looked at me with his full attention. "And what have you decided?" he asked as he kept his voice calm and smooth. In response, I knelt as I held out my gi bold in front of me. "I, Scathack, swear my fealty to my new lord and master Lith Azeroth. I shall be his spear to take down his foes, his strength to protect his lands and people. And forever I shall be at his side," I solemnly declared. "I, Lith Azeroth, lord and founder of my house, welcome Scathack as my queen. To be my right hand until the end," he answered as he accepted my spear. "Now rise, Scathack of House Azeroth. An honor to join my master," I responded as I stood before him. Now, no master this or lord that. I am just Lith to you. Welcome aboard, Scathack. I look forward to getting to know you," he replied rather playfully as he held out my spear. "Understood," I said as I grasped my spear and looked at him with a warmth in my chest I was pleased to feel had returned already. "Lith,